One Piece World. East Blue, Kokoyashi Village. A ring of towering fishmen surrounded a young man in his early 20s, their shadows looming as voices crashed down on him from every direction. Hey, you don't look familiar. Do you even know where you are? This is Kokoyashi Village, Fishman Pirates territory. Our boss is Arlong of East Blue. So be smart. Hand over your money or die. Arms crossed, faces twisted into mocking sneers, they stared at the human who had seemingly appeared out of thin air. His unfocused eyes and vacant expression made him look slow. Helpless. Where am I? Eden's voice was quiet, distant. Is this still fairy tale? His mind was blank. Then memory surged back like a collapsing dam. Yes, Eden was a transmigrator, and this was his second time. At 15, he had been dragged alone into a world he barely knew by name. Fairy tale. A land ruled by magic where ordinary people died easily. By chance and stubborn will, he survived long enough to be taken in by Makarov himself. 6 years. 6 brutal, relentless years of training. Talent, obsession, and a gift for spatial magic pushed him forward until he stood among the S-class. Then came X-784. Tenra Island. His first mission as an examiner. And the end. Acnologia. The Black Dragon. The final boss of a world of magic. Magic immune. In a world built on magic. Laughable. Unfair. Absolute nonsense. Young and desperate, Eden gambled everything on a dimensional transfer spell meant to banish the dragon. The dragon didn't move. Eden did. Along with the entire guild on the island. When he opened his eyes again, this was what greeted him. Hey, are you deaf? Stop ignoring us, human. Irritated, one of the fishmen shoved him hard. You want to die here? Huh. Eden blinked, finally snapping out of it. He looked at the fishmen again. Familiar shapes. Familiar arrogance. Fishmen. Brat. You looking for a fight? They charged. Eden exhaled slowly. Magic still flowing, he murmured. Good. Calm returned to his eyes. If this had been his first transmigration, he might have panicked. But these weren't monsters to him. They were facing an S-class mage of fairy tale. A spatial magic prodigy. A second-generation dragon slayer fused with a lacrima. Poseidon's dragon, circle of tides. He flicked his hand. The ground ruptured. High-pressure jets of magically charged seawater exploded upward, tearing through the fishmen like blades. Each strike carried force rivaling Jinbe's water shot. Their bodies convulsed. Blood sprayed. Gills ruptured. Lungs collapsed. They fell, twitching. Fishmen, drowned by water. Eden stared at the aftermath. Arlong? One Piece. Understanding clicked. Acnologia's roar hadn't erased him. It had thrown him into another world. Without hesitation, Eden moved deeper into the village. Where's Arlong? A fishman lunged at him from behind. Eden turned and punched. Bone shattered. He planted his foot on the creature's face. Answer. To the amusement park. A kilometer away, the fishman spat blood and laughed madly. You're dead, human. Arlong will. Noisy. Poseidon's dragon fist, collapse. The punch ended the sentence permanently. 1 kilometer, Eden said, stretching as joints cracked. A grin spread across his face. Perfect. Arlong Park. Arlong sat on his throne, expression lazy bored. Years of ruling the weakest sea had dulled his instincts. Half his crew was already gone. And the human responsible was walking straight toward him. Interesting, Arlong sneered. A strong human? That's rare. His crew laughed. Still trash compared to us fishmen. He won't last 10 seconds. But beneath the jeers was fear. They all knew it. Humans ruled the seas now. Eden didn't speak. Years of missions had taught him one rule. Talk less. Kill faster. Dragon Slayer's secret art. Poseidon's dragon, raging torrent explosion. Arlong's eyes shrank. Boom. The park vanished in a roar of annihilation. When the dust settled, Arlong lay broken in the ruins. Scales shattered. Nose snapped. Teeth scattered. Blood poured from his mouth. Devil fruit user, he rasped. Eden looked down at him. No. And with that, Arlong Park fell silent. The Fishman pirates were erased. Eden turned toward the sea, eyes sharp. His second life had begun. One day later, East Blue, Northwest Waters. Marine Base, 16th Branch. They said a man's face reflected his heart. If that were true, then the rat-faced man lounging behind the colonel's desk was rotten to the core. Colonel Nezumi reclined comfortably in his chair, hood pulled low, savoring his afternoon tea in an office meant for respectable Marine officers. The door burst open. "Colonel, emergency report." A young sergeant rushed in, breathless and pale. Arlong of the Fishman pirates has been taken out." Pfft. Nezumi sprayed tea across his desk, eyes bulging. What kind of joke is this? Arlong is the strongest pirate in East Blue. Who could possibly kill him? He shot to his feet, pacing in agitation. And the man backing him. Nezumi muttered darkly. "That's Ji-Bei, Knight of the Sea. One of the 7 warlords." The sergeant swallowed. Even saying it out loud sounded absurd. "But if Arlong really is dead," he ventured, "doesn't that make this our chance?" Nezumi froze. Then his whiskers twitched. "A chance," he repeated softly. His eyes gleamed with greed. "I recall Arlong once requesting our assistance. Kokoyashi Village. Confiscating the treasure hoarded by a woman named Nami." But sir," the sergeant said hesitantly, "Arlong's dead." "Do we still?" "Idiot." Nezumi slammed the desk. "What orders?" "That woman was part of Arlong's crew. A criminal. As Marines, it's our duty to eliminate remnants of evil and reclaim stolen funds." He leaned forward, grinning. "And we won't let anyone else take the credit." "Prepare the unit," he barked. "We move immediately." "Yes, sir." Kokoyashi Village. Arlong was defeated? The words didn't feel real. Nami stood frozen as the bag of gold slipped from her hands and scattered across the ground. Genzo nodded, voice thick with emotion. "A fisherman drifted into Arlong Park during a storm. He thought he was dead, but there were no guards. No fishmen. The entire park was destroyed. Nojiko clenched her fists. The pirate flag was burned. Nothing was left. Years of hatred, grief, and helplessness surged through Genzo's chest. Belmere. The village. The chains they'd lived under. "I don't believe it," Nami whispered. Arlong was invincible. That was the truth she'd lived with. "I'm going there," she said suddenly. "I need to see it myself." "No need for that." A cold voice cut through the air. Colonel Nezumi stepped forward, flanked by Marines whose lazy stances screamed corruption. "That trash Arlong and his park?" Nezumi sneered. "Completely wiped out. I confirmed it on the way here." He smirked. Arlong thought East Blue was weak just because he had warlord backing. Fool. The Grand Line is full of monsters stronger than him. Genzo stepped forward. "Colonel Nezumi? I'm the village lawman. Why are Marines here?" Nezumi chuckled. "Isn't it obvious? We're here to arrest the remaining members of Arlong's crew." His fingers snapped forward. "Starting with Nami." "What?" Nojiko and Genzo gasped. "There's been a mistake." Genzo shouted. "Nami was forced." "Are you the colonel?" Nezumi snapped. "Or am I?" "You are," Genzo said through clenched teeth. Then he lunged. He tackled Nezumi to the ground, pinning him down. "Nami, run. Don't look back. You lunatic." Nezumi screamed. "Attacking a Marine officer. I'll have you imprisoned for life." He thrashed and shrieked at his men. "Get him off me." The Marines rushed forward, but Genzo fought like a man who had nothing left to lose. "Nami, go." Nojiko cried. Nami didn't move. "Run? Run where?" She'd thought Arlong's fall meant freedom. Instead, new vultures had arrived. If even the Marines were corrupt, then where was justice? She clenched her fists. She was done running. But wanting to fight wasn't enough. Strength mattered. Tears welled as she looked up at the sky. "Someone, anyone, please," she whispered. "Save Kokoyashi Village." Then a lazy, unfamiliar voice drifted in from outside the yard. Excuse me." Everyone froze. "This is Nami's place, right?" The voice continued casually. "Mind giving me an orange first?" My throat's kinda dry. Thanks. The wind stirred. And fate finally arrived at Kokoyashi Village.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
As soon as that person finished speaking, for a moment, the entire Nami's courtyard fell silent. At the same time, everyone was inwardly speechless. Just how clueless can this guy be? Seriously, does he have no sense of atmosphere at all? Then, Nami looked in the direction of the voice. The person speaking had dripping wet hair, looking absolutely bedraggled, like a fisherman who capsized after hitting a reef, but with surprisingly delicate features and a tall, straight posture. His clothes were clearly not ordinary, and his bearing was more like that of a city dweller or a minor noble than a simple fisherman. Two dried tear tracks still clung to Nami's exquisite cheeks. It seemed this sudden arrival had completely disrupted her thoughts. It wasn't just Nami, her confusion rippled out to the Marines present, as well as to Colonel Nezumi, who was already on the verge of suffocation under Junzo's weight. "Idiot, help me!" In the heavy silence, Nezumi let out a weak cry for help. "Quick, save the colonel." This time, the soldiers stopped hesitating. They immediately pulled Junzo and Nezumi apart. Huff! Huff! After being hauled to his feet by the Marines, Nezumi gulped down great lungfuls of air, his slitted eyes flashing dangerously. He shot Junzo a vicious glare, then turned to Nami and Nojiko, sneering coldly. "Ha ha ha. I get it now, you three are all members of the Fishman pirates. Evil pirates, every one of you. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm being framed." Nami glared at Colonel Nezumi and snapped back. "Who can prove you're being framed? I have plenty of evidence right here, enough to prove you and Arlong are partners." Colonel Nezumi sneered. "The oranges are pretty good." Just then, the wet-haired but still handsome young man strolled into Nami's yard like he owned the place, plucked an orange from the tree Nami cared for so much, and took a big bite. "You have to pay for those." Nami snapped back to herself and spoke reflexively. "I have money." The young man nodded gently, then added, "I'll have it very soon." "Wait, who are you supposed to be?" With the young man repeatedly interrupting Colonel Nezumi, the colonel could no longer stand it. He strode up to the youth, bellowing, "The thing I hate most in life is being interrupted when I'm speaking." "And who are you anyway? Another member of the Fishman pirates? Judging by your getup, maybe a fallen noble? I'm warning you, don't play hero and rescue the damsel. You'll only bring trouble on yourself. Actually, I came here to find you." The young man didn't miss a beat. He put the half-eaten orange on the small table in the courtyard, looked at Nezumi, and said quietly, "You're the colonel of Branch 16, right?" "That's me. What do you want?" Nezumi paused, a sense of unease rising in his heart. "By Navy rules, after capturing a pirate, I'm supposed to redeem the bounty at the nearest branch, right?" The youth continued calmly. "Yeah, so? Did you catch a pirate? But first, just so we're clear, it has to be a pirate wanted by the world government." Nezumi sized up the youth again, his eyes brimming with disdain. "This delicate-looking noble kid catch a wanted pirate? What a joke. That's easy enough." Satisfied with the answer, the youth let out a chuckle and then snapped his fingers toward the sky. Whump! A ripple of spatial energy, imperceptible to the others, swept through the courtyard. And in an instant, the entire Fishman pirate crew, Arlong included, appeared right before everyone's eyes. At that moment, whether it was the Marines or Nami herself, everyone was stunned speechless. "You're a devil fruit user? And you're the rookie who took down Arlong?" "Wait, I mean, the hero who took down Arlong?" Nezumi knew how to read the room. Realizing this youth was a devil fruit user and the mysterious powerhouse who had defeated Arlong, he instantly chickened out. After all, he couldn't even beat Arlong, let alone the guy who wiped the floor with him. Arlong was really defeated? Nami, for her part, was simply stunned, especially at the fact that it was this dashing young man who'd actually defeated Arlong. At this moment, it was like a light shone in Nami's heart. Sure, the hero saves the damsel trope is a cliché. But when it works, it works. And, of course, the hero has to look the part. Pay up. This young man, who'd spent almost half a day looking for the nearest Navy branch, only to find it deserted, had chased Nezumi all the way to Kokoyashi village. Now he thrust out his hand to Nezumi, demanding firmly, "Hand over the money." "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and give this hero his bounty. Go fetch the money from my ship." Nezumi didn't hesitate for a second. He bowed his head meekly and ordered his subordinates. Fun fact, Nezumi always traveled with all his personal wealth. That's why, when Eden showed up at the Navy base, he found it empty-handed. "These people are my friends." Next, Eden glanced at the Marines surrounding Genzo and spoke in a deep voice. "Well, let them go." Nezumi heard this and immediately ordered his men to release Genzo. Then, with a sycophantic smile, Nezumi asked, "Is there anything else I can do for you, sir?" Smack. Before he could go on, Nami, silent till now, strode over and punched Nezumi squarely in the face. "You!" A dark look flashed in Nezumi's eyes, but he knew when to fold. Glancing at Eden, he instantly forced a smile. "Nice punch. The money's here." Not long after, a group of Marines ran over with crates of berries in hand, all for Eden. Scram. Eden counted his reward, then waved Nezumi and his men away. He added a warning, "If Kokoyashi village gets so much as a scratch, I'll come looking for you, Nezumi." Don't worry. I get it." Loud and clear. Nezumi groveled, but as he turned away, his smile vanished and was replaced with boundless hatred. Internally, he raged, "Just wait. Kid, I'll make sure you get the biggest bounty ever." But in truth, Eden knew exactly what he was doing. He was using Nezumi's pettiness to his advantage. With Nezumi's help, he'd become famous in no time. That way, the comrades he'd lost in this world would quickly hear of him. "Your name's Nami, right? Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Eden, a magus, though I'll probably be a pirate soon. Thing is, I happen to need a skilled navigator. I heard you're the best in the East Blue. Would you join my crew? I'm expensive, but you can afford it now." Nami looked at the heavy chest of loot in Eden's hand and smiled like the cat burglar she was. "Well, then I guess I'll have to work really hard to make money." Eden sighed dramatically. But inside, he was over the moon. In truth, Nami only agreed because he'd beaten Arlong and driven off Nezumi. He was the benefactor of her and all Kokoyashi village. But little did she know just what a pitfall awaited her ahead. Eden looked reliable now, but he was trouble incarnate. She'd soon regret this impulsive decision. Once you enter the fairy tale crew, there's no turning back. "So, this is your ship?" Nami and Eden arrived at the village dock. As Nami looked at the pirate ship, a vessel she recognized instantly, her eye twitched slightly. This was clearly Arlong's flagship, wasn't it? So, Arlong really was Eden's angel investor, huh? Money, ship, even the navigator. Arlong had provided everything. Arlong, what a generous guy. Yeah, Eden nodded. "How many people do we have now?" Nami thought briefly, then asked Eden. "Just you and me," Eden answered honestly. "Okay, all right." Nami opened her mouth slightly, already beginning to regret her decision. No matter how she looked at it, Eden's actions felt a bit unreliable, didn't they? Shouldn't a pirate crew have at least 10 members? But Nami still saw Eden through the lens of a hero rescuing a damsel. Thus, she endured. Goodbye, Kokoyashi village. After leaving all her life savings with her sister Nojiko, adoptive father Genzo, and the villagers, Nami boarded the Shark Superb, a ship Eden had borrowed from Arlong, and set sail with him toward distant horizons. At this moment, Eden sensed the timing was right. Oh, right, Nami. Now that Nami had fully accepted Eden's invitation and boarded the pirate ship, Eden decided to come clean. Since his goal was already achieved, there was no need to pretend. Eden casually scratched his head, looking at Nami earnestly. "There's something I need to tell you." "What is it?" Suspicion flickered in Nami's eyes. Her intuition was sharp. Sensing something was off, alarm bells began ringing in her mind. Putting on a bold front, Nami patted her ample chest and declared loudly, "Eden, if you have something difficult or extremely important to say, just spit it out. Now that we're comrades, there should be no secrets between us." Eden nodded vigorously. "In that case, I'll be straight with you. Actually, it's not that big a deal. It's just, I'm actually not from this world. I come from a magical world called Earthland. I came here mainly to find my lost companions." Eden laughed awkwardly as he finished. Huh. Listening to this, Nami felt her entire being freeze. She stared at Eden incredulously. "Are you messing with me right now?" "Nope," Eden replied seriously. "That's not a big deal. You should have told me everything before inviting me to join, not after." Nami was stunned. "I was worried you'd run away," Eden muttered quietly. Nami glared at Eden seriously, her eyes wide. "Mr. Eden, please tell me every single thing you've been hiding right now. I don't think my heart can handle another shock like this." "Thanks. All right, I'll start from the beginning. This happened and that happened. Then we got blasted away by a giant black lizard's roar. And when I woke up, I was already in this world. Oh, by the way, I can feel it. Most of my companions likely ended up here too. We just got separated." Eden summarized everything from his adventures in the fairy tale world, carefully omitting that this was actually his second transmigration. After a long silence, Nami rubbed her forehead and stared at Eden. "So you weren't joking? You're genuinely a visitor from another world, a magical place called Islandin. And you're a mage from a kingdom called Fiori, in the strongest wizard guild called Fairy something?" She struggled slightly, trying to recall Eden's guild name. "Fairy tale. Fairy tale," Eden repeated. All right. Nami nodded, pressing her head as if it might split apart, reluctantly accepting Eden's story. Then she looked at Eden seriously again. "Is there anything else you're hiding from me? Better tell me everything now." "Well, there is one more thing." Eden smiled slightly. He calmly walked to the ship's railing and Blake vomited a mouthful of sour water. "Yeah." Eden chose to demonstrate his predicament through action. What's this?" Nami's ominous feeling intensified. "Also, due to my magic side effects, I'm weak against transportation. In other words, I get seasick." Eden looked utterly miserable. The real reason he'd wasted so much time reaching the nearest Navy branch and missed Colonel Nezumi wasn't just unfamiliarity, it was because, as a Dragon Slayer mage, he was naturally countered by vehicles. "What? You're not joking, right? You're a pirate who gets seasick? Then why the heck are you sailing?" Nami laughed in disbelief, exasperated. Seriously, was there anything more absurd than a mighty pirate who actually gets motion sickness? "That's why I keep saying, I'm not a pirate. I'm a mage," Eden argued confidently. "Fair enough. Save it. In this world, people like you and your chaotic companions are called pirates." Nami sighed, rubbing her temples helplessly. "So, where are we heading next? I mean, can you sense your nearest companion's location?" Nami paused, watching Kokoyashi village fade away in the distance, recalling her impulsive slap to Colonel Nezumi's face, knowing there was no return now. Regret gnawed her. Since they had already set out, there was no turning back. "Of course, east." Without hesitation, Eden confidently pointed west. "Yeah, we're doomed." Nami smiled helplessly, resigning herself to her fate. A day later. Arlong's beloved flagship, the Shark Superb. Well, perhaps it should now be called the Fairy Tale. At this moment, the Fairy Tale, under the skilled navigation of Nami, the guild's first navigator and helmsman, was calmly sailing through peaceful waters. As for Eden, the ship's captain, he was still battling seasickness. Sigh. Seeing Eden in his miserable state, Nami let out a helpless sigh. Internally, she couldn't help but complain about how unreliable Eden was as a captain. Unfortunately, having already boarded this pirate ship, she seemed to have lost any chance of turning back. Caw. Just as Nami stood idly steering the ship, she suddenly heard the familiar cry of a bird overhead. Looking up, she spotted a familiar-looking newspaper bird heading their way. Without hesitation, Nami fished out a coin from her pocket and flicked it into the sky. Caw. The bird caught the coin expertly and promptly tossed down a newspaper. Let's see what major events have happened in East Blue recently. Flipping through the newspaper, Nami was suddenly drawn to a wanted poster tucked within its pages. When she clearly saw the photo and name on the poster, her expression changed dramatically. Eden, come quick. This is huge. You've been wanted by the Navy. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. Eden, you're being offered a bounty of 30 million berries for your first time. Isn't that way too exaggerated? Nami's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the massive bounty. Truthfully, seeing such an enormous bounty issued by Navy headquarters tempted Nami with an urge to steer their ship directly to the nearest Navy branch and cash in Eden for the reward. Haha, it's just 30 million. Nami, you're overreacting. Honestly, I'm more surprised you actually paid the newsbird. Wiping his mouth, Eden chuckled while looking at Nami. The moment he saw the 30 million berry bounty poster, Eden knew his efforts had paid off. Indeed, Colonel Nezumi had delivered, bringing Eden immense satisfaction. Yes, Arlong had provided Eden's initial gear, and Colonel Nezumi had contributed significantly to Eden's growing fame. Arlong's reputation was still rising. If that news bird dares to raise the price again, I'll stop buying. Nami angrily shouted at the departing bird. Caw. The news bird shivered awkwardly, sweating nervously. In all its years at sea, it had never been threatened like this. A 30 million berry bounty is already top tier for East Blue. My lost companions should notice me soon enough, Eden mused, turning to Nami. By the way, my dear Nami, where exactly are we now? Is this still East Blue? Of course it's East Blue. Nami thought briefly before answering, because we set sail in such a hurry, I didn't even get to retrieve the money I had hidden in the village. So, I planned to first rob the cruise ship I'd been eyeing and then figure out our next move. So, Nami, the reason you left your money behind in the village wasn't to donate it to the villagers, but because you simply didn't have time to get it? Eden couldn't resist teasing. He then added earnestly, and Nami, robbing people isn't good. You idiot, Eden. We're pirates. Nami retorted, rolling her eyes. Robbing cruise ships is literally our job. Eden fell silent, momentarily convinced by her logic. Suddenly, whoosh, boom. Oh no, pirates. Ha, don't let these rich sheep escape. Yes, Lady Alvida. As Nami lectured Eden, the explosions of cannonballs, the terrified screams of tourists, and the cheers of pirates filled the air. Damn it, someone else got there first? Nami muttered irritably. I should have boarded that ship yesterday. It's all Eden's fault for delaying me. Judging by their pirate flag, that should be Iron Mace, Alvida, with a bounty of several million berries. She's a tough one. Perhaps we should retreat. Nami suddenly paused, habitually thinking like a thief and placing herself as the weaker party. But then she glanced at Eden, still struggling with seasickness beside her, and suddenly realized, wait. Eden's with me. He dealt easily with Arlong, who had a bounty of 20 million. Surely, Alvida's 5 million is nothing. Nami smiled confidently, 30 million versus 5 million. The advantage is mine. Meanwhile, on the other side. Lady Alvida, we've secured all passengers. Excellent. You've done well today, lads. You'll be rewarded heavily. Alvida laughed, praising her crew. With passengers secured, the pirates eagerly anticipated dividing their spoils. Lady Alvida, a ship is rapidly approaching. As Alvida prepared for the next step, a vigilant pirate spotted the fairy tale rapidly approaching. What's that ship? Alvida's eyes narrowed in shock upon clearly seeing the Shark Supreme. Impossible. That's Arlong's ship. Why would the Fishman pirates be here? Alvida, a well-known East Blue pirate, was fully aware of stronger pirate groups, especially those with bounties exceeding 10 million berries. However, unaware of recent events, she still believed Arlong was alive. What? That's Arlong's ship. the most notorious pirate in East Blue, with a bounty of over 20 million berries. Alvida's crew immediately panicked, revering and fearing such a notorious pirate. What are you afraid of? It's just a pirate with a bounty over 10 million berries. Do you think I can't handle him? If I had sailed a few years earlier, I'd have a bounty that high too. Despite cold sweat trickling down her forehead and a fluttering heart, Alvida forced herself to remain composed. Bring the ship closer. Who do you think I am? Gulp. When the members of the Alvida pirates heard that their captain was audacious enough to plan a battle against the infamous Fishman pirates, the strongest pirate group in the East Blue, everyone's faces turned pale, trembling in fear. I've heard the Fishman pirates leave nothing alive wherever they pass, especially their captain, Arlong, who delights in slaughtering and pillaging villages. They say even the Navy can't handle Arlong. I heard he's backed by a big shot. It's Jibei, the Knight of the Sea, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. That's a monster with a bounty of hundreds of millions of berries. The pirates muttered quietly, clutching their weapons tightly, terrified of being suddenly ambushed by members of the Fishman pirates. Captain Alvida, however, remained incredibly calm. She stared into the distance at the swiftly approaching pirate ship and thought, I misjudged. Though this ship resembles the Shark Superb, its flag isn't right. It seems just an ordinary ship imitating the Shark Superb. Yet, Alvida chose not to inform her subordinates, using the opportunity to intimidate and better control her crew. Splash! Splash! As the incoming pirate ship rapidly approached, the pirates felt the atmosphere grow increasingly tense, quiet enough to clearly hear the pounding of their own hearts. Bang! With a harsh collision, the incoming pirate ship forcefully docked against the cruise ship and the Alvida pirates' vessel. The violent shaking caused pirates and passengers alike to stumble and collapse. They're here. However, the pirates didn't dare relax, quickly regaining their footing and holding their breath, eyes fixed fearfully on the Shark Superb. They knew danger had arrived. Hand over all your valuables. At that tense moment, Nami boldly appeared at the bow of the Shark Superb, overlooking the pirates and cruise passengers, and loudly declared with feigned bravado. Silence ensued. All pirates stared dumbfounded. Pfft. Ha ha. Ah ha ha. A little girl. Is the mighty Fishman pirates of the East Blue just a little girl now? Laughter erupted across both decks as previously tense pirates dropped their weapons, laughing hysterically. Little girl, are you alone? Come here and have some fun with us. Several lecherous pirates approached Nami, jeering perversely. Captain Alvida silently approved. While she despised these lecherous fools, she detested beautiful women even more. Such beauty deserved destruction. Nami, however, felt no fear, merely amusement. With a casual smile, she turned to Eden, now recovering from the turbulent docking, and said lightly, Eden, I'll leave this to you. Finally stopped, temporarily survived. Eden muttered, stepping calmly beside Nami, looking down at the approaching pirates with an indifferent expression. Haha, this pretty boy is your backup. After we kill him, you'll learn looks count for nothing at sea. The burly pirates, envious upon clearly seeing Eden's refined appearance and dark coat, jeered contemptuously. Dispose of all of them? Eden ignored their provocations, turning instead to Nami. Spare the passengers. Pirates are yours to handle, Nami shrugged casually. Understood. Eden nodded, focusing back on the pirates. Hey, who do you think you're talking to? Your opponent is. The pirates charged angrily, but Eden silenced them instantly with his fists raining down like a storm. Boom. With resounding booms, the charging pirates flew off like cannonballs into the sea, their survival uncertain. The Alvida pirates stood stunned, eyes wide and bewildered. Stand down. You're no match for him. Let me, Alvida-sama, handle him personally. Captain Alvida, dropping like a massive meatball onto the deck, landed firmly before Eden. She sized him up greedily, licking her greasy lips suggestively. Young man, why not follow me? I can treat you better than that immature girl behind you. I'm not interested in ugly women, Eden stated bluntly. You called me ugly? Enraged, Alvida roared fiercely, radiating murderous intent. Kobe, tell me loudly, who's the most beautiful woman in the world? Lady Alvida, of course. Nearby, a terrified pink-haired Kobe quickly stammered out. Now, boy, you understand? Tell me who's the world's most beautiful. Before Alvida could finish, Eden's fist slammed into her jaw. Boom. Her dough-like face twisted grotesquely, and nearly a ton of weight shot skyward like a cannonball. Too close, Eden murmured calmly after knocking Alvida away. Besides, the world's most beautiful woman should be Boa Hancock, right? Eden took beauty seriously, refusing any offense to his aesthetics. The invincible Lady Alvida defeated? Alvida's crew stood shocked, speechless. Kobe collapsed onto the deck, overwhelmed by disbelief. Meanwhile, inside the cruise ship's wine cellar, a barrel abruptly burst open, revealing a flexible young boy stretching lazily. That was a nice nap, he laughed cheerfully. Who exactly are you? After Eden effortlessly knocked out Alvida, the 5 million berry bounty pirate, the remaining pirates stood trembling, their legs turning to jelly, so petrified that they couldn't even summon the strength to flee. Among them, a sharper pirate mustered the courage to question Eden. They couldn't believe someone capable of defeating Alvida was an unknown nobody. Me? Eden pondered briefly. I'm Eden, just a passing mage. Just then, a news coup descended with a gentle flutter, dropping a newspaper that revealed Eden's true identity to everyone present. He's the guy who single-handedly defeated the Fishman pirates and took down Arlong, the pirate worth 20 million berries. The terrifying rookie Eden, who received an unprecedented first-time bounty of 30 million berries. The pirates stared in disbelief at the bounty poster slipping from the newspaper. None of them had expected that a routine robbery on a cruise would pit them against a pirate with a 30 million berry bounty. What rotten luck. Enough talk. Eden interrupted their murmurs. Are you going to jump off yourselves, or do I have to help you? After a moment's hesitation, the pirates swiftly chose the sea over certain death, diving off the ship one after another, betting their lives on the ocean's mercy rather than facing Eden. On the other side, I'm the captain of this ship, a voice trembled from among the crowd. Thank you for saving us in our moment of need. If there's anything you need, just name it, we'll do our utmost to fulfill your requests. Cut the crap. If you don't want to die, hand over all your valuables now. We're pirates, not heroes, Nami retorted sharply, completely ignoring the captain's gratitude. The passengers finally grasped the situation. They had escaped wolves only to fall prey to tigers. Hand over your money. Quickly. Nami showed no sympathy towards these wealthy passengers, knowing very well their backgrounds. To her, fleecing these pompous nobles and merchants didn't prick her conscience one bit. However, she spared the regular crew and common passengers, even secretly compensating them somewhat. Watching this unfold, Eden smiled inwardly, amused by Nami's tough exterior and hidden kindness. After fleecing the nobles, Nami counted the spoils, about 10 million berries worth. She wasn't satisfied and targeted the richest-looking individual, a fat merchant, demanding he reveal more of his wealth. Why me? The merchant squeaked, his face pale. Because you're filthy rich. My intelligence never fails, Nami sneered. You're a famous merchant in East Blue, with at least 10 million berries. If you're even one berry short, I'll end you. The surrounding passengers gasped in shock at this revelation, envy and greed glinting in their eyes. I spent it all on merchandise, the merchant stammered desperately. I spent nearly 8 million berries on a talking, flying cat from a bounty hunter. This cat could fetch at least 100 million if sold to high nobles or celestial dragons as a pet. A talking cat. Could it be? Eden murmured, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Where is this cat? Nami demanded. It's in my cabin, under the bed, inside a cage, the merchant confessed meekly. Go fetch it, Nami commanded the sailors she'd spared earlier. Grateful for her mercy, they quickly obeyed, returning with a cage covered in black cloth. When they removed the cloth, a small blue cat appeared, eyes vacant and hopeless, until it spotted Eden. Instantly, tears filled its eyes. Eden. Save me. They tricked me with salted fish. They drugged it and captured me to sell as a pet. This is too cruel, it wailed. Useless as always, Happy, Eden sighed. Indeed, the captured creature was none other than Eden's comrade, the so-called most annoying cat in history, Happy. Among fairy tales cats, Carla could foresee dangers, Panther Lily had formidable strength, and then there was Happy, foolish enough to be captured with drugged salted fish. Eden, is this one of the companions you mentioned earlier? He's so adorable / Nami was immediately captivated by Happy's charming appearance. After opening the cage, she gently lifted Happy out and cuddled him lovingly. If all your companions are this cute, Eden, I can't wait to collect them all. Nami fantasized joyfully about being surrounded by countless adorable little cats. He / Happy, comfortably nestled in Nami's arms, displayed a mischievous smile reminiscent of Momonosuke, which somehow managed to provoke irritation. Ugh. Eden frowned deeply, thinking, Happy, did you damage your brain during the transmigration? What's with this Momonosuke-like behavior? He pondered further, concluding decisively, everything else can slide, but Momonosuke must die. Eden began to mentally scheme about the legendary devil fruit currently stored in Punk Hazard, one of the top-tier Zoan-type devil fruits, fish fruit, model Azure Dragon. Eden vowed never to let Momonosuke get his hands on it. Nami, let's put Happy back into the cage. If we sell him to a celestial dragon, we could get at least 500 million berries, Eden suggested slyly, rubbing his chin. Eden, you're so mean. Aren't we comrades? Happy feigned distress, staring at Eden pitifully. Yeah, Eden. Stop being so heartless. Aren't you supposed to be comrades? Nami chimed in, still unaware of Happy's true nature. Actually, we're not that close, Eden replied thoughtfully. Cruel. Cold-blooded. Monster. Pervert. Murderer. Nami and Happy simultaneously accused Eden, each accusation hitting like arrows. Huh. Eden was momentarily speechless, suddenly empathizing with Zoro, who regularly endured similar treatment. Next, we'll restock some food and water, then set sail, Nami declared after indulging herself in cuddling Happy, her face radiating satisfaction. Cat cuddling truly was a joy. Understood, Eden agreed softly, though he couldn't shake the feeling he'd forgotten something vital. When they entered the ship's storage to gather supplies, everyone was shocked by the scene before them. Burp / I'm stuffed. A straw hat-wearing youth lay sprawled on the floor, his belly distended like a barrel from overeating. Nami stared in horror, quickly checking the storeroom. Gone. Everything's gone. All the food and water are completely eaten. You bastard. Give back my food. Furious, Nami grabbed the boy by his collar, yelling angrily. Huh? Was this food yours? The boy asked sheepishly. I saw it stacked neatly and thought nobody wanted it. Are you seriously picking a fight? Nami roared, landing a fierce punch on the boy's head. A large bump instantly appeared. Ow! How did that hurt? I'm a rubber man. The boy wondered, utterly baffled by how Nami bypassed his rubber body. If one looked closely, it seemed as if a flash of black lightning, a hint of advanced hockey, surrounded Nami's fist. At that moment, Eden finally realized what he'd forgotten. Monkey D. Luffy, the protagonist of One Piece. You'll pay for this. Until you repay me for all the food and water you consumed, you're not leaving. Nami dragged Luffy into the cage previously holding Happy, locking him in. Set sail. Nami commanded. Aye. Eden and Happy responded in unison. As they prepared to leave, Eden noticed a frightened Kobe nearby. Hey, kid. Heard you wanted to become a Marine. Me. Kobe stammered nervously. If that's true, come along. I'll drop you off at the nearest Marine base, Eden offered kindly. Why help me? Kobe asked, puzzled. Because I believe in you, Eden smiled warmly, genuinely meaning it. Of course, in truth, Eden understood the strategic advantage of promoting weak Marines to undermine Marine strength. Elsewhere, Marine headquarters. Achoo. Achoo. Admiral Sakazuki suddenly sneezed repeatedly, feeling a dreadful premonition about his future. Years later, as Sakazuki surveyed his team, which had shifted from legends like Kazan, Borsalino, Sengoku, and Garp to rookies like Kobe. He realized his worst fears had come true. The Shark Superb sailed quietly across the calm sea. "What's your name?" On the ship, Nami looked at Luffy, who was locked inside a cage, and questioned him. "My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm the man who will become the Pirate King," Luffy declared seriously, his usual playful demeanor entirely gone. "Pirate King?" Nami's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Before she could respond, Kobe, who was steering the ship, turned around and couldn't help but question Luffy. "Pirate King? Do you even know what being the Pirate King means?" "Of course I know. The Pirate King is the freest person in this world," Luffy answered resolutely. "This brat really has guts," Nami thought to herself. "Yet he's just someone who owes me a huge debt." However, despite her skepticism, Luffy's unexpected determination intrigued her. A fleeting thought crossed her mind: if it's this kid, perhaps he might really achieve something great. Then she laughed quietly to herself, shaking her head. "What am I even thinking? Pirate King is not something a brat like him could ever become. The Pirate King is the freest person in the world, huh?" Eden, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, interjected thoughtfully. "I admit, before our arrival, the Pirate King was indeed the freest person in this world, but not anymore. Because now, the wizards of Fairy Tale have arrived." "What nonsense. Even if you're some wizard or whatever, you're not the freest. Only the Pirate King can be the freest person in this world," Luffy immediately argued. Though Luffy had no idea what Eden meant by guild or wizard, he was firmly convinced that the Pirate King represented ultimate freedom. "Fairy Tale is," Eden insisted firmly. "Pirate King is," Luffy continued to retort. "Are you two kids or something?" Nami interrupted, looking exasperated at the childish bickering. "We're arriving," Kobe announced, looking at Eden and Luffy arguing. "I'll deal with you later. Let's eat first," Eden said impatiently. Without waiting for the ship to dock, Eden leaped off the boat, running lightly across the water towards the visible town. He couldn't stand being seasick any longer. "Wait for me, Eden," Nami shouted after him, frustrated. She didn't want to swim and get wet. "Leave it to me," Nami Happy said, unfurling his snow-white wings and carrying Nami through the air toward the town. "Happy, you really can fly," Nami exclaimed in shock. "I," Happy replied cheerfully. "What's with the I?" Nami muttered, confused. "I'm starving," Luffy said, breaking open the cage with a casual punch. "You could have broken out this whole time?" Kobe exclaimed. "Hey, Kobe, I heard the naval base in this town has someone really interesting imprisoned, right?" Luffy asked. "You mean the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro? He's incredibly dangerous. Rumor says he has horns and kills without mercy," Kobe responded nervously. "Haha, it'd be great if I could get that guy as my crewmate," Luffy said, eyes sparkling. "Keep dreaming," Kobe said skeptically. "Well, gotta give it a try." Luffy was confidently optimistic. In town, Eden, Nami, and Happy gathered information from locals. "Have you seen these people?" Eden conjured miniature magical images of Fairy Tale's Tenru Island team, asking tavern-goers. Never seen them," the tavern owner nervously replied, sensing Eden might be a devil fruit user. "Magic again?" Nami stared in amazement. "Magic can do all sorts of things, not just fighting," Eden explained. "Can I learn magic too?" Nami asked hopefully. "Well, theoretically everyone here has potential. But honestly, I'm terrible at teaching. Our guild master, Makarov, is the best teacher," Eden replied honestly. "I see," Nami said, somewhat reassured. A sudden explosion from the nearby naval base drew their attention. "What's happening?" Eden asked, intrigued. "Let's check it out," he said to Nami and Happy. Arriving at the naval base, they found the gates destroyed, with dozens of Marines surrounding Luffy, Kobe, and a fierce-eyed, green-haired man tied to a cross. "Need some help?" Eden asked calmly, a plan forming in his mind. Meanwhile, "Hey, you bastard! How dare you destroy the glorious statue of me, the world's greatest and most noble man? I will never forgive you. I'll kill you for this." Inside the Marine branch, Luffy had just smashed the statue of Branch Captain, Axe Hand, Morgan with a single punch. Morgan, driven mad, roared at Luffy, Zoro, and Kobe. "Father, that's him. He's the one who hit me. I told you he was trouble. Hurry up and kill him. Get revenge for me." Morgan's son, Helmeppo, recognized Luffy as the culprit and saw an opportunity. He immediately pointed at Luffy and shrieked at the top of his lungs. There you are." Unfortunately for Helmeppo, his scream did the exact opposite of saving him. It drew Luffy's full attention. Hey, don't come any closer." Helmeppo started trembling, waving his hands desperately, but it was too late. Luffy's eyes lit up, and with blinding speed, he charged at Helmeppo, single-handedly hoisted him up, and dashed into the interior of the Marine base. At the same time, Luffy barked at Helmeppo, "Where did you hide Zoro's swords? Tell me now." "Captain Morgan, it's bad. The young master has been taken by pirates. They're inside our base." The Marine soldiers panicked and rushed to report the chaos to Morgan. "You don't need to tell me, I can see for myself." But Morgan was as cool as ever, utterly unconcerned that his only son was in pirate hands. "Don't bother worrying about that brat's life. I'm the great one here, not him. Just wipe out that Straw Hat Kid's friends. I want him to know what happens to anyone who defies the great Captain Morgan." "Yes, sir." At Morgan's command, the Marines aimed their rifles at Zoro and Kobe, who was still struggling to untie the ropes on the crucifix. "Damn it. Why is this rope so tight?" Kobe pulled and pulled, but the more he struggled, the tighter it got. He just couldn't free Zoro. Zoro, staring down a dozen gun barrels, barked at Kobe, "Run. If you don't run now, it'll be too late, you'll die here." But inside, Zoro was cursing his luck. "Am I really going to die here? No, I still have a promise to Kuina. I can't die yet." A quick flashback of Zoro's vow to Kuina flickered through his mind. Bang! The rifles all fired at once. Whoosh! Just as Kobe and Zoro caught a glimpse of death, a thin wall of water suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking every bullet. "What the?" Zoro, Morgan, and all the Marines froze in disbelief. Kobe, on the verge of wetting himself, breathed a sigh of relief. Tears welled up in his eyes as he gasped, "We're saved." Eden-san. "Hey, Kobe, and you, the green-haired guy playing bondage games, need a hand?" At that moment, Eden strolled in through the shattered gate, hands in his pockets, Nami and Happy following at a leisurely pace. "Hey, where did Luffy run off to? And seriously, you guys are killing me. Barely half an hour apart, and you're already storming a Marine base. Who gave you this much courage?" Nami facepalmed at the chaos, utterly exasperated. "Honestly, can you please stop causing trouble for 5 minutes? Miss Nami, I'm so sorry. We only meant to rescue Zoro. We didn't mean for all this to happen." Kobe bowed deeply in apology. "Who said you could ignore me?" During Kobe and Nami's conversation, Morgan, feeling thoroughly disrespected, snatched a rifle from a subordinate and started shooting at Eden. Bang! 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 Bullets whizzed toward Eden at high speed. Ding! Eden casually flicked them aside with one hand. "A devil fruit user, huh? I didn't expect to find someone who can control water, but you're no match for the great Morgan." Morgan tossed the gun and charged, swinging his massive axe arm at Eden. Yap, yap, yap. Eden yawned and raised his own fist to meet Morgan head-on. "That guy's finished. No one's ever blocked Captain Morgan's axe." The Marines looked at Eden with pity, already picturing him getting diced to pieces. Poseidon's dragon, Collapse Fist. Eden, cool as ever, unleashed his Dragon Slayer magic. Boom! The moment Eden's fist and Morgan's axe collided, something unexpected happened. Morgan grinned at first. "Fool! My axe can split stone." Crack, crack. But then, to his horror, he heard the sound of metal shattering. His supposedly invincible axe arm was fracturing all over. "No way. This can't be happening." Morgan's eyes bulged in shock. But before he could even process it, the full force of Eden's punch exploded through him. The power ripped through Morgan's insides, sent him spewing blood, and launched him like a rocket straight into the sky. Aha! All the Marines gawked in shock. Even Zoro, still tied up, stared wide-eyed. Who I asked this guy? That's the Sea Emperor Eden. He took down the Fishman pirates, beat Arlong, the one with a 30 million berry bounty on his first wanted poster. One of the Marines trembled as he held up the latest bounty flyer, comparing Eden's face to the photo. What? A 30 million berry pirate. Everyone's jaw dropped. For the East Blue, a 30 million bounty was legendary. When Luffy, with Helmeppo's help, managed to retrieve Zoro's 3 swords from the base and deliver them, Morgan had already been sent flying by Eden's punch. By now, even Zoro had been rescued from the crucifix by the combined efforts of Nami and Kobe. Did I get here too late? Luffy stood in the doorway, looking a little lost. You break out of your cage without permission and then cause this kind of mess. Just how are you planning to pay back the debt you owe us? While Luffy spaced out, Nami had already closed in on him and unleashed a flurry of combo punches straight to his head. Ow, that hurts. Luffy clutched his head, bewildered. He still couldn't understand why, as a rubber man, he could be hurt by someone's punches. Was Nami's fist, like his grandpa hero Garp's fist of love, just something he couldn't defend against? Zoro, I got 3 swords here. I honestly couldn't tell which ones were yours, so I just brought them all. With Nami's iron fist still thumping him, Luffy handed over the 3 katanas he'd found at the Marine base. Thanks. Actually, they're all mine. I'm a swordsman who uses 3 swords. Zoro took all 3 swords and slid them into his belt, offering Luffy a genuinely grateful nod. So, wanna come along with us? Luffy grinned and immediately extended his invitation for Zoro to join the adventure. Zoro, hearing this, looked long and hard at Luffy, then glanced over at Eden, thoughtful. Hey, you're Luffy, right? I think I told you before, my dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman. Yeah, and I'm going to become the Pirate King. If you're going to be my crewmate, Zoro, of course you have to be that strong. Luffy nodded, full of confidence. In that case, I'll be counting on you, Captain. Zoro smirked. Inside, he thought, if this guy can recruit a pirate with a 30 million bounty as his crew, he's gotta be no slouch himself. Of course, Zoro was misunderstanding completely. He thought he'd found a super reliable captain. Meanwhile, Eden was lost in thought about his new title, Sea Emperor Atlantean. A quick nerdy aside, Eden's Sea Emperor title Atlantean comes from the Yu-Gi-Oh card archetype, referencing Atlantis and the Titan Atlas, which can be translated as Sea Emperor, though it doesn't really mean Emperor of the Sea. It's like how the ancient weapon Pluton and Rayleigh's title both get translated as Dark King in different contexts. Same words, different meanings. It was just a wild coincidence. Eden's fairy tale title was Atlantean Dragon, the Sea Emperor Dragon. All these parallels felt a bit too much like fate. Unless... Eden glanced at Happy, both of them having the same thought. Unless someone from our fairy tale guild has already infiltrated Marine HQ and gotten high enough to assign bounties to pirates in the tens of millions. Eden and Happy came to the conclusion almost at the same time. This is starting to get complicated, Eden muttered, brow furrowed. Eden knew his fairy tale guildmates inside and out. In a real crisis, they were always the most reliable friends. You could count on them to sacrifice everything. But before danger showed up, the real danger was always your own friends. In other words, Eden didn't know which guildmate had gotten into Marine HQ, but he was almost sure they were out to catch him and toss him in jail. Of course, if Eden actually did get tossed in jail, that same guildmate would 100% break him out right after, just so they could laugh at him about it for the rest of his life. No, knowing the brain circuits of fairy tale guild members, their logic was probably, let's use the world government's power to arrest all our scattered guildmates and put us all in the same prison. Then at least we'll all be together again. So, who could it be? I'm starving. Luffy, rubbing his grumbling stomach, looked at Eden. Eden, let's go eat. Sigh. Eden let out a long, helpless sigh. All right. There's no use overthinking it. Let's just eat first. And so, Eden and his friends headed for a restaurant in town. Meanwhile, after Morgan was defeated, the Marines at the base started cheering. The tyrant Morgan is gone. Justice prevails. Long live the Marines. Yeah, not a single person cared about Morgan's fate. Everyone had been numb under Morgan's iron rule for so long. Now that he was gone, even if a pirate took him down, the Marines were ecstatic. In the restaurant. Wait, what? So Eden isn't even part of your crew? Right now, your whole pirate crew is just you and me? And you don't even have a pirate ship, you're using someone else's boat? After some chit-chat, Zoro finally realized Eden and Luffy weren't in the same pirate crew, and that included Nami and Happy. Luffy was completely alone. He didn't even have a proper ship. Yep. But I'll get my own ship soon enough, and I'm gonna recruit at least 10 crewmates. Luffy crossed his arms and declared grandly. I can't believe I fell for it. Zoro nearly face-planted, inwardly regretting his decision. If only I'd checked before saying yes to this kid's invitation. So you're the famous pirate hunter Zoro from the East Blue? By the way, how'd someone like you get caught by the Marines? Nami was shocked once she confirmed the green-haired nobody in front of her was actually the legendary Zoro, and couldn't help but ask, curious. Actually, I've been chasing after a woman lately. Zoro's eyes got a rare, serious glint. Huh? Eden, who'd been quietly sipping his drink, suddenly pricked up his ears at the mention of a woman. She has long crimson hair. Supposedly, she's a really strong sword woman with a powerful sense of justice. My goal is to challenge her. Zoro continued seriously. I heard she recently joined the Marines, so I followed her here, but ran into a bunch of problems that slowed me down. Do you know where she is now? Nami pressed. According to my info, she's been promoted to base commander at East Blue's 7th branch. But I've also heard she's so strong she'll soon be transferred to the Grand Line. Guess I was too late. She must have been transferred already. What a shame. Zoro sighed. The 7th branch. Is it possible you just went the wrong way? Nami paused and asked. Huh? Zoro looked at her, stunned. Wait, are you some kind of super mega ultra directionless idiot? Nami thought for a moment, then announced her diagnosis. Case closed. It's Urza. Meanwhile, Eden and Happy exchanged a glance, having picked up on the clues. Long crimson hair, incredible strength, sense of justice, and swordswoman. It could only be Urza. So, our next step is to find Urza, right? Happy asked Eden curiously. No. If it's Urza, there's no need for us to worry at all, Eden replied calmly. I'm more concerned about the others. Happy agreed readily. That's true. With Urza, there's no need for worry. But I'm worried about Lucy, Levi, Wendy, and Carla. Happy's expression turned anxious when mentioning Carla. No, Eden corrected immediately, you're mistaken. Levi and Lucy are both highly capable of surviving on their own. Wendy might be young, but she's a dragon slayer with incredibly rare healing magic, and as long as there's air and wind, she won't starve. He sighed slightly, continuing, compared to them, I'm actually more worried about Natsu. Happy paused, his eyes widening slightly as he thought about Natsu. True. Natsu tends to cause trouble even with good intentions. Exactly. Eden shook his head, half amused and half exasperated. He's a natural troublemaker. Nami, newly inducted into Fairy Tail, listened quietly, feeling a bit lost in their conversation. So, you're worried about your scattered companions? Luffy, who had been quietly listening, suddenly interjected enthusiastically. Eden, once you've found all your friends, how about joining my pirate crew to find the legendary One Piece? Huh? Eden looked at Luffy bemused. I was about to ask you the same thing, Luffy. How about joining Fairy Tail instead? No. I'm gonna be the Pirate King, so there's no way I can join another crew. Luffy declared passionately, stuffing his face with food. That's the thing, Eden explained patiently. Becoming the Pirate King and joining Fairy Tail don't conflict at all. Fairy Tail is a mage guild, not a pirate crew. Really? Luffy's eyes widened, intrigued. You're not actually pirates? The Marines just think I'm a pirate, Eden sighed. In reality, my companions and I are mages from another world. We ended up here after a battle against an unbeatable enemy forced us to use teleportation magic. Teleportation? Another world. Luffy's excitement visibly grew. That's amazing. Zoro's eyebrows knitted slightly in intrigue. A dragon, huh? Can such a thing even be cut down? Exactly, Eden affirmed grimly. It was a dragon. A black dragon. A monster no human could defeat. Luffy stood up abruptly, eyes sparkling. I want to see it someday. But Luffy, Eden said, turning serious, have you ever considered what you'll do after becoming the Pirate King? What comes after finding One Piece? Luffy stopped chewing, looking genuinely puzzled. I've never really thought about it. Eden leaned forward, smiling slightly. If someday you become Pirate King and finish your adventures here, how about joining Fairy Tail and exploring other worlds? Luffy grinned widely, instantly deciding, then it's settled. Once I become Pirate King, I'll join Fairy Tail and keep adventuring forever. Zoro asked eagerly, in your world, are there powerful swordsmen? Of course, Eden nodded. The red-haired sword woman you're pursuing, Urza, is a guildmate of mine. She's one of our world's strongest sword women. In that case, Zoro smiled fiercely, gripping his swords. I absolutely must go. I've promised to become the world's greatest swordsman. Nami looked between them incredulously. Seriously? How can you guys be so confident? Do you even know the kind of dangers you're talking about facing? And Eden, how can you just casually trust they'll actually become Pirate King and the world's best swordsman? She shook her head in disbelief, unable to understand their carefree certainty. I really can't deal with you guys. In the end, Eden and Luffy formed an alliance. If Eden could gather all his missing Fairy Tail guildmates from this world before Luffy became the Pirate King, then he would help Luffy and participate in the final war to seize the One Piece. However, if Luffy found the legendary treasure One Piece and became the next Pirate King before Eden completed his search, then Luffy would use his influence to help Eden find his Fairy Tail companions scattered across the world. Moreover, Luffy promised Eden that after all their adventures ended, he would join Fairy Tail and journey to another world for a brand new adventure. After all, Luffy loved adventures. Just thinking of countless unknown worlds waiting for him made his heart race with excitement. As for Zoro, as long as there were stronger swordsmen in the world, his journey would never end. Seriously. After everyone finished their meal at the restaurant, Nami paid the bill, since Eden had handed all his money over to her. He was too used to spending recklessly in the Fairy Tail world, and if he kept the money, the tens of millions of berries would be gone in no time. The group walked to the docks. Hee. This ship is actually pretty nice. Zoro crossed his arms, rubbing his chin as he appraised the Shark Superb, docked at the pier with a satisfied look. As a pirate cruise flagship, the Shark Superb was undoubtedly among the top tier. No, Zoro, I think you're mistaken. You're in Luffy's ship is over there. Nami pointed to a tiny, weathered boat moored in front of the Shark Superb, a dinghy barely big enough for two. Huh? Zoro looked at the small boat, then turned to Luffy and yelled, seriously? You're the captain, and you don't even have a proper pirate ship. We'll get one later, Luffy replied nonchalantly, picking his nose and tilting his head. Great. This guy's even less reliable than I imagined. Zoro twitched and spoke with a helpless tone. Anyway, you two can only ride that small boat. If you want to board our pirate ship, you'll have to pay. Nami's eyes gleamed with monetary ambition. No money. Zoro and Luffy glanced at each other and replied in unison. Then forget it. Nami shrugged. With no money, they could only sail on the dinghy. And so, watched by Kobe, the Marines, and the townspeople, Eden and the others set sail. A fearsome bunch has emerged. On the town's dock, the Marine Major who had temporarily replaced Colonel Morgan after Eden easily defeated him, quietly maintained order with his men as they watched the ship leave. He murmured to himself as he observed Eden, a man with a 30 million berry bounty, a true great pirate no matter where he went in this world, who had just paid for his food and supplies, hurt no innocent civilians, and peacefully departed after defeating Morgan. At that moment, the tides of a new era surged. Literally. Zoro and Luffy's dinghy was overturned by the waves in an instant. Their friendship boat? Gone. In the end, Eden had to manipulate the water to rescue Luffy, a devil fruit user, and the now boatless Zoro, and bring them back aboard the Shark Superb. Can someone like him really become the Pirate King? Whatever. Saving you two cost me money too. Both of you owe me 1 million berries each. Got it. Nami looked helplessly at the soaked Zoro and Luffy and spoke firmly. Oh, 1 million? Zoro twitched as he protested weakly. As for Luffy, he was too busy spitting seawater to respond. Aye. Happy nodded in agreement. What are you IING for? Nami glared at Happy. Hey, stop the ship over there. Just as Eden and the others rescued Zoro and Luffy and prepared to set sail again, a cry for help came from the sea. 3 ragged pirates were flailing in the endless waters, shouting for help. Did we not check the luck calendar before heading out today? Why are there so many people overboard? Nami sighed and said to Eden, judging from their outfits, they look like pirates. Probably tried to rob someone and got smacked into the sea. Let's not save them. Makes sense. Eden nodded. Gum gum. Lifeline. At that moment, Luffy, now recovered, reached out to the drowning pirates. We can't just leave people drowning, can we? Didn't think you'd be so nosy, Nami sneered. You just got rescued yourself. These guys' ticket fares are on you. Few saved. The 3 pirates, once on board, immediately drew their blades and shouted. Thanks for saving us, but your luck ends here. We're from the Buggy Pirates. Hand over the ship if you know what's good for you. Called it. Nami wasn't even surprised. She scoffed and turned to Zoro and Luffy. You guys started this. Handle it. Got it. Zoro drew his sword. 5 minutes later. Sorry. The 3 Buggy Pirates were kneeling on the deck, kowtowing to Eden, Zoro, and Nami. We didn't mean it. We used to have our own ship. But we ran into this creepy woman drifting alone on a small boat. Her body turned into water and rain kept falling around her. She stole everything from us. The pirates looked utterly pitiful. Drifting alone. Body like water. Rain falling constantly. Could it be? Eden and Happy's eyes lit up. That's gotta be Jovia. Where did she go? Eden grew excited. Using water, he lifted the pirates up as if about to toss them into the sea. She headed toward the town where our captain, Buggy the Clown, is located. Why yeah, that's right, the terrified pirates quickly shouted. Meanwhile, East Blue, Orange Town. The Buggy Pirates. Sitting on his throne was the infamous pirate known as Buggy the Clown, with a bounty of 15 million berries. At his side stood 2 of his high-ranking crew members, Moji the Beast Tamer and Kabeji the Chief of Staff. Damn it. Why is the treasure scouting team taking so long to return? Don't tell me, they ran off with my treasure? If I find out someone betrayed me, I'll make sure they regret ever being born. Buggy sat on his throne, bored and irritated. Seeing that his treasure hunting team hadn't returned on time, his mind spiraled into anger and paranoia. Oh, this isn't good. Buggy's getting mad. The surrounding subordinates trembled under Buggy's seething rage, terrified that their cruel captain might blast them away with his cannons or devil fruit powers. Captain Buggy, the treasure scouting boat has returned, but all the crew members are gone. The ship was sailed back by a strange woman with long blue hair who insists on meeting you. Just as Buggy suspected betrayal, things took a strange turn. His treasure boat had returned without its crew, but as long as the treasure was back, he didn't really care. So the crew's gone? Whatever. As long as my treasure is safe. And this woman wants to meet me? Bring her up. I want to see who dares demand an audience with the great Buggy. Don't they know I'm a fearsome pirate with a 15 million bounty? Buggy sneered, a mix of cold disdain and curiosity flashing in his eyes. Having ruled the East Blue for so long, Buggy's sense of danger had dulled. Understood. The crewmate who delivered the message ran off to invite the woman aboard. 5 minutes later, the clear sky suddenly turned dark. A black cloud loomed above, oddly localized, pouring down rain and wind. Beneath that storm, a woman approached. She carried an umbrella, wore a blue overcoat and a fluffy blue hat, with silky long aquamarine hair. Her face was beautiful and dignified, but her expression was grim and cold. Each step she took brought the storm closer. Ugh. Buggy's eyes widened in shock. His whole body trembled on his throne. No, he wasn't enamored by her beauty, he was pure terrified. That wasn't some ordinary woman. That was a powerful devil fruit user. Drip, 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 drip. As she advanced, she muttered incoherently, her eyes somewhat vacant, as if lost in thought. Hey, lady, don't come any closer to our captain. Yeah, do you know who you're talking to? This is Captain Buggy the Clown. 15 million berries. And a devil fruit user too. Buggy's subordinates quickly surrounded her, shouting and trying to intimidate her with Buggy's reputation. Too much noise. The woman merely raised her hand. Instantly, streams of water formed into whips and lashed out in every direction, striking the pirates down. Boom. A deafening crash. She's a devil fruit user too? The Buggy crew were thrown overboard into the sea by her water whips. You fools. Didn't the storm over her head and constant rain clue you in? She's clearly no normal woman. When dealing with someone that strange, your first instinct shouldn't be to fight, but to observe carefully. That's the only way smart pirates survive in the sea. Buggy was furious at his subordinates, feeling utterly disappointed. If his entire crew were this reckless, he'd get himself killed one day. Just as Buggy was about to scold them further, a sharp underling snuck behind the woman, raising a blade to strike. Oh! Buggy paused, curious to see what would happen. Swish! A gleam of steel. The pirate's blade sliced the woman clean in half. Got her. That's what you get for ignoring your blind spot. No. Look, her body isn't bleeding. It turned into liquid. To their horror, the woman's bisected body didn't spill blood or guts. Instead, her form reassembled from flowing water, standing tall and cold as ever. Crap. A Logia-type devil fruit user. Buggy's heart froze. Though he had once served as an apprentice on the Pirate King Gold Roger's ship, his hockey mastery was practically non-existent. Against Logia users, he had no chance. Seems you people don't want to talk peacefully. The woman finally spoke, voice icy. Water flow, rising mist. A massive magic circle expanded to envelop the entire ship. Everyone aboard, including Buggy, froze, their faces pale. They all felt a bad omen. Boom! A high-pressure blast of seawater surged from the circle, launching everyone skyward like cannonballs. Then, they rained down like droplets. Elsewhere, Eden and his group, who had arrived fashionably late, looked up at the rainbow forming in the post-storm sky. Wow, it's really beautiful, Eden said softly. On board Buggy the Clown's pirate ship. What's your name? Buggy's commanding voice echoed across the deck. Juvia. Juvia responded calmly. So, why have you come to me? What's your purpose? Buggy, satisfied with her answer, smirked and continued interrogating her. I'm looking for my missing companions. They said you're one of the most powerful pirates around here, someone with true influence. If it's you, then surely you can help me find the ones who've gone missing. After a brief pause, Juvia answered sincerely. She then looked at Buggy, who was kneeling before her, and asked, So, I'll leave the task of finding my companions to you. That's fine, isn't it, Mr. Buggy? Of course. Buggy, face bruised and battered, knelt on one knee and responded loudly, just as Lady Juvia said. There's no one more familiar with the East Blue than me. If your companions are somewhere in the East Blue, then leave it to me. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. That's a relief. Juvia let out a small sigh of relief at his enthusiastic response. Such a simple woman. But her power is overwhelming. If used properly, she could help me obtain more treasure, maybe even expand my influence further. As Juvia began to place her trust in Buggy, Buggy kept his head lowered, mind racing with schemes to use her power for his own gain. Meanwhile, Buggy's henchmen lay sprawled across the deck, beaten and groaning, watching in awe as Buggy conversed confidently with Juvia. In their hearts, they thought, that's our boss Buggy. So calm and composed even in front of a monster woman with terrifying power. Truly amazing. Is that really the case? However, Moji and Kabeji, who had known Buggy for years, exchanged puzzled glances. They knew Buggy too well. He wasn't calm at all. In fact, he was so scared he couldn't even stand straight. It's okay. You can stand up now. Juvia, feeling slightly sorry for Buggy still kneeling before her, gently motioned for him to rise. It's fine. Let me stay like this a little longer. After all, it was my subordinates who offended you. As their boss, I must take full responsibility. Buggy replied righteously. Truthfully? His legs were so weak he couldn't stand. Boss Buggy, we'll follow you for life. But to his henchmen, Buggy's words were full of charisma and loyalty. They were even more determined to follow him to the ends of the earth. Buggy, do you have any ideas on how to find my missing companions? Juvia asked eagerly. First, we need to expand our information network. Relying on just a few small towns won't be enough to get leads on your friends. So, here's the plan. We'll take down other powerful pirate crews around the East Blue and use their networks to help us search. As Buggy spoke, his ambitions started to show. Oh, that makes sense. Juvia, ever so naive, nodded in agreement. Truthfully, Buggy's reasoning didn't sound wrong at all. So, let's start by taking out Krieg. That guy's just a rookie, yet he dared defy me. He's gotten too arrogant. And the Arlong pirates too. I heard Arlong was already defeated, but with his strength, I doubt it's true. It was probably exaggerated news. Anyway, we're going to sweep the entire East Blue and create the greatest pirate crew in history, then head for the Grand Line. By the time Buggy got to this point, he had stood up, shouting boldly to his crew. Boys, this isn't like the old days. Now we have Lady Juvia with us. It's time to set sail for the Grand Line and even the New World. Yeah. The entire deck erupted in cheers, his pirates shouting in excitement. Long live Boss Buggy. Long live Lady Juvia. Wait, hold on a minute. Juvia panicked, waving her hands as if to say she never intended to form a pirate crew. Lady Juvia, once your name becomes famous enough, I'm sure your lost companions will come to find you. Buggy offered some comforting words. And in fact, he wasn't wrong. His thinking was quite in line with Eden's. But at the core of it, Buggy just wanted to use Juvia as free labor. I see. I understand now. Juvia, after thinking about it seriously, nodded in agreement. As far as she was concerned, finding her missing friends was worth any price. Got her. This kind of simple girl is so easy to trick. Buggy chuckled to himself, imagining a glorious future where he and Juvia built the Buggy Kingdom. Boys, throw a party. Let's welcome Lady Juvia to the crew. Seeing the moment was right, Buggy ordered his men to prepare a long-awaited feast in Juvia's honor. A party. Juvia lightly pursed her lips. It reminded her a little of the fairy tale guild. Laughter and joy filled the deck. But just as the party began, a guest arrived uninvited. Lady Juvia, listen. Once we become the strongest pirate crew in the East Blue, we'll definitely find your friends easily. You'll see. At that moment, Buggy was still busy boasting to Juvia about their future greatness. Bad news, Boss Buggy. Someone's here to see you. Just as Buggy was hyping himself up with his grand speech, a flustered voice called out, interrupting him. One of Buggy's patrolling crew members came stumbling in, breathless and panicked. Huh. Someone else wants to see me. What am I, a celebrity? Why are so many people showing up? Buggy scowled, extremely displeased. Bring them up. I want to see which idiot dares interrupt while I'm welcoming Lady Juvia. Boss Buggy, this one's not ordinary. It's that guy who single-handedly defeated the Fishman pirates. And just yesterday, took down the Marine Branch Colonel, Axe Hand, Morgan. Bounty, 35 million berries, increased by 5 million after defeating Morgan, see Emperor Eden. The crew member barely dared to breathe as he reported the name. What? Eden the Sea Emperor? Buggy's eyes widened in shock, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He cursed internally. All I did was doubt the claim that he defeated Arlong. Why did he have to come here himself? I'm doomed. No, wait. I still have Juvia. I still have a chance. Reassured by the calm and unshaken Juvia sitting beside him, Buggy grinned. It's time to test this girl. If she can take down a fresh supernova like Eden, whose bounty skyrocketed to 35 million in just days, then I was right all along. Before we reach the New World and those monsters who've mastered hockey, we're invincible. Buggy rubbed his chin, lost in thought, completely unaware of the sparkle in Juvia's eyes the moment she heard Eden's name. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed on the deck as Eden, Nami, Zoro, Luffy, and Happy climbed aboard. "Who are you people? This is the buggy pirate ship. You can't just barge in." The partying buggy pirates quickly drew their weapons and rushed forward. Three-sword style, onigiri. Gum Gum Gatling gun. Before Eden could move, Zoro and Luffy charged ahead and instantly flattened Buggy's men. "Wait a sec, isn't that pirate hunter Zoro? And that guy with him must be a devil fruit user too. That straw hat, why does it feel so familiar?" Buggy stared, confused, and muttered to himself. But when he saw Luffy's straw hat clearly, an irrational fury welled up inside him. "It doesn't matter. As long as Juvia is with us, we have nothing to fear." Buggy sneered. After all, they had a real Logia-type devil fruit user on their side, nothing the East Blue could handle. Eden. As Buggy thought this, Juvia stood up on her own and began walking toward Eden. "Lady Juvia's moving. She's finally taking action. You guys are finished now." "Yeah, you fools have no idea how strong she is." Buggy's men cheered excitedly. They were already imagining Eden and his crew getting washed into the sea by Juvia's overwhelming powers. They pictured high-pressure water cannons purging every last sin from Eden's crew. Finally, a showdown between Logia-type Juvia and the rising supernova Eden. Who will come out on top? Buggy gulped audibly. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the impending clash between the two powerhouses. Then, Big Brother Eden. "Happy. I missed you two so much. I thought I'd never see you again." Juvia rushed toward Eden and Happy, throwing her arms around them, sobbing uncontrollably. At that moment, the dark cloud above her dissipated completely. Yes, the skies cleared. Buggy's heart sank as he watched Juvia embrace Eden. They know each other. I'm screwed. Buggy's crew also dropped their weapons one by one, watching the heartwarming scene with growing despair. It was sweet for Eden, Juvia, and Happy. For the Buggy pirates? Utter hopelessness. When I woke up, I found myself on a strange island. My first instinct was to look for everyone. When I realized the magic here was different from Earthland's, I figured we had been transported to another world. I prepared myself for the worst, that we'd all be separated, but seeing you, Brother Eden, gave me hope again. Juvia wiped her tears, voice trembling. Don't worry. I'll find every single one of you. No one gets left behind. Fairy tale never dies. Eden gently wiped her tears with a handkerchief, speaking with conviction. Speaking of your companions, there was a rather embarrassing incident in today's paper. Not sure if this person is one of yours. He had a mark similar to the ones you all carry. I figured he might be connected. Nami pulled out a newspaper she bought at a discount from a news coup and handed it to Eden and Juvia. On the front page, a naked man. Eden fell silent the moment he looked at the newspaper. On the front page was a young man with dark short hair and striking features, a certified heartthrob no matter how you looked at him. But that wasn't the issue. The issue was that this heartthrob was completely, unabashedly naked in front of a crowd. If not for big news, Morgan censoring his private parts with a giant black bar labeled Kuroko's basketball, the picture wouldn't have made it into print. As for the event described, this man had heroically defeated the pirates who invaded the Taya Kingdom in the South Blue and protected the royal family and nobles. Of course, that alone wasn't enough to be featured in the World Economy News's main issue. After defeating the pirates, this supposed hero stripped off all his clothes in front of everyone, including the nobles, royalty, and the king. Naturally, the authorities arrested him for disturbing public order. Thanks to saving the princess, the king reduced his 1-year sentence to half a month to maintain the dignity of the royal family. But none of that mattered. What mattered was Eden knew this guy. Your husband. Eden handed the paper to Juvia. Gray, Sama. Juvia looked at the image of the naked man and replied weakly. You actually know him? Nami was stunned. At first, she only thought the guy's chest mark looked familiar. She hadn't expected him to be one of Eden, Juvia, and Happy's missing companions. So, fairy tale wizards are, what kind of people exactly? Nami squinted at them suspiciously, starting to question whether joining Fairy Tail had been the right call. Nami, you should know. In a big enough forest, there'll be all sorts of birds. Fairy Tail is Fiori Kingdom's most powerful wizard guild, no doubt about it. Isn't it normal to have a few eccentric members? Eden tried to defend his guild. He glanced at Happy. Right, Happy? Aye. Happy nodded firmly. Right, Juvia? Grey-sama belongs to Juvia. Juvia's expression shifted as she glared at Nami. So this streaking pervert is named Grey, huh? Also, who said I wanted to compete with you over a guy who runs around naked in public? Nami shouted in frustration. Let's see. A seasick, great pirate, a full-nude perverted pretty boy, a talking cat with zero reliability, and a guy who just loves being naked in the streets. Yeah, Fairy Tail's saving grace. All right. Nami ran through the list of Fairy Tail members she'd met so far and sighed internally. Wonderful. With Fairy Tail's help, we're totally safe. Anyway, that's not important. Eden casually waved off Nami's rant and turned toward Buggy, who was trying to make himself invisible, and said, if I'm not mistaken, you're the East Blue pirate with a 15 million berries bounty, Buggy the Clown, right? Yes. Can I help you with something, sir? Buggy flinched at being called out, dragging his stiff body forward and bowing with a forced grin. Nothing much. I just need to borrow your influence in the East Blue to help us find our missing companions. Would that be all right? Of course. No problem at all. But, it takes time to find people. How about this? You go on ahead, and once we get any info, we'll contact you immediately. Buggy's mind was racing, trying to figure out a way to survive the current crisis. That's not a bad idea. But how can we trust you? And how would you contact us? Eden asked. Well, how about I send Moji and Kabeji to your ship as messengers? That way, communication's no issue. Buggy proposed his desperate solution. Oh? That works for me. Eden raised an eyebrow and nodded. Boss? You're abandoning us. Moji and Kabeji were stunned. Their faces screamed betrayal. Idiots. I'm not abandoning you. This is just a temporary measure. Buggy blinked hard, trying to signal that he'd rescue them later. Really? Once he found the chance, he'd storm Eden's ship and take them back. Forget it. The boss is unreliable. We'll have to save ourselves. Moji whispered to Kabeji. Agreed. Kabeji nodded. The two turned to Eden and declared in unison. Boss Eden, just take Buggy with you. Leave the search to us. That's right. He's great at keeping in touch. And with him by your side, we're not going anywhere. They tag-teamed the sellout pitch. Sounds reasonable. Actually, I could use a handyman on my ship. You'll do, Buggy. Eden slung his arm around Buggy's thin shoulders and grinned. Looking forward to working with you, Mr. Buggy. You sons of, how dare you betray me? Buggy pointed at his henchman, about to explode. Buggy, you're not refusing, are you? Eden tilted his head threateningly. Who would dare refuse? Buggy shrank back, looking like he might faint from fear. After reuniting with Juvia and taking Buggy as a captive, Eden and the group made a quick supply run through the town and donated all the treasure Buggy had hoarded over the years to the townspeople as compensation for his long-standing tyranny. To prevent the Buggy pirates from causing more trouble, Eden split their crew into small squads and sent them across the East Blue to gather intelligence. Only then did Eden feel ready to set sail again with his new team. The team now consisted of Navigator Nami, Shipwright Buggy, former Fairy Tail companion Juvia, Happy, and acting Captain Eden. And then there were the freeloaders, Luffy and Zoro, who, according to Nami, weren't even official guild members and were just eating for free. As the Shark Superb cut through the waves, the remaining Buggy pirates waved tearfully from shore. Captain Buggy, take care. We'll miss you. Aboard the Shark Superb. So, we're heading to the South Blue to rescue this naked guy? Nami was still holding the newspaper photo of Gray streaking down the street and asked the others. No. Let's just leave him in jail. Eden barely glanced at the eye-burning photo before rolling his eyes and slumping against the ship's railing, letting the sea breeze hit him. He was still seasick. That said, wouldn't a normal jail be unable to hold Gray-sama? Juvia frowned as she raised a valid point. Normally, yeah, but the Taya Kingdom in the South Blue has an unusual powerhouse. So Gray being arrested isn't that surprising. Eden recalled the kingdom's situation. If he remembered correctly, that place was Aramaki's homeland, the man who would become Admiral Greenbull 3 years from now. Huh? There are people in this world who can threaten us. Juvia looked stunned. Don't underestimate this world. Whether it's admirals, fleet admirals, or the 4 emperors who stand atop all pirates. Or the Revolutionary Army, the world government, and hidden experts in every nation. They're all monsters beyond our level. Eden patted Juvia's head like a mentor lecturing a student. So, does that mean we're not going to save Grey-sama? Of course we are. We've got monsters on our side too. If we want to go up against the top dogs of this world, we need Gildarts. Eden rubbed his chin and began plotting. With the right medical care in this world, maybe Gildarts could return to his peak. And if he could strike a deal with Law, the superhuman-type devil fruit user of the legendary Op-Op fruit. Not only could Gildarts heal from Acnologia's injuries, even Master Makarov's hidden wounds might be cured. That could allow him to not only return to his prime, but maybe even surpass it. I even know a few ways to help Gildarts recover. If he gets back to full power, he won't lose to anyone. Honestly, Eden couldn't imagine Gildarts losing in his prime. Except maybe to Acnologia. That guy was ridiculous. Right? Gildarts is a monster. Happy agreed as he flew through the air. And if you give us a few more years of training Laxus, Urza, Mimira, Jane, we might actually stand toe-to-toe with admirals and the 4 emperors. Eden paused. According to his judgment, aside from the mysterious Emu, who likely possessed one of the 3 ancient weapons, Uranus, admirals, and emperors were all superhuman at minimum. He couldn't challenge them now. But maybe, given a few more years, he could catch up. Man, this sounds like a humble brag. Ha ha ha. Eden laughed loudly, then leaned over the railing and gagged. Bleh. I believe you. Juvia nodded seriously, full of confidence in Eden. After all, Eden, who also used water magic, was half her teacher. What are you even talking about? Do you have any idea what kind of monsters the admirals and emperors really are? You can't judge them with common sense, especially Edward Newgate, aka Whitebeard. That guy's power is beyond your imagination. Buggy couldn't help chiming in. As a former crew member on Roger's ship, no one knew the true power of the 4 emperors and admirals better than him. Especially Whitebeard, who rivaled Roger himself. In sheer strength, Whitebeard might have even surpassed Roger. Whatever you say, the one who's gonna be Pirate King is me. Suddenly, Luffy shouted. You? Pirate King. Buggy was numb. Ha ha. I get it now. I understand everything. This entire ship is full of lunatics. Buggy burst out laughing. He finally realized what kind of ship he'd boarded. Only madmen would say they could fight admirals and emperors with just a few years of training. Or claim they'd become Pirate King like it was nothing. In Buggy's eyes, everyone on this ship was insane. Meanwhile, South Blue, Taya Kingdom. Now they should know where I am, right? Gray, having voluntarily locked himself in prison, muttered to himself in thought. 1 day later, 14 days remained until Gray's release. 30 nautical miles from Syrup Village in the East Blue, the Shark Superb drifted calmly over the waves. We're not at the next village yet? I'm dying here. Eden leaned over the railing, pale and exhausted. After a full day of sailing, his seasickness had pushed him to the limit. For someone like Eden, who had just begun to awaken his Dragon Slayer powers, this ocean-locked, ship-bound world was pure hell. I'm dying too, meat. I need meat. Luffy lay sprawled on the deck next to Eden, having devoured his rations on the first morning at sea. Now, 16 hours without food, he too was on the verge of collapse. If you're prone to seasickness, maybe don't go to sea in the first place, Buggy grumbled, slumped helplessly against the railing. The so-called Captain Eden was a useless seasick wreck. Juvia had power but zero sea knowledge. Happy only made things worse. And Nami? Calculating everything in monetary terms. Only Buggy did actual work. As for Luffy and Zoro, they weren't even part of the fairy tale crew. I boarded the wrong damn pirate ship, Buggy muttered. Please, someone call a Marine Vice Admiral to arrest us all and throw us into Impel Down. Buggy stared at the sky, reminiscing about the time, over 20 years ago, when Shanks had invited him to sail. Why had he declined back then? Though truth be told, even if Buggy could go back to Roger's execution day, he still wouldn't have accepted Shanks' offer. Because deep down, despite his clownish nature, Buggy had pride he refused to abandon. All right, enough whining. We're almost at our next destination. Soon you can rest and stock up. Nami sighed at the pitiful crew sprawled across the deck. Great. Finally, some rest. Eden perked up. Meat. I'm finally getting meat. Luffy sprang to life. I hope there's a strong swordsman on the island, Zoro muttered, sharpening his blade. I want dried fish. And with all this ocean, there's new fish every day. Happy stretched his paws, ecstatic. To him, this pirate world was paradise. Hey Eden, Happy, do either of you remember what our main mission is? Juvia groaned. Yes, fairy tale mages were never exactly known for being dependable. We can search for info after we eat, Eden replied righteously. Aye. Happy nodded. Ever since Eden found him, Happy had clung to him like glue. Until they found Natsu, Eden was his go-to. Because Happy was shameless like that. Meanwhile, in Syrup Village, Captain Usopp. Bad news. A pirate ship is approaching. Usopp's young followers, fellow troublemaking kids who hated school, had spotted the shark Superb through binoculars. A pirate ship? For real. Usopp's face went pale. He had a habit of crying wolf, often shouting that pirates were coming just to get the adults' attention. Now, karma was biting back. Looks like it's time to prove myself. Usopp grabbed his slingshot and stood boldly by the shore, ready to face whatever pirates came. As the massive shark Superb drew closer, Usopp's hands trembled. This was his first encounter with real pirates. When the ship finally docked and the crew disembarked, Usopp gathered his courage and shouted, "Halt! I am Captain Usopp. Leave this village at once. I command an army of 8 million men who will crush you all." Before he finished his speech, his minions had already fled. Hey, don't run. Usopp called after them, drenched in cold sweat. All right, enough bluffing. There's a restaurant here, right? Eden, now fully recovered after setting foot on land, asked casually. Why, yes. Usopp raised his hands and nodded furiously. Let's fill our bellies first. Eden turned to Nami, Juvia, Luffy, Zoro, and Buggy. Agreed. Everyone nodded in unison. At the village restaurant. So you're actually 2 pirate crews. Fairy Tale is looking for lost companions. Straw Hat Crew is looking for new crewmates. After some chatting, Usopp finally understood their situation. That's right. Eden and Luffy nodded. Then it's time for the great Captain Usopp to step in. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. Usopp grinned and offered, say, are either of your crews looking for a captain? I'd be happy to volunteer. First off, I'm not even a pirate. I just happen to be wanted by the world government. And no thanks. Eden waved him off. Same here, Luffy mumbled, mouth full of meat. Really? What a shame. Usopp sighed in disappointment. But what I do need is a ship that can sail. After devouring all the meat in front of him, Luffy looked at Usopp. A ship to set sail? If we're talking ships, there's only one place in town where we might get one. Usopp's eyes lit up. As the village know-it-all, no one knew better than him where to find a seaworthy vessel. Where? Luffy asked. If it's the only mansion in the village, owned by Miss Kaya, she might be able to get you a decent pirate ship. Usopp's mind flickered with an image of the sweet young girl. About a year ago, Kaya's parents passed away due to illness. She inherited a massive fortune and a dozen servants. She's rich, but her background is rather pitiful. Although Usopp himself could be considered an orphan, his mother having passed away and his father lured into piracy by the succubus, Shanks, he still felt pity for Kaya. After all, she was a gentle, pitiful girl. And he was a man inheriting the will of his parents, destined to become a brave warrior of the sea. Then it's settled. Let's go to Miss Kaya's estate and borrow a ship. Before anyone else could chime in, Eden made the decision. Agreed. With Eden's words, Usopp, Luffy, Happy, and Zoro all raised their hands. Wait, that poor girl has already suffered enough, and now you're planning to borrow a ship from her, obviously with no intention of returning it? Are you guys devils? Nami couldn't help but interject. I was thinking, if her family only has her left, wouldn't it be easy for us to take over all her assets? Buggy finally spoke up, furrowing his brows. You're even worse. Nami punched Buggy hard. Ow, that hurts. How could it hurt this much? Wait, could you be using armament hockey? Buggy's head swelled visibly as tears welled up. Buggy, that was too much. Truly demonic. What a scumbag. Evil Buggy. Eden, Happy, Luffy, and Usopp all took turns mocking Buggy. I'm just being realistic. Even if we don't take the girl's wealth, other pirates will target her sooner or later. Trust me. Buggy defended himself seriously. It's the classic case of an innocent man with a treasure invites trouble. Didn't anyone understand? And so, ignoring the wounded Buggy, they headed straight to Kaya's mansion. It's huge. When they arrived, they realized Usopp wasn't lying. In fact, he was understating it. This wasn't just a mansion. It was a full-blown estate. Stick close to me. Kaya's servants are not easy to deal with. If they catch us, our plan is finished. Especially since just yesterday, Kaya rescued a monster from the sea that can breathe fire. If he sees us, we're doomed. Usopp warned Eden and the others. A monster that breathes fire? Unseen by Usopp. Eden, Juvia, and Happy exchanged glances. They saw the same name in each other's eyes. But they kept quiet and followed Usopp over the fence into the estate. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Kaya's butlers constantly warned her not to associate with a bad seed like Usopp, fearing he would corrupt her. But Kaya still sat by the first-floor window every day, quietly waiting for Usopp. Because of her health, Kaya couldn't enjoy the simple joys of childhood like other kids. So every day she hoped Usopp would come to share stories from the outside world. Even the most beautiful canary in a cage longs for the sky beyond. Usopp, you're here? And these are your friends? Seeing Usopp made Kaya's eyes sparkle. Her smile widened when she saw Eden and the others. Who said Usopp was unpopular in the village and friendless? Didn't he have a whole group of companions? Kaya, I came to see you. And actually, I have a bit of a favor to ask. Usopp scratched his head awkwardly. A favor? With our relationship, just speak your mind. Kaya lightly covered her mouth and smiled. Usopp had always come to entertain her with stories and ease her loneliness. She had never had the chance to help him before. Maybe now is that chance. I need a ship to sail. You know, I'm a brave warrior of the sea. One day I'll leave this village, just like my father. Usopp took a deep breath and told Kaya his dream, inspired by the arrival of Luffy and the others. Usopp, you're leaving? Kaya didn't even realize how much sorrow filled her voice. Miss Kaya, I told you, stop associating with this scum like Usopp. He's just bad news. Suddenly, an unwanted guest appeared. Dressed in a black tuxedo with gold-rimmed glasses, this man radiated sleazy aristocracy. He rushed over and pointed a finger at Usopp. Klahadore. Kaya's pupils contracted as she yelled, "You're going too far." Usopp, wasn't I right? You're just a vile pirate, son. Your blood is filthy, unworthy to speak to a noble like Miss Kaya. Klahadore ignored Kaya and pressed Usopp with cutting words. Shut up. My father isn't vile. He's a great warrior of the sea. Usopp shouted in fury. To him, his father was a source of pride. Oh? And what proof do you have of that? Klahadore sneered. Usopp was at a loss. Proof? Don't you guys read the paper? If I'm not mistaken, Usopp, your father is Yasopp, right? Eden suddenly spoke. Why yeah. You know my father. Usopp looked at Eden in confusion. Of course. He's a big-time pirate worth hundreds of millions of berries and a high-ranking officer under one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. Who doesn't know him? Eden grinned. Wah. Usopp was stunned. My dad's, that impressive? A pirate worth hundreds of millions. And as for you, If I'm not mistaken, you're Captain Kuro of 100 Plans, right? What's the matter, fallen so far that you're now a butler? Eden looked toward Klahadore with a smile. You know me? Klahadore, rather, Kuro shivered. His eyes turned cold. But he wasn't too worried. A few days ago, he rescued a monster from the sea, one who still owed him a favor. Perhaps it was time to cash it in. Captain Kuro of 100 Plans? Who? Never heard of him. When Eden revealed Klahadore's real name, everyone present looked confused. Yeah, none of them knew who Kuro of 100 Plans was. His fame had long faded into obscurity with time. Such was the cruelty of the seas. No matter how glorious one once was, once you stopped moving forward, you were destined to be forgotten. This was the truth Kuro realized, which led him to abandon his life at sea and long for a peaceful, ordinary life. Kuro, I just want to live a simple, peaceful life. Cue the entire JoJo crew silently nodding in approval. Kuro? That rookie who was all the rage in the East Blue 3 years ago. Former captain of the Black Cat Pirates. His bounty once reached an impressive 16 million berries. That means it was even 1 million higher than mine. But the world thought you were dead. Looks like you found a way to escape and fake your death? Interesting kid. As expected of someone who had roamed the East Blue for decades, Buggy remembered every major event. A rising star like Kuro, who once threatened his own position. Of course, he'd taken note of him. Buggy the clown. So you've fallen so far as to be someone's errand boy? How disgraceful, Kuro scoffed with disdain. Klahadore, is what they're saying true? Were you really a pirate? Kaya demanded, her sharp eyes locked on Kuro outside the window. Miss Kaya, what you just heard was nothing but the filthy lies of these pirates. Regardless of anything, I am and always will be your loyal butler. Klahadore. That will never change, Kuro said smoothly, pushing his glasses up while glaring at Eden and company. If you vile, evil pirates refuse to leave, then I insist you remain here forever. Huh? What are you talking about? No way I'm staying here. I'm going to be the Pirate King. Luffy snapped back. Pirate King? Such lofty ambitions. But even if you do reach that title, what's the point? You'll still die like everyone else, Kuro sneered. Then he turned to Eden. So you're the rising star, Eden, the one who beat Arlong? A bounty of 35 million? So what? There are countless stronger than you in this vast world. All right, enough with the chatter. Can we start now? Eden yawned lazily. Start? Such crude language, Kuro scoffed. I am no longer a lowly pirate. Fighting is beneath me. As for your opponent. Kuro paused and shouted toward a side building of the estate, Fire Dragon. The time to repay the favor I did by saving your life has come. Help me defeat these despicable pirates, and we're even. I'll even give you a ship, a log pose, and a map so you can search for your lost companions. He was supremely confident. After all, the man known as the Fire Dragon was terrifyingly powerful, even worthy of the Grand Line. Finally, it's my time to shine. With a loud crash, the doors to the side building burst open. A youth with sakura pink hair, a black short-sleeved shirt, white shorts, and half his face covered by a dragon scale scarf burst onto the scene. Prepare yourselves, vile pirates. The great Fire Dragon is here to take you down, he declared as flames ignited around him. Is that fire? This guy. He's dangerous, Nami said, sweat pouring down her face. Another devil fruit user? Buggy looked like he was about to lose it. He had seen more devil fruit users in the East Blue recently than in the Grand Line. Scared yet? Kuro grinned proudly. He'd only saved this guy from drowning to boost his standing, and now he had a monster on his side. Natsu-san, is that you? Juvia asked innocently. You've got the wrong guy. I'm the mysterious Fire Dragon, not your fairy tale buddy Natsu, the youth said nervously, avoiding eye contact and whistling. Natsu, your right arm tattoo is showing, Happy pointed out. Oops, forgot to cover it. Natsu quickly slapped his left hand over the fairy tale guild mark on his right arm. Thanks, Happy. I'll treat you to dried fish after I beat Eden. No need to thank me. We're comrades, after all, Happy grinned mischievously. Ha ha ha, true that. But Natsu stopped laughing abruptly. Crap. His identity was exposed. Still denying your Natsu? Eden, Happy, and Juvia said in unison. Exposed already. But my disguise was flawless. Natsu panicked, even dropping his scarf in his fluster. That was your disguise? Everyone deadpanned. Meanwhile, Kuro looked absolutely defeated. His normally sharp and calculating eyes were now full of despair. Crap, they know each other. Wait a minute. Kuro's highly intelligent brain, boasting an IQ exceeding 120, was desperately trying to process the situation. He had calculated everything meticulously, but never anticipated that Natsu, whom he rescued from the sea, would be a companion of Eden and the others. This is way too coincidental, right? Hee backslash. Buggy quietly gave Kuro a sympathetic thumbs up. He'd felt the exact same way upon first encountering Juvia. Who could have guessed these monstrous powerhouses were all teammates? Speaking of which, it was utterly baffling that a faction capable of nurturing such powerful beings had remained unknown in this world. According to Buggy's understanding, despite Eden's formidable strength, he wasn't even the strongest in Fairy Tail. That title belonged to the legendary monster, Gildarts. Fairy Tail had at least 3 other powerhouses at Eden's level. Truly, a terrifying force. Since you're all companions, why don't we just sit down and calmly talk things over? Nami suggested nervously, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead as she stepped between Natsu and Eden, attempting to defuse the tension. But Kuro did save my life, Natsu pointed out, no longer hiding his identity. His arms crossed over his chest thoughtfully. Yes, exactly, Kuro exclaimed, seizing the opportunity. Fire Dragon, remember, I saved your life. I'm a good person. It's your friends who've wronged me. No, my friends would never wrong a good person, Natsu declared confidently. If they say you're bad, then you must be bad. Kuro froze, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of logic was this? You're a bad guy, but you're also my savior, Natsu pondered aloud, then his eyes brightened. I've got it. After I defeat Eden to repay your kindness, I'll just beat you up myself afterward. What logic is that? Kuro muttered weakly, feeling his brain short-circuit. Natsu, Eden chuckled, cracking his knuckles ominously, your confidence has really skyrocketed since Tenru Island. Seems we have to settle this now. Aren't they teammates? Why are they suddenly fighting? Nami exclaimed in confusion. Don't worry, Nami. This is just everyday practice for us fairy tale wizards, Juvia reassured her calmly. Happy echoed cheerfully. Just another normal day. This is normal for your guild? Nami felt her eyelid twitch. At last, the Fire Dragon and the Sea Emperor are facing off. This might be my chance, Kuro thought, eyeing the unfolding conflict with anticipation. Don't even think about moving, Zoro warned coldly, pressing his sword against Kuro's neck. My sword doesn't discriminate. Kuro sneered, but took note of the blade. That sword isn't ordinary. Meanwhile, Usopp and the others watched helplessly, completely bewildered by the sudden escalation. Haha, things just got exciting. Luffy laughed enthusiastically. I wish Eden and that fire guy could join my crew. Suddenly, Eden and Natsu unleashed their powerful magic, causing the entire area to shake violently, unsettling the villagers and alarming the sea. It feels like a battle between 2 wizard saints, Juvia murmured in awe. Fire Dragon Iron Fist. Natsu charged forward, flames swirling around him. Sea King Dragon Crushing Fist. Eden swiftly responded, smacking Natsu's head sharply, causing him to collapse immediately. Instant knockout? Everyone stared in disbelief. Knocked out in one move, Happy nodded casually. Natsu's never beaten Eden. Had enough, Natsu? Eden asked confidently. Instead of responding, sparks of electricity crackled around Natsu's fallen form. Lightning Flame Dragon. Mode. Lightning Flame Dragon mode? What is that? When Natsu activated his Lightning Flame Dragon mode, everyone, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and even Juvia, who was also from Fairy Tail, were stunned and confused. That's the new power Natsu unlocked during the S-Class trials on Tenru Island, Happy explained. He ate all the magic power sent by Laxus to defeat Master Hades. Oh? Impressive. Eden acknowledged, clearly intrigued. You've already mastered the power you just learned? You truly are a battle genius, Natsu. Hehe. Natsu grinned before inhaling deeply, absorbing the swirling fire and lightning around him. Lightning flame dragons roar. Suddenly, an enormous magic circle with a dragon's head appeared before Natsu. He unleashed a terrifying pillar of fire and lightning, nearly 10 meters wide, scorching and carving the earth as it flew past Eden and the others. The devastating attack ignited the forest instantly, carving a 5-kilometer-long trench that stretched from Kaya's mansion all the way to the sea, causing waves to explode upward and rain down on everyone. After unleashing his power, Natsu trembled, drained and exhausted. Damn it. That wasn't even close to the power I used against Master Hades. Luffy, Zoro, Buggy, Nami, and even Kuro stared in disbelief at the destruction. Hey, that's no joke. Anyone hit by that would have been vaporized. Zoro exclaimed. That's awesome. Luffy's eyes sparkled. I need him in my crew. Kuro, on his knees, gazed blankly at the massive trench, utterly defeated. Monster. Usopp gulped nervously, reconsidering his dreams of adventure. Did I really just see fire and lightning come out of his mouth? Maybe staying here isn't so bad after all. See that, Eden? Natsu staggered forward with shaky steps. I've surpassed you, Urza, and even Laxus. I'm gonna pass the S-class exam for sure. But before Eden could respond, Natsu collapsed. I'm starving, no magic left. Eden smiled warmly, patting Natsu's head. You're impressive, Natsu, but you're still far from truly mastering this power. Train harder and then we'll talk again. Food. I need food, Natsu groaned weakly. The group returned to the restaurant, now joined by Natsu and Kaya. Natsu and Luffy engaged in an intense eating competition, their bottomless stomachs astonishing everyone. Luffy, didn't you just eat? How are you hungry again? Nami asked, puzzled. Because I'm hungry. Luffy replied between mouthfuls. After devouring food nonstop for an hour, Natsu suddenly looked up, puzzled. By the way, where in Ishgar are we exactly? Why does nobody know about Fiori or Fairy Tail? It's so weird. Eden, Juvia, and Happy exchanged looks, then said in unison, Natsu, did you seriously not realize we've traveled to another world? We traveled to another world. No one told me. Everyone stared at Natsu, speechless. I was wondering why this place seemed so strange, with seas everywhere. But if it's another world, then it makes sense. Natsu tilted his head and spoke thoughtfully. By the way, Natsu, how exactly did you end up in the sea? And how did you end up being saved by Kuro? Happy asked curiously. Knowing Natsu's strength, he shouldn't have drowned easily just from swimming. Happy, ever since the battle with Acnologia on Tenru Island, I completely lost consciousness. When I woke up, I found myself separated from you all, stranded alone on a deserted island. To find you guys, I stocked up a bit of food from the island and jumped straight into the sea. Unfortunately, I underestimated the distance between islands in this world. After swimming nonstop for almost a day and night, I collapsed from exhaustion and sank into the sea. I drifted near this village yesterday and was rescued by Kuro from the shore. Natsu recalled his journey briefly. Well, your story is so ridiculous, I don't even know where to start. Right now, I really wish Lucy were here with us. Natsu's experience was too fantastical. Yet it was entirely something Natsu would do. This left Eden and the others speechless. Eden genuinely wished Lucy, Fairy Tail's #1 commentator, was here to say a thing or two. Anyway, now that we've eaten, I feel my strength returning. We can't waste any more time. Let's set out immediately to find our friends scattered throughout this world. Reinvigorated, Natsu transformed back into the energetic, passionate youth, eager to reunite with all the Fairy Tail members spread around the world. He turned to Eden and asked, Eden, do you have any info about other guild members? We currently have intel on Urza and Gray. Urza is serving as an officer in the Navy, attempting to use their resources to gather our scattered companions. As for Gray, you should see for yourself. Eden handed the newspaper featuring Gray's imprisonment to Natsu. Natsu stared at the naked Gray in the newspaper, with sensitive parts blurred, and fell silent. Then he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha. That naked pervert Gray finally got caught? Serves him right. I always thought he should have been arrested. Gray somewhere, though this was the best solution to let everyone know my location. Natsu was the last person I wanted seeing this. Initially, Gray had chosen this scandalous method to signal his location to Fairy Tale, assuming Natsu, being Natsu, had a 99% chance of not seeing the newspaper. But Gray overlooked the fact that someone like Eden, always enjoying a good joke, would deliberately hand the newspaper to Natsu. It's decided. Let's go rescue Gray from the South Sea. This hilarious event, I need to mock him face to face. After some thought, Natsu made his decision. Juvia agrees wholeheartedly. We must rescue Gray-sama quickly. Juvia nodded repeatedly, echoing Natsu's sentiment. Rescue Gray, huh? Speaking of which, we're currently in the East Sea, and Gray is in the South Sea. To reach the South Sea from here, we'll have to pass through the first half of the Grand Line, known as Paradise. Given that, we probably have a few stops to make along the way. After reviewing Nami's sea charts, Eden quickly made his plans. Great. Let's set sail. Surprisingly, the first to cheer wasn't Natsu but Luffy. You're not even part of our crew. Why are you so excited? Nami couldn't help but retort. Oh, right. Luffy realized belatedly he wasn't in Eden's crew. At this, Kaya, who had been quietly listening and enjoying everyone's stories, chuckled and addressed Luffy. I recall you needed a ship to set sail, right? I've decided to give one to you. Really? Luffy and Zoro were stunned. Yes, indeed. Kaya nodded and requested, but I also have a favor. I hope you'll help Usopp become the brave sea warrior he dreams of becoming. It's a promise. Luffy agreed without hesitation. Wait, hold on. Usopp hesitated slightly, reconsidering his decision to set sail after witnessing Natsu's incredible power. Usopp, I'm grateful for everything you've done for me. Please let me do something for you in return, Kaya spoke sincerely. Usopp was touched, his eyes slightly moist. Let's go. Before Usopp could finish, Luffy grabbed him and Zoro by their collars and rushed outside, shouting, I can't wait to see my ship. Your ship? That ship was sponsored by Kaya for me. Usopp retorted. When the Going Merry appeared before them, the trio was utterly amazed. On the other side, Eden, Nami, Natsu, Juvia, Happy, and Buggy, along with the tied-up Kuro, set sail first aboard the Shark Supreme. There are no endless banquets. With Luffy's group now possessing a proper pirate ship, it was time to part ways. Luffy, I hope you find One Piece soon and become the Pirate King. I'll be waiting at Fairy Tale. Eden called out from his departing ship. Yeah. I hope you find your companion soon, Eden. Luffy waved vigorously. And remember, Eden, if you ever need help, just ask. As Eden's ship nearly vanished over the horizon, Usopp suddenly realized, wait, who's our navigator? Luffy and Zoro fell silent. Seeing Eden's ship disappearing, Zoro yelled anxiously, enough talk. Hurry and follow them. Hey, we're supposed to follow them, not head back. Usopp's voice trembled in frustration as he noticed Zoro swiftly turning the Going Merry around, sailing straight back towards their starting point. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he exclaimed, Zoro, don't tell me you're actually an incredibly terrible navigator? Huh? Zoro muttered defensively, his grip on the ship's wheel wavering slightly, his face paling a bit. No way. Zoro could dismiss criticism about his swordsmanship with a confident sneer, but accusations about his navigation hit differently. Lies might soothe, but truth cuts deep. Let me take over. Usopp sighed heavily, pushing Zoro away and taking control. Utilizing his sharp vision, he quickly locked onto Eden's Shark Supreme vessel ahead, making sure not to lose sight of them again. Initially, Usopp thought himself the weakest link aboard the pirate crew. He didn't possess Luffy's insane vitality or devil fruit powers, nor Zoro's unmatched sword skills. However, once the Going Merry truly began its journey, Usopp realized his critical role. Without him, the crew would inevitably drift aimlessly, especially with Zoro at the helm. Meanwhile, aboard Shark Supreme, Eden's crew faced their own minor troubles. Captain, "We've come to rescue you," shouted the new Black Cat pirate captain, Django, accompanied by his subordinates Butchie and Sham. "Idiots!" yelled Kuro from his chained position on Eden's ship, frustration evident on his face. "These pirates captured me. What do you think you're doing?" Juvia casually raised her hand, murmuring, "Water slicer." Instantly, a pressurized jet of water cut Django's approaching ship clean in half, causing him and his henchmen to fall into the sea and promptly become captives. "Boss!" Django wailed pitifully as Nami expertly tied him and his crew up next to Kuro. "Stop calling me boss," Kuro sighed, clearly resigned. "I don't have foolish subordinates like you." Nami gleefully calculated the new bounty total: 9 million, 7 million, another 7 million, plus Kuro's 16 million, 39 million berries. It's a massive haul. Shortly after dealing with these unexpected guests, Eden's crew encountered yet another set of strangers. "Please, help my brother," pleaded Johnny, a bounty hunter dressed in a trench coat and sunglasses, carrying his pale, sickly comrade Yusaku aboard Shark Supreme. "What's wrong with your brother?" asked Nami cautiously. "He's been dizzy, vomiting blood," Johnny cried. "Scurvy," Nami quickly diagnosed, handing Johnny some oranges. "Always bring citrus fruits or rum at sea." Yusaku rapidly recovered after consuming the fruit, astonishing everyone aboard. Fully revived, Johnny and Yusaku dramatically posed, declaring proudly, "We're Johnny and Yusaku, renowned bounty hunters of East Blue." "Never heard of you," Eden's crew responded bluntly, causing the pair to deflate visibly. They're small-timers, Buggy yawned lazily from the deck, unimpressed. "Forget about them." Johnny and Yusaku turned pale upon noticing Buggy. "Wait, aren't you Buggy the Clown, with a bounty of 15 million berries? Is this a pirate ship?" "Idiots," Kuro muttered contemptuously from his bindings. "The true monster aboard this ship is lying right there." All eyes turned to Eden and Natsu, sprawled miserably on the deck. "I feel sick," groaned Natsu. "Yeah, let's rest every 12 hours or we'll both perish at sea," Eden weakly proposed. "We can delay rescuing Gray. He'll probably escape prison himself anyway." Natsu agreed, resembling happy in his seasickness. Johnny and Yusaku finally recognized Eden from a recent wanted poster. 40 million berries bounty. Eden, strongest pirate of East Blue. "Oh? Your bounty went up again, Eden." Nami grinned happily, waving the latest poster. Eden could only weakly nod, too seasick to celebrate. "Yusaku, even though there are saviors, now is our chance to make a name for ourselves. If we take down Eden, we'll become the strongest bounty hunters in the East Blue," Johnny declared firmly. "You're right," Yusaku agreed, gripping his sword. "Sorry, everyone. Even though you've saved us, we're bounty hunters." "Watermake. Prison," Juvia said calmly, instantly immobilizing both Yusaku and Johnny with water prisons. "These two are surprisingly brave," Kuro muttered in disbelief. He initially thought his own crew was daring for confronting overwhelming odds, but these lesser-known bounty hunters were even bolder. Yusaku and Johnny thought confidently to themselves, "Who do you think we are? We're the Sword Saint and Blade Emperor, men brave enough to challenge even Dracul Mihawk." For a moment, Kuro felt quite old. Reckless fools seemed to be multiplying rapidly on these seas. After Johnny and Yusaku were effortlessly subdued by Juvia, they joined Kuro and his 3 subordinates locked in chains on the deck. The next morning came quickly. With 13 days left until Gray's release, the group docked at the Sea Restaurant Baratai. "We've unexpectedly gained extra mouths to feed, and our supplies are running low," Nami sighed, managing their finances. She had greatly underestimated Eden and Natsu's huge appetites. These two could easily eat enough food meant for at least 20 people each meal. Nami found herself genuinely curious about their physiology. Happy cheerfully agreed. As the Shark Supreme docked, Eden and Natsu, nearly incapacitated from seasickness, instantly revived upon feeling solid ground beneath their feet. "Land is definitely more suited for us," Eden sighed in relief. "Although," Natsu mumbled, covering his mouth, "this place is built from several ships, so waves still make it feel pretty shaky." "Never mind that," Eden interjected. Let's eat first, that's what really matters. Entering the restaurant, including their chained prisoners, the entire establishment fell silent. Isn't that? Eden, the strongest pirate in the East Blue, the Sea Emperor, with a bounty of 40 million berries, patrons whispered nervously. Hey, a blonde-haired waiter in a black suit approached sternly. Regardless of who you are, don't disturb our other guests or I'll kick you out myself. Except for the beautiful ladies, of course. Sanji, get back to the kitchen and stop intimidating our customers, a voice called from the kitchen. Apologies, ladies. Duty calls, Sanji smiled charmingly before leaving. What's his problem? Buggy grumbled. Slurp, crunch crunch. But the bread and soup here are amazing. Natsu exclaimed happily, clearly unbothered by Sanji's attitude. Eden, familiar with Sanji's personality, found it amusing and respectable, except for his bias towards women. Captain, a famous pirate just arrived. Aren't you going to arrest him? A seductive woman teased her companion, Marine Captain Fullbody. Me? Face Eden. Fullbody shivered slightly, quickly regaining his composure and whispering urgently into a den mushy. HQ, this is Captain Fullbody. Eden spotted, bounty 40 million. Requesting immediate backup. Acknowledged, replied a calm female voice with scarlet hair and knightly armor. Urza Scarlet smiled softly. Eden, it's been a long time. I hear you've recovered the fire dragon. This is Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Urza. Preparing immediate deployment to engage Eden. Awaiting HQ approval. Vice Admiral Urza? We're saved. Fullbody rejoiced. Meanwhile, another figure approached swiftly on a coffin-shaped boat, slicing through the sea casually with the world's greatest black blade. After many challenges, the Straw Hat Pirates also approached nearby. Thus, promising figures from various factions gathered at the sea restaurant Baratai, drawn by the unseen hand of destiny. Have you found a way to deal with those notorious pirates? Asked Fullbody's seductive companion teasingly, noticing the smug grin on his face. Haha, relax, Fullbody assured confidently. The person coming shortly is an extraordinary individual. Remember the one I told you about? The monster who climbed ranks rapidly within a few days, leaping from a common officer to one of the youngest commodores at headquarters. Fullbody felt a pang of envy recalling Urza's impressive record, though strangely devoid of jealousy. Having briefly glimpsed Urza at Navy HQ before, her overwhelming strength alone had discouraged any thoughts of rivalry. Rumor has it, she's caught the eye of the Navy's top brass. She might even become an admiral candidate someday. Do you understand what that means? It's a height people like us could never dream of. Fullbody smiled confidently, declaring, with Urza and I teaming up, we can definitely wipe out Eden's pirate crew. Amazing / his companion praised enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Sanji served dishes to Eden, Natsu, and the others at their table. Seafood stew, steak, spaghetti, and pudding specially prepared for the ladies. Delicious. So good. Natsu praised between hearty bites. Your cooking is amazing. Sanji smirked lightly, giving Natsu an okay gesture, proudly accepting the praise. Just as Sanji proudly watched Natsu enjoying the food, the entrance door to Baratai swung open once again. Could it be Urza? Fullbody excitedly turned around, only to see 3 soaked figures stumbling into the restaurant. TCH, not her, Fullbody scowled, losing interest immediately. Sanji glanced toward the newcomers, frowning slightly. He didn't mind the Straw Hat Boy in front or the long-nosed fellow beside him. It was the indifferent, green-haired swordsman with dead eyes and 3 swords strapped at his waist that irked him inexplicably. Perhaps it was just bad chemistry, but one look filled him with annoyance. Welcome, another server greeted the newcomers politely. Ignoring the server completely, the trio headed directly towards Sanji's group after spotting Eden and the others. Looking for trouble? Sanji muttered, subtly stepping protectively in front of Nami and Juvia. Nami, can you lend us some money? We're completely broke, pleaded the long-nosed boy and the Straw Hat youth simultaneously, bowing respectfully before Nami. No money, Nami responded coolly, wiping her delicate lips with a napkin. You know them? Sanji asked, relaxing slightly and lowering the leg he had subtly prepared for a potential kick. Similarly, the green-haired swordsman loosened his grip on his sword handle after noticing Sanji's eased stance. Please, Nami. We went the wrong way and barely managed to catch up here. We're starving. Usopp and Luffy begged earnestly. Lending you money isn't impossible, Nami said casually, producing a pre-prepared servitude contract and pen, handing them to Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp. 50% of everything we earn, ships, food, jewels, weapons, must be paid in berry. Zoro's eyes twitched as he read. Signing meant they'd work for Nami indefinitely. I'm not a monster / just one of you signing will do, Nami said sweetly, an angelic smile hiding her devilish intentions. Luffy, don't sign. Zoro quickly urged. I already did, Luffy admitted sheepishly. Zoro sighed heavily. I give up. Thank you for your patronage / Nami smiled victoriously, instructing Sanji to set another table for Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp. As Zoro considered making the most of their expensive meal to spite Nami, a familiar voice called out to him. Johnny, Usaka. Turning, Zoro saw Johnny and Usaka chained up alongside the Black Cat pirates, confirming he hadn't imagined the call. It seemed fate itself was sealing Zoro's servitude contract. Nami raised an eyebrow, amused. So you actually know these two guys, Zoro? Want to save your friends? Just sign here, and they're all yours. She waved the servitude contract enticingly, eyes gleaming mischievously. Conniving woman, Zoro muttered, sweat forming on his brow. He stood trapped between loyalty to his old comrades and the dreaded contract. I'll sign it, Usopp suddenly declared, stepping forward decisively. As long as one of us stays inside, we can claim everything belongs to him, right? Usopp winked confidently at Zoro, swiftly signing his name. Perfect. Nami cheerfully collected the document, signaling Natsu to release Johnny and Yusaku. Thank you, big bro Zoro. Thank you, big bro Usopp. Thank you, big bro Luffy. Johnny and Yusaku enthusiastically bowed, ecstatic at their newfound freedom. Feels good being called big bro, Usopp mused, a proud smile creeping onto his face, momentarily forgetting his freshly signed servitude. The joyous atmosphere abruptly shattered as Barity's doors slammed open once more. Is it Urza? Fullbody perked up expectantly, turning toward the entrance. But his excitement quickly faded upon spotting a bedraggled pirate stumbling inside. Isn't that one of Krieg's men? Murmurs swept through the restaurant. Fullbody instantly stood, his metal-knuckled fist connecting brutally with the pirate's jaw, knocking him to the floor. How dare you show your face here, pirate trash? The beaten pirate coughed violently, blood smearing his lips. Incredible, Captain Fullbody, whispers praised him. Eat, Sanji intervened quietly, placing a plate of leftover fried rice before the pirate. Then leave and don't come back. Thank you, Jin sobbed gratefully, hastily devouring the meal. What are you doing? Fullbody growled. He's a filthy pirate. Sanji calmly brushed off Fullbody's hand. All I see is someone starving. Fullbody stiffened, noticing Eden and Luffy watching intently. He stepped back hesitantly. You're lucky today. Don't disturb my meal again. Sanji ignored him, walking back toward the kitchen. Just then, Barity's doors swung open dramatically again. Fullbody stood eagerly. Finally, Urza. Please. Jin cried desperately, dragging an injured Don Krieg. Give us food and water. Fullbody's heart sank. This wasn't the backup he hoped for. Sweating nervously, he silently prayed for Urza's swift arrival. The restaurant's atmosphere grew tense. East Blue's most notorious pirates gathered under one roof, ready for the storm brewing ahead. So that's Krieg, the pirate with a bounty of 17 million berries. He's known for his cruelty, commanding 50 warships and over 5,000 crew members, East Blue's largest pirate fleet. But look at him now, he's in pathetic shape. Who could have beaten him this badly? The patrons murmured amongst themselves, completely ignoring Krieg and Jin standing helplessly at the restaurant entrance. In the end, it was Sanji who stepped forward again. Thanks, Krieg said briefly, eyeing the fried rice Sanji offered before devouring it greedily. Now leave, Sanji commanded firmly. Leave? Not happening. Krieg suddenly grinned maliciously, striking Sanji hard and sending him flying. I'm Don Krieg, East Blue's strongest pirate with a 17 million berry bounty. From today onwards, this restaurant belongs to me. Just as expected, murmured the customers calmly, unsurprised by Krieg's sudden hostility. With Eden, the East Blue's most notorious pirate, boasting a 40 million berry bounty, seated nearby, Krieg's bravado barely registered. Are you deaf? Or do you not know who I am? Krieg demanded, baffled by their indifference. Calm yourself, Krieg. Redleg Zeph, the head chef, limped from the kitchen, pointing subtly to Eden and Buggy sitting casually nearby. Look carefully over there. Krieg followed Zeph's gaze, and his face paled dramatically. You're Sea Emperor Eden, the 40 million berry pirate. What are you doing here? And that's Buggy the clown beside you? You're working together now. Eden didn't even bother looking up, dismissing Krieg entirely. Damn it, Krieg growled after a long pause. Prepare food and water for 100 men. I'll pay you handsomely and leave immediately afterward. Zeph nodded reluctantly, agreeing to Krieg's terms. I'll remember this, Krieg said darkly as he took the supplies and left with Jin. I'm so sorry, Jin apologized profusely to Sanji, bowing deeply. I didn't know Krieg would do that. Just leave, Sanji shrugged nonchalantly, dusting himself off. The restaurant sighed collectively as Krieg finally departed. Finally, we can eat peacefully, a customer remarked. Today's been weird. It's like all the East Blue legends decided to meet here at once. Even if a Shichibuke showed up now, I wouldn't be surprised. Suddenly, a deafening explosion ripped through the air. Outside, Krieg's massive battleship was sliced cleanly in half. Krieg's ship, split apart, diners exclaimed in shock. Approaching calmly on a coffin-shaped boat was a figure clad in a dark coat, a cowboy hat shading fierce, eagle-like eyes. A massive sword shaped like a cross was strapped to his back. That's Dracul Mihawk, the greatest swordsman in the world, a Shichibukai, Zeph announced grimly. Mihawk? Zoro instantly stood, eyes blazing with determination. Why do you keep chasing us? Krieg shouted from the remains of his ship. Just killing time, Mihawk responded dismissively. Simultaneously, a massive Navy warship, flying the world government and fairy tale flags, approached from the opposite direction. Standing proudly on deck, a scarlet-haired woman in knightly armor gripped her sword tightly. Commodore Urza. Finally, Fabati cried, nearly in tears. East Blue pirates, it's over. Urza and I will crush you. At that moment, Eden neatly set down his cutlery, wiped his mouth gently, and stood from his seat. He's standing. Eden, the strongest pirate of East Blue, is finally on the move, whispered diners anxiously. Shichibukai, Navy Commodore, the strongest pirate, what's going to happen now? All eyes turned toward Eden and Urza as the tension peaked. Eden. Urza. The two faced each other from afar, voices overlapping perfectly. It's been a long time. Huh? Fullbody gasped, suddenly realizing something was terribly off. Eden. It seems your magic worked out successfully in the end. All members of our fairy tale guild managed to escape from Tenru Island. Although, admittedly, we've escaped quite far. So far, in fact, that we can't return for a short while. Urza said these words, jumping down from the deck to stand in front of Eden, playfully teasing him. Urza, stop mocking me. I initially intended to teleport that black dragon away. Who knew he'd be immune to my magic? Eden sighed helplessly as he spoke. Don't put it like that. If it weren't for you, everyone would have perished on Tenru Island long ago. Urza comforted Eden gently. Then, turning serious, she said, in any case, our top priority now is to gather all our scattered guildmates from around the world. About that. Eden nodded lightly, paused briefly, then continued, I've already found Natsu, Juvia, and Happy. He quickly added the names of new members he intended to introduce to Urza. Besides, I have a few new members here I'd like you to meet. They're my navigator Nami, and those who promise to join Fairy Tail in the near future, Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp. Usopp immediately protested, huh? Did I ever say I was joining the Wizard Guild Fairy Tail? Buggy sarcastically remarked, so I don't even count as a Fairy Tail Guild member, Eden? Really, thanks a lot. Oh, our Fairy Tail Guild finally has new members joining? That's wonderful. Upon hearing Eden had successfully recruited new members, Urza was deeply touched. Due to their guild's overly lively reputation, many prospective members had been scared away. This past year, other than Gajeel the Iron Dragon, who was poached from their old rival Phantom Lord, Juvia from the Four Elements, Wendy and Cheryl entrusted by the disbanded Kate Shelter, and Panther Lily left by Mystigan, who departed to rule another world. Fairy Tail hadn't had new members join for a long time. Counting carefully, that's just 3 members and 2 cats. Though not present, Lucy mentally remarked sarcastically, so they forgot about me again? Members who joined voluntarily aren't worth remembering, huh? Oh, right. I've only heard your updates so far. Apart from Natsu, Juvia, and Happy You Found, I've gathered Gajeel, Kana, and Levi from the West Blue. Currently, we've all joined the Navy. Our ranks are Rear Admiral, Commodore, Commander, and Lieutenant Commander, respectively. After expressing her emotions, Urza reported their group's progress. In other words, aside from Gray, who we know is imprisoned in South Blue, we're still missing Master, Gildarts, Laxus, the Thunder Legion, Wendy and Charles, Mira Jane, Elfman, Lysana, and Lucy. Eden pondered briefly before listing their scattered companions. However, Master, Gildarts, Laxus, Mira Jane, and the Thunder Legion don't really need us to worry, right? Rather than worrying about their safety, perhaps we should be more concerned about those poor fools who accidentally provoke them. Especially Laxus and Mira Jane, given their fiery tempers, they're likely to cause some globally shocking incidents. Eden spoke lightly and casually. That makes sense. Urza finally relaxed, visibly relieved. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Lucy thought desperately, could you at least worry about me a little? I'm feeling extremely insecure. Oh no, we're in big trouble. On the other side, Full Body, initially planning to regain his dignity upon Urza's arrival, was now sweating nervously. He stared at Eden and Urza chatting nonchalantly at the restaurant entrance, his body trembling, face pale. Good news. Reinforcements arrived. Bad news. Reinforcements seemed to know the enemy. Worse news. Not only did the reinforcements know the enemy, they were actually allies. KH head / Amid Full Body's panic. With a cold laugh, a man clad in a Navy Justice coat, around 1.9 meters tall, suddenly landed before the Baratai restaurant and confidently entered. Oh no, it's the Navy? Instantly, everyone inside, including Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, Buggy, and Kuro, tensed up defensively. Ignoring Luffy and others, the man approached Natsu, who was still busily devouring food, cuffed him with alloy handcuffs, and sneered, KH had / bounty of 20 million. The ruthless fire dragon has been arrested. Huh? Natsu stared dumbly at the cuffs on his wrists. The man continued aggressively, cuffing Juvia, Happy, and Nami in turn, declaring arrogantly, bounty 15 million, Rain Woman, Juvia, Vicious Cat, Happy, and an orange-haired woman without a bounty. You're all arrested. You're all headed for Impel Down. Natsu, I've been caught. Happy cried tearfully toward Natsu. Why am I being arrested without even having a bounty? Nami asked, utterly baffled. Because you're comrades of Natsu and Eden. So just accompany them to hell. The punk-styled Navy man coldly mocked Nami. Boom. But suddenly, Natsu effortlessly melted his cuffs, lunged toward the punk-styled man, punching furiously and roaring, Gajeel, what the hell are you doing? How am I supposed to eat if you restrain my hands? Is your biggest concern really about not being able to eat? Onlookers finally erupted in disbelief. Bang! The outcome between Natsu and Gajeel was quickly decided. Amid blazing flames, Navy Star Commodore, Iron Dragon Gajeel was blown away by Natsu's punch. Gajeel's body flew like a metal cannonball straight outside. At Barity's entrance, Urza and Eden smoothly stepped aside, anticipating this outcome, allowing Gajiel's fiery figure to hurtle towards Mihawk, approaching slowly in his small boat. Coming at me? Mihawk was momentarily startled, astonished that a mere whim to watch the show would lead to such a situation. Thus, Mihawk finally drew his black sword. The world's greatest swordsman finally took action. Buzz. The moment Mihawk drew the black sword from his back, it felt as though all color had drained from the world. Not good. Just as Mihawk was about to swing his blade at Gajiel, Urza charged toward him without hesitation. Requip. In an instant, Urza swapped her heavy armor for a lighter outfit and, wielding a katana, slashed toward Mihawk. Clang! In the blink of an eye, a rain of cherry blossoms filled the sky. Splash! As Gajiel plunged into the sea, Urza's sword clashed with Mihawk's. Boom! The shockwave from their swords colliding stirred a tidal wave, blinding the eyes of all watching. When the dust settled, the flagship of Dawn Krieg had been flattened into a massive plank. Mihawk, holding his black blade, and Urza, wielding her demon blade with a red tassel, stood at either end of the wooden platform. What just happened? Did the Shichibukai and a Navy Rear Admiral just start fighting? Everything had unfolded too fast. Those dining inside Baratai were utterly confused. When they finally gathered their senses, they saw Mihawk and Urza supposedly on the same side, locked in a standoff. It looked like their blades clashed once, and then they teleported over the ocean. A diner rubbed his sore eyes, trying to make sense of it. No. Zoro, who had been watching Mihawk and Urza intently, spoke up. He immediately dismissed the diner's words. They exchanged blows at least 10 times in just a split second. Even though Mihawk clearly had the upper hand and was in control of the fight, he couldn't take down that crimson-haired woman so easily. Zoro paused, calmly tying his bandana, his eyes filled with fierce fighting spirit and excitement. Interesting. Without a doubt, they're both swordsmen at the very peak of the world. Zoro declared with certainty. You planning to jump in? Luffy looked at Zoro, sensing his fighting spirit. Yeah. After all, he's the one I came here for. Zoro began walking outside. On the plank, Mihawk and Urza stood facing each other. You're a skilled swordswoman. State your name. Mihawk was the first to speak, eyes fixed on Urza. Urza Scarlet. Urza declared her full name proudly. Dracul Mihawk. Mihawk responded in kind. The tension between them soared, the air itself thick with the aura of an imminent duel between master swordsmen. Mihawk, you're a Shichibukai. Are you really going to raise your blade against a fellow Navy officer? Are you not afraid the world government might revoke your title? At that critical moment, Full Body finally found a use for himself. Peeking from behind the door in a mixture of cowardice and courage, he shouted at Mihawk. Heh, sure, you're Navy. But your earlier actions could definitely be seen as provocation. So what follows is nothing but legitimate self-defense, in defense of my Shichibukai status. Mihawk gave a faint smile. And one more thing. His tone suddenly sharpened. Like an eagle, his piercing eyes locked onto Full Body, cutting through everything in their path. Remember this well, soldier. I never needed the Shichibukai title. It's the world government that needs me to be one. Don't get the order wrong. And don't forget who I was before I became a Shichibukai. Ugh. Full Body collapsed like a puddle of mud from a mere glance from Mihawk. He dared not move, let alone retort. This is getting messy. Eden frowned. Knowing Mihawk well, Eden realized it wasn't the Navy's insult that sparked his interest, it was Urza's powerful swordsmanship. In this situation, a third party would need to intervene, or a duel was inevitable. And the only one capable of doing that was Eden himself. While Mihawk might be stronger in sheer power, they were at sea now. And at sea, unless facing the natural counter, Kuzan, the sea dragon magic of Eden made him unmatched. Boom! With the sea trembling, Eden rode atop a towering wave, planting himself between Mihawk and Urza. Such a fun game, mind if I join in? Though seemingly speaking to both, his words were clearly meant for Mihawk. A user who can control seawater? Truly unheard of. But I'm not interested in battling someone with such an ability right now. So if you're smart, get lost, pirate from the East Blue. Interrupting a duel between two swordsmen is incredibly rude. Mihawk glanced casually at the wave beneath Eden's feet, his eyes flickering with curiosity, but only briefly. His interest remained fixed on Urza. Wait a moment. That guy's my prey. Just as Eden felt the headache building, Zoro barged into the battlefield, bandana on, sword in hand, pointing Wado Ikamanji at Mihawk. Mihawk spared Zoro a glance and immediately lost interest. You should know your place, small fry. Challenging me is far too early for you. Come back when you're a true swordsman. Don't throw your life away so soon. His words dripped with disdain. As a swordsman, I've long accepted death. If I die here, it just means I wasn't good enough. Zoro's eyes burned with fighting spirit, utterly unafraid. Sigh. Apologies. Would you mind waiting 5 minutes? Mihawk locked eyes with Zoro. He saw not impulse, but resolve. Unable to refuse, yet not wanting Zoro to interfere with his duel with Urza, Mihawk turned to her. Sorry. I know exactly what happens when a duel between two swordsmen is interrupted. But I truly cannot pass up this man. He is the reason I set out to sea. After this battle, if I'm still alive, do whatever you want with me. Even cast me into the deepest pit of hell, I won't complain. Zoro feared missing this opportunity, one he may not get for years. He feared Mihawk might not be in his prime after a duel with Urza. He'd waited too long. Even if it meant death, he wanted to fight Mihawk at his strongest. Urza stared at Zoro, puzzled. Interrupting was no big deal to her, she didn't mind. She wasn't a pure swordsman. She was a mage. She used swords, axes, hammers, shields, bows, even guns. What's going on? Just then, Gajeel surfaced from the sea. Gajeel, are you okay? Levi had just disembarked from the ship when she spotted Gajeel, who now sported sword slashes on both his front and back, and asked with concern. I'm fine. Gajeel recalled the events that had just unfolded. After being launched into the sky by Natsu's punch, he had been sent flying straight toward Mihawk. At the time, Gajeel had panicked, afraid he might accidentally kill Mihawk on impact, but once airborne, there was no way to hit the brakes. Then Mihawk used his blade to prove Gajeel's worry was entirely unnecessary. That guy's strength was terrifying. As a matter of fact, Mihawk's first slash did hit him. But when he realized how unnaturally tough Gajeel's body was, he adjusted his power for the second strike, only to be intercepted by Urza, who launched him skyward with one swing. Yup, that's just how fairy tale saves people. In short, within just a few seconds, Gajeel had taken a smooth little combo from Natsu, Mihawk, and Urza. The last person to tank that kind of beatdown was none other than Master Makarov. Gajeel only survived because his body was tougher than iron. That's it. Nothing more. Geha whatever, there's no time to dwell on it. As a Marine, I must now arrest the vile, Fire Dragon's crew. Gajeel had initially planned to arrest Eden too. But when he recalled the power gap between them, he wisely corrected himself mid-sentence. And true to his word, he climbed out of the sea and charged straight toward Baratai without hesitation. Gajeel, get a grip already. Even with Levi wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, she couldn't stop him. Bastard, Gajeel. Damn you, Natsu. Thus, the moment he entered the restaurant, Gajeel and Natsu started brawling. Stop. Not in here. Take it outside. This is my restaurant. The scene made the Baratai staff and Zeph frown deeply. Weren't you two supposed to be on the same side? Nami raised an eyebrow at the brawl. They were fighting like mortal enemies. Comrades are meant to be punched. Gajeel and Natsu said in unison. Comrades? If you can't beat them to death, then beat them within an inch of it. The two had been at each other's throats for ages, and today was the perfect excuse for a legally sanctioned beatdown. What kind of comrades are you people? Is everyone in fairy tale like this? Is it too late to quit now? Nami's expression twitched as she spoke, exhaustion in her voice. Somewhere nearby, Lucy, who had been MIA, gave Nami a virtual thumbs up. No, just those few are like that. The rest of us in fairy tale are, Probably, maybe, hopefully relatively normal. Levi bowed apologetically toward Nami, trying to smooth things over. Hick. Meanwhile, one of Fairy Tale's normal members, Kana, was drunk out of her mind and snoring away on a Navy warship. Give me a solid answer, not a bunch of vague guesses. Nami cried, tears streaming down her face. Iron Dragon. Fire Dragon. As Gajeel and Natsu began to power up, preparing to release their signature roars, a massive shockwave erupted from the duel between Mihawk and Zoro not far away. The entire Baratai trembled violently from the aftershock. Gajeel and Natsu collapsed almost simultaneously. I'm gonna puke. I'm dying. So dizzy. Both of them knelt on the floor, utterly wrecked. Wait, Gajeel gets seasick too? Nami's eyes widened in surprise. Yep, Levi said with a smile. Just like Natsu and Eden, Gajeel is also a dragon slayer. Dragon slayer? It was Nami's first time hearing the term. They specialize in magic meant to slay dragons. Mages trained to fight dragons head-on. Levi explained it plainly. Nami finally understood why Eden and the others were so insanely strong. A whole group of people trained to battle dragons. No wonder. Wait, this world has that many dragons. Before she could finish her thoughts, Levi was already at Gajeel's side, tying him up with a rope and smiling menacingly. Gajeel, if you don't behave, you won't be a good boy. Nami paused, watching the scene unfold. She whispered to herself, don't tell me, this seemingly gentle girl is also nuts? Oh, right. Nami, Levi said suddenly. Urza and Brother Eden asked me to collect all the pirates you've taken down recently. Once we tally their bounties, we'll send your reward. She pointed at the pile nearby. This one's Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates, bounty 16 million berries. His first mate Django is 9 million. Officers Butchie and Siam are 7 million each. That totals 39 million. Nami handed the entire Black Cat crew over without hesitation. Got it, Levi nodded, instructing the Marine soldiers to load them onto the warship. Any more? Nami thought for a moment. Add Krieg's crew too. At that moment, Juvia, who had disappeared earlier, returned, riding a stream of water, dragging Krieg, Jin, Pearl, and the rest of their unconscious crew behind her. Krieg the Admiral, bounty 17 million. Jin the Demon Man, 12 million. Along with the rest of the officers, that's a total of 43 million. The Marines quickly tallied the numbers. 43 million, plus 39 million. That's 82 million total, Nami calculated, eyes sparkling with money symbols. Just 18 million more, and I'll hit 100. Yeah, almost there. Beside her, Buggy nodded repeatedly. So Buggy. Nami grinned. Where do you think we can get that last 18 million? Buggy froze. Wait, don't tell me. You haven't forgotten, have you, Buggy? Nami's tone dropped several degrees below zero. I clearly remember that your bounty rose quite a bit while you were hanging around us. Buggy's face went pale. Crap. This round's target is me. Buggy, so we really weren't comrades after all? Meanwhile, on the ruins of Krieg's flagship near Baratai. I take it back, you are a worthy swordsman. Mihawk, finally moved by Zoro's determination, acknowledged him and made a solemn promise. I will await you on the throne of the strongest. Try to surpass me, Roronoa Zoro. He then turned to Urza. Sorry to keep you waiting, Urza Scarlet. Boom. Just then, Eden, who had intended to prevent Mihawk and Urza from fighting, retracted his power and returned to Baratai. Apparently, he had decided not to interfere. Oh, so you finally understand the heart of a swordsman? Then I must thank Zoro. Seeing Eden stand down, Mihawk grinned slightly. Now he could enjoy a proper duel between two swordsmen. You misunderstand, Eden said. I meant, once you and Urza finish. Would you mind fighting me next? Eden queued up. So would I. And me too. Following Eden were Natsu and Gajeel. Mihawk's pupils contracted. Crap. I've become an EXP piñata. I only wish to fight swordsmen. Mihawk's lips were dry as he looked at Eden and the others, a trace of helplessness in his sharp eyes. To be honest, he had always hated unnecessary battles. Just like in the original timeline, after he crossed swords with Zoro and found the thrill he was looking for, he didn't even spare Krieg a glance when provoked. He simply turned around and left. Now, all Mihawk wanted was a clean, focused duel with the sword woman Urza. As for the rest, he had absolutely no interest. But Eden wasn't going to let Mihawk act all high and mighty and just leave like that. Anyone who dared to show off in front of fairy tale mages had to leave something behind. What a coincidence. I happen to be a swordsman too. Eden raised his hand and with water magic formed a high-speed, flowing blade of seawater in the shape of a sword. Me too. Gajiel morphed his arm into an iron dragon blade to prove his claim. Same here. Natsu chimed in with a grin. Though I'm a swordsman of the no-sword school. You call yourself a swordsman without even carrying a sword? Mihawk narrowed his eyes. For some reason, these people were getting under his skin. He couldn't maintain his usual composure. Yes, fairy tale's true magic was never just flashy spells, it was their ability to mentally wear people down. That was their real secret technique. Anyway, dear Mihawk, as the world's greatest swordsman, your haki must be at the pinnacle of this world, right? Eden finally revealed his true motive. So that's what this is about. You're after my haki. Well, with your strength, neither the Four Blues nor Paradise in the first half of the Grand Line can contain you. It's only the New World that might offer you a real challenge. Mihawk paused for a moment, then exhaled lightly. Fine. Since I've met some interesting talents today, I'll grant your wish. But how much you can learn from me, that depends on your own skill. Much appreciated, Sir Mihawk. Before Eden even finished his words, the first to leap into action was naturally Urza Scarlet. She lunged forward, her blade flashing like lightning, aiming straight for Mihawk's vitals. Your sword is fierce. I can tell it's been tested countless times. You're only a step away from creating your own sword style. Mihawk clashed blades with her, his black sword Yoru colliding with Urza's demonic red-tasseled blade in a furious exchange. Wind blasted out in all directions from their clash, a storm of slashes so intense that Zoro, who had been rescued from the sea by Eden, couldn't tear his eyes away. So this is what it looks like when top-tier sword masters clash. Zoro's lips moved silently as his heart raced. Haki is a power that resides within all humans. It's not some vapor from nature. It's the embodiment of spirit, will, and presence. Mihawk narrated calmly, fending off Urza's fierce onslaught with one hand. Unlike fairy tale's magic, Haki had nothing to do with the world's ambient energy. It was the purest expression of human spirit. Magic in the fairy tale world was fueled by particles in the air called Etherano. Demons used their dark counterpart, curse particles. Humans used Etherano. Demons used curse. Two forces in balance. There are 3 types of haki. The most common are observation and armament. Observation haki heightens your senses. You separate your awareness from your physical 5 senses and truly perceive the world. Armament haki transforms willpower and bloodlust into a weapon hardened, unbreakable. And finally, the rarest of all, the one in millions, proof of a king who stands above all things. Conqueror's haki. At that moment, Mihawk's tone dropped. He gripped Yoro tighter, his hawk-like eyes boring into Urza's own. His presence alone pressed down like a mountain. So tell me, girl, what kind of haki will you awaken? It doesn't matter what type I awaken. What I need is the power to protect my comrades, power to stand against any threat and never retreat again. Because I am Titania, Urza Scarlet of fairy tale. Her gaze held firm, unflinching under Mihawk's overwhelming will. Her arms bulged, legs splitting the wood beneath her feet, but she refused to retreat. Behind her stood every mage of fairy tale. She was an S-class mage, the queen of the fairies. She would never allow another Tenru Island tragedy. She was Titania. Boom. As Mihawk's haki pressed down, Urza felt something awaken deep within her soul. A shockwave erupted from her eyes, uncontrolled, unintentional, and exploded outward in all directions. My head feels like it's spinning. Did I not get enough sleep yesterday? Same here. Thump. 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 All across Baratai, Diners who had been watching the battle in awe suddenly trembled. Something inside their minds cracked like shattered glass. And one by one, they collapsed, eyes rolling back, unconscious. Conqueror's Hockey, Myhawk and Eden said in unison. But where Myhawk looked stunned, Eden was calm. If anyone in fairy tale was going to awaken Conqueror's Hockey, it was Urza. She didn't earn the title of Titania for nothing. And if anyone else was guaranteed to have it, it was Gildarts. Eden smiled faintly. So, we can learn hockey too. That was what he had wanted to confirm. By having Urza, the most gifted of them all, duel Myhawk, he was testing whether outsiders like them could truly grasp this world's power. And now he had his answer. As for how or why they could learn it, whether their bodies had been altered by this world or something else, it didn't matter. Not anymore. Half an hour later. Your talent is terrifying. As the final clash between Myhawk and Urza came to an end, Myhawk slowly sheathed his black sword, Yoro. Ding. Urza stood silently. Her twin demon blades were now covered in cracks. In terms of swordsmanship alone, she still couldn't match Myhawk, the world's undisputed #1. But she had found her direction. Give her a few more years, and she'd catch up. A genius. That's what Myhawk thought, glancing at his cloak, which had been torn slightly by Urza's strike. A grin tugged at the corners of his lips. What a day. First Zoro, now Urza. Two brilliant talents revealed one after the other. He could already see the future, challenges to his throne, battles that would push him to the limit. And that made him feel excited. Only Myhawk knew just how monstrous Urza's potential was. She hadn't mastered hockey yet, but she had touched its essence. It was only a matter of time before she mastered all 3 types. The sea has been quiet for too long. The winds of change are coming. I should start preparing too. Myhawk turned, ready to leave. But Eden stood in his way. Sir Myhawk, it's our turn now. I dabble in swordsmanship as well. With that, Eden leapt into the sea. The ocean was his domain. Huh? Myhawk raised a brow. Eden clearly had no intention of crossing blades in the traditional sense. What are you doing? Sea King Dragon Formation, Ocean Ring. Beneath the waves, Eden drank in seawater like air. Magic surged through his body like a flood. Spell after spell shot toward the surface. As the Sea King Dragon, the ocean itself was Eden's mana spring. When he lacked energy, he simply absorbed it from the sea. Eden didn't attack Myhawk for ego. He was testing himself, measuring his place in this world's food chain. A top predator newly arrived in a foreign land. Boom. Above, Myhawk staggered. He couldn't see into the deep. This was his first time facing a devil fruit user who didn't fear seawater. Even Jinbei, another warlord of the sea, couldn't fight like this from the ocean depths. If Eden stayed submerged like a fishman, never surfacing, he'd be virtually unbeatable. Enough. That's far enough. Myhawk had finally adapted. Using observation hockey, he tracked Eden's attacks. Then, he swung Yoru with real intent. And in that moment, the world witnessed what it meant to be the strongest swordsman alive. The greatest slash in the world was unleashed. A beam of sword energy so massive it dimmed the sky. This wasn't just a flying slash. This was an island-busting, several-kilometer-wide sword strike. Even Marineford itself would have been split in two. For just a moment, the sea parted. That was enough. Myhawk's hawk eyes locked onto his prey. Found you. Soaked and dripping, Myhawk stared into the depths at Eden. So even 800 meters deep isn't safe, Eden remarked, emerging from the sea. 3,000 meters. Myhawk gave the number flatly. At that depth, even my slash couldn't touch you. Thanks for the info, Myhawk. You're a really good guy. Myhawk was speechless. Why was he helping again? This wasn't like him. He didn't care for others. Was it a whim? Or maybe, one day, they'd be allies? He wasn't sure. My turn. No, mine. I'm next in line. Lightning Flame Dragon Mode. What the hell, Natsu? When did you get a new transformation? Natsu and Gajeel surged forward. Come at me together. Myhawk sighed. But he underestimated them. Lightning Flame Dragon. Iron Dragon. Roar. He never expected their breath attacks to fuse into one. Boom! An enormous beam of destruction detonated in front of Baratai. Dead fish floated everywhere. Even sea beasts were blown apart. The battle raged for 15 minutes before quiet returned. And Mihawk, without a word, fled. He'd had enough. He was done with these maniacs from Fairy Tail. But the name Fairy Tail was now burned into his soul. Urza, Eden, Natsu, Gajeel, Zoro, Luffy. The era is beginning to move. After so many years of calm, the seas are finally getting interesting. Far out on the sea, alone in his tiny boat, Mihawk drew his black blade. He gently touched the water's surface. And in the next second, his boat rocketed forward at supersonic speed. Back at Baratai. Aside from Urza, no one else awakened Haki? Man, this is tricky. Eden sighed. Looks like they'd need to visit Wano and find Teacher Kaido. He chuckled, remembering the old forums from his past life. Someone once ranked all the Haki teachers in one piece. Sure, the list was outdated, but still. In Eden's opinion, Garp's teaching was pretty insane too. He had Kobe, who trained with 200% effort to prove it. And while Mihawk's teaching helped Urza awaken Haki in record time, Kaido's training method of 3 club strikes was still on another level. Too brutal for most to survive. Urza, according to the intel I've gathered, the Marines actually have a complete Haki training regimen. In other words, with your current promotion speed, it's only a matter of time before you can learn how to use Haki within the Marine ranks. Compared to you lot, who've already joined the Marines and have the behemoth world government backing you, it's far more troublesome for us, pirates, to learn Haki. Eden paused here, his voice taking on a contemplative tone. However, you don't need to worry about us. After all, I've already figured out my next move. I'll become one of the 7 warlords of the sea as quickly as possible. After Mihawk departed, Eden and Urza continued their conversation. So, you've already set your sights on a goal, haven't you? A faint smile played on Urza's lips as she looked at Eden and chuckled. Urza had a great deal of confidence in Eden. Allow me to keep you in suspense for now. I reckon it won't be long before you find out exactly which warlord I'm planning to take down. Eden chuckled in response. I'll take these pirates off your hands for now. As for the money, I'll send it to you as soon as possible, Urza said, glancing at the boatload of pirates she was taking, assuring Eden. There's no rush for the money, Eden replied generously. No, the money is urgent. Before Eden could finish, Nami, who became instantly agitated at the mere mention of money, rushed forward, practically shouldering Eden aside to address Urza directly. All right. Rest assured, Urza couldn't help but smile, watching Nami spring into action at the scent of money. Honestly, in that regard, she was quite like Master Makarov. Perhaps only those who managed finances could truly grasp the importance of money, huh? Well then, that's that. We'll be taking our leave now. All units, fall out, Urza said, giving Eden a wave before turning towards the warship behind her. Yes, ma'am. Rear Admiral Urza. The Marines who had been maintaining order at the Baratai Sea restaurant immediately began to move in an orderly fashion towards the warship docked at the simple pier upon hearing Urza's command to fall out. Brother Eden, bye-bye. Among them, Levi politely bid him farewell as she passed by Eden's side and, as an afterthought, retrieved Gajeel, who had been knocked unconscious by Mihawk. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to Levi and Urza, Eden returned to the restaurant and addressed Luffy and the others. So, what are your plans now? What do you mean? Luffy looked bewildered, seemingly not grasping the intent behind Eden's question. As for Zoro, he seemed to sense something. His brow furrowed slightly as he asked Eden, could it be, Eden, that you have some plans of your own? That's right. Actually, there are many ways to get to the Grand Line. Besides the most traditional route through Reverse Mountain on the Red Line, I can also head straight south, through the Calm Belt, to directly reach Paradise, the first half of the Grand Line. Eden gave a slight nod, revealing his intentions. He had already decided to cross the Calm Belt directly, head to the Grand Line, and take down the Sand Crocodile, who was currently plotting in Alabasta and was one of the 7 warlords. By doing so, Eden could also seize this opportunity to become a new warlord of the sea. Of course, if you want to come with us, that's fine too. However, if you come with us, I'm afraid you won't be able to go to Lowtown. Eden seemed to recall something as he looked at Luffy and Zoro, adding, Lowtown. Luffy was completely clueless about Lowtown. Lowtown, huh? It would indeed be a shame not to go. Zoro and Usopp exchanged a glance, hesitating. On one hand, it was the town where the Pirate King once lived. On the other, their only navigator was leaving with those two pirate crews. It was a tough choice between the two. Logtown, also known as the town of the beginning and the end. It's the town where the Pirate King, GOLD, Roger, the world government concealed his D initial, was born, and also where he was executed after being captured by the Marines. You could say it witnessed Roger's entire life, Nami explained, looking at Luffy. We gotta go, we gotta go. Luffy nodded emphatically upon hearing this. Luffy really wanted to see the place where Roger had once lived. In that case, let's bid farewell here. If fate guides us true, I believe we'll meet again very soon. Eden smiled, and as he spoke, he handed Luffy a Den Den Mushi. What's this? Luffy looked at the Den Den Mushi in his hand, perplexed. This is a Den Den Mushi I just got from Urza. After you've been to Lowtown, you'll eventually head to the Grand Line, right? Without a navigator, I imagine you'd find things quite troublesome. With this Den Den Mushi, you can consult our navigator, Nami. It's not free, though. After all, Eden had poached the Straw Hat's navigator. To compensate Luffy, he gave him a Den Den Mushi to communicate with Nami. I got it. I'll take good care of this, Luffy said, about to put the Den Den Mushi away. Let us keep it safe instead. At this, Zoro and Usopp, who had absolutely zero confidence in Luffy's ability to keep anything safe, strode up to him and snatched the Den Den Mushi from his grasp before he could hide it. Well then, see you, Luffy. I hope to hear your name in the newspapers very soon. After bidding Luffy farewell, Eden, along with Natsu, Nami, Juvia, and Happy, set off on a new course. As for Luffy, Usopp, and Zoro, the three of them weren't in a hurry to leave. Sanji, be my cook and set sail with me. Luffy extended a sincere invitation to Sanji. I refuse, Sanji replied without a second thought. What's your reason? Luffy asked Sanji, puzzled. Because on your ship, there isn't a single pretty lady. Besides, I'm the sous chef of this restaurant. Sanji's well-reasoned reply left everyone speechless. Until Redfoot Zeph spoke up, Sanji, you're fired. Leave my Bar Taisi restaurant. Go find your dream. Your journey shouldn't end here. The following day, Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Captain of the Buggy Pirates, Buggy the Clown, with a bounty of 15 million belly. Captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro of 100 plans, with a bounty of 16 million belly. Captain of the Krieg Pirates, Admiral Krieg, and his second-in-command, Jin the Man Demon, with a bounty of 12 million belly. And the captain of the Fishman Pirates, Arlong, with a bounty of 20 million belly. Along with the entire Fishman Pirates, all of whose officers possess strength not inferior to pirates with bounties in the tens of millions. The above are all the major pirates in the East Blue with bounties in the tens of millions. However, every single one of these pirates was defeated by a single group, the East Blue's new star, Sea Emperor Eden. Marine HQ Major Brand New was currently explaining the situation in the East Blue and the heinous acts of Eden's group to the assembled admirals and officers in the conference room. Most importantly, someone witnessed Eden fighting the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye's Dracul Mihawk, at the Bar Taisi restaurant. It's said that neither of them gained the upper hand. Furthermore, Rear Admiral Urza, who was in charge of subjugating Eden's group, personally admitted she was powerless against them. Therefore, whether we like it or not, we must acknowledge that in the East Blue, the symbol of peace, a supernova has risen after several years. Under special approval from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the decision has been made to issue bounties for Sea Emperor Eden's crew as follows. Brand New paused here, taking a sip from his teacup to moisten his throat. Then, Brand New continued, first, the captain, Sea Emperor Eden, bounty, 120 million belly. Second in command, Fire Dragon, Natsu, bounty, 60 million veli. Third in command, Rain Woman, Juvia, bounty, 50 million veli. Navigator, Cat Burglar, Nami, bounty, 20 million veli. And the pet, Demon Cat Happy, bounty, 18 veli. That is all. Oh. Once Branu finished, the entire conference hall erupted into heated discussion. Everyone seemed intensely curious about this supernova who had surpassed a 100 million veli bounty within a mere week of setting sail. Next up, we have the pirate crew under Eden's faction, the Straw Hat Luffy crew. We will now begin to determine the bounties for the Straw Hat crew. Branu continued. Monkey D. Luffy? What's with this monkey? Don't tell me he's someone's grandson again? In the hall, some of the Commodore-ranked officers, upon hearing Luffy's surname, Monkey, immediately wore expressions as if they'd swallowed something bitter, speaking with a sense of weary resignation. Speaking of the surname, Monkey, perhaps no one in the entire Marines, or even the world, didn't know it. After all, the Marine hero, on par with the current Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the legendary Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, who once chased the Pirate King Gold Roger all over the world and repeatedly refused promotion to Admiral, was simply too famous. Moreover, it wasn't the first or second time Garp's son or grandson had run off to oppose the world government and the Marines. That old geezer Garp had a record. It's decided. The bounties for the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates will be determined later. Captain Luffy's bounty is set at 30 million veli. As for the others, issue the wanted posters first. After some discussion, they finally settled on the bounty situation for the Straw Hat crew. Perhaps because Luffy's surname was too conspicuous. All the Marine admirals and officers present decided to increase the bounty, aiming to capture Luffy as soon as possible, lest he grow stronger and become completely uncontrollable later on. Meanwhile, in the Fleet Admiral's office. All right. I will seriously consider your report. You may leave now, Rear Admiral Urza. Sengoku had just received Urza's submitted report. He set aside the detailed account of Eden's clash with Mihawk within the report and, looking at a certain disrespectful old geezer in his office, his stomach churned with anger. He roared, "Eat, eat, eat. All you know is how to eat. Your grandson has run off to become a pirate, and you're still here eating. Garp, you old fool, get out of my office." Luffy, that rascal, is just like his father. Speaking of which, has Luffy ever even met his father? Garp laughed heartily as he left the office. Amidst his laughter, he gently wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, his expression filled with a profound loneliness. Luffy, have you finally chosen to become a pirate like Ace? You've truly broken your grandpa's heart. Vice Admiral Garp, there's something I'd like to ask of you. After Garp was kicked out of the Fleet Admiral's office by Sengoku, Urza, who had been waiting here for him, immediately approached. She bowed respectfully to Garp. At the same time, Urza thought to herself, so this is the hockey teacher Eden recommended? Marine HQ Vice Admiral, Garp the Fist. Isn't this Rear Admiral Urza? You young lady are about to be promoted to Vice Admiral. You'll be my equal then, no need to be so polite with me. Garp smiled casually at Urza, appearing exceptionally easygoing. Vice Admiral Garp, I actually have a favor to ask of you, Urza requested after a moment of thought. What is it? Garp looked at Urza, puzzled. I want to learn hockey. Please teach me. Urza stated bluntly. Hockey, you say? Speaking of which, you're almost a Vice Admiral. It's indeed time to teach you. Then come with me, little lass. Hockey isn't something you can learn in a day or two. Prepare yourself. I'm very strict. Garp agreed quite readily after a brief moment of thought. This clearly stunned Urza. The speech she had prepared was suddenly useless. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, Urza quickly followed Garp's steps. Meanwhile, on a certain nameless island, Mihawk, traveling in his coffin-like boat, slowly docked it beside the island. Mihawk, what are you doing here? Are you planning to start a war with our boss? Alert! Alert! As Mihawk set foot on the island, the entire island seemed to tremble. Members of a certain pirate crew, currently resting on the island, All looked at the newly arrived Mihawk with wary expressions, shouting loudly, "No, I'm here to see your boss." At this, Mihawk shook his head. He wasn't here to fight these people today. Rather, on a whim, he planned to find this pirate crew's boss and have a good chat about the trends of the new era. However, when Mihawk, under the wary watch of these pirate grunts, finally saw the boss of the pirate crew stationed on this island, he found himself drawn to a man standing beside the red-haired individual he was looking for. This man bore an 80% resemblance to the red-haired man but had short, orange-red hair. "Mihawk, let me introduce you. This is my newly made companion, Gildarts." At the same time, the red-haired man, one of the 4 individuals who reign like emperors in the New World, one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, laughed heartily as he introduced the person beside him to Mihawk. This person was none other than the strongest fighting force of the Mages Guild fairy tale, Gildarts. Gildarts. Mihawk's gaze towards Shanks became tinged with curiosity. Was this man named Gildarts really just Shanks's crewmate? If they were merely crewmates, then why did their auras and appearances seem astonishingly similar? They looked like brothers. If not brothers by blood, then at least cousins or relatives of some sort. Fortunately, Mihawk knew a bit about Shanks's background and his notorious father's illustrious deeds. Therefore, Mihawk refrained from inquiring further about Gildarts, respecting potential family sensitivities. However, Mihawk's discretion didn't mean Gildarts intended to let him off easily. "You're Mihawk, aren't you?" Just as Mihawk comfortably sat down beside Shanks and Gildarts, reaching for a drink, Gildarts, who had been cheerful until now, suddenly stiffened. His pupils contracted sharply as he sternly addressed Mihawk. "I have a question for you." "A question?" Mihawk tensed imperceptibly, eyes narrowing, his muscles subtly tightening, readying for combat. No one who sensed such intense killing intent would remain unprepared. "You encountered some youngsters before arriving here, didn't you?" Gildarts pressed. "Indeed," Mihawk nodded truthfully. "What did you do to them?" Gildarts demanded. No comment, Mihawk replied with a slight smirk. Mihawk would show leniency and perhaps talk more with weaker opponents or promising youngsters he took an interest in. However, against an equal, or someone capable of genuinely threatening him, he saw no reason to be accommodating. To maintain his title as the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk always confronted stronger adversaries without hesitation. "No comment? Your body reeks of powerful magic, not something a mere 4 words can explain," Gildarts stated coldly. "If you don't give me a proper explanation today, you won't leave this island unscathed." With these words, Gildarts unleashed his immense magical energy, enveloping the area like a towering pillar. Gildarts' rage stemmed from sensing potent magic around Mihawk, magic belonging to Urza, Eden, Natsu, and Gajeel, all of whom had seemingly exerted their full strength. Though Gildarts trusted his guildmates' strength, the thought of relaxing here while his comrades endured life-and-death battles filled him with guilt. "This magic. Ah, I see. You're a companion of Urza and Eden," Mihawk realized upon sensing Gildarts' magic. "It's too late now," Gildarts declared, his magical energy reaching its peak. The entire island quaked under his overwhelming power. "What's happening? An earthquake?" The red-hair pirates panicked at the sudden tremors. "Wait a second. Isn't this some misunderstanding?" Shanks anxiously attempted to mediate. He knew the devastating consequences of 2 powerhouses fighting unrestrained. This could be catastrophic for his crew currently vacationing on the island. Ignoring Shanks's concerns, Gildarts struck first, unleashing his crush magic toward Mihawk. Boom! In an instant, Mihawk was engulfed by the destructive force. Despite Gildarts' attempts to minimize collateral damage, his magic instantly pulverized forests and flattened a nearby mountain. "Isn't this a bit too extreme? Is he Whitebeard or something?" Yasopp exclaimed, bewildered by the devastation. Meanwhile, Mihawk, blasted into the sky by Gildarts' strike, readied his counterattack, raising his black blade, Yoru, and channeling his strength into a massive slash. Even though Mihawk knew their fight stemmed from misunderstanding, warriors of their caliber needed little reason to battle. Moreover, Mihawk was curious to test his strength against Gildart's. Whoosh! An earth-shattering slash cleaved through the sky, aiming to split the entire island. Is the world ending? The pirates stared helplessly, unable to react. But Gildart's casually shattered Mihawk's devastating slash with a mere punch. Crush. Gildart's calm demeanor remained intact. In this world, there was nothing he couldn't destroy. Such was the absolute power of crush magic. Indeed, attacks equivalent to Saint Wizard tier magic were just ordinary punches for Gildart's. Near the island where Mihawk and Gildart's were engaged in a fierce battle. Calling HQ, calling HQ. This is Vice Admiral Pursuer Maynard of Navy Headquarters. Just now, the world's strongest swordsman and one of the warlords of the sea, Dracul Mihawk, has landed on the island occupied by the red-haired pirates. 5 minutes after landing, Mihawk seems to have gotten into a conflict with someone on the island, and the two began a violent battle. Judging from the shockwaves of their fight, there is a 90% chance that the man fighting Mihawk is the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Vice Admiral Pursuer, Maynard gripped the microphone tightly, reporting the situation he encountered. When facing pirate crews on the level of the Four Emperors, the Navy would only dispatch Vice Admirals to monitor them, and even then, only from a safe distance. If anything unusual happened, they would retreat immediately. That was the level of deterrence the Sea Emperors commanded. Huh? You're saying Whitebeard and Haka are fighting on Red-Haired's island? Are you kidding me, Maynard? Sengoku almost suffered a heart attack from Maynard's words. He had just received intel that the Whitebeard pirates had begun moving again. That their 2nd Division captain, Ace, had returned from the New World to Paradise. And now he's told that Whitebeard has teleported to Shanks Island and is fighting Hawkeye. Was this a joke aimed to mess with him? So, you agree it's impossible, right, Fleet Admiral? Maynard projected a live Den mushy feed from afar, showing Mihawk locked in a ferocious duel with a man whose overwhelming power rivaled Whitebeard's. He asked Sengoku for confirmation. What do you mean by impossible? Sengoku was baffled. I mean, it's absolutely impossible for Whitebeard and Mihawk to be fighting on Red-Haired's turf. Maynard continued calmly. Isn't that obvious? Sengoku barked, but as soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying realization hit him. Cold sweat dripped down his back. He stuttered, Maynard, could it be that what you mean is? Yes, Fleet Admiral. Just as you've guessed, the worst-case scenario has happened. In other words, while we were celebrating peace across the 4 seas, a man whose destructive power equals Whitebeard suddenly appeared on Red-Haired's island. Maynard's voice was filled with fatigue. This monster equal to Whitebeard, did he fall from the sky or something? How could someone with power at that level exist in this world without us knowing? The red-haired pirates were already hard enough to deal with Shanks and Ben Beckman. Now there's another monster added to the mix. Sengoku was utterly overwhelmed. He wanted to resign on the spot, it was all too much. Do whatever it takes. Get a clear photo of that man's face. Sengoku was furious. At first, he assumed the man might be a hidden expert like Fujitora or Aramaki. But if you want to remain hidden, then stay hidden. Why are you hanging out with Red-Haired's crew? Now that you've revealed your identity and clearly chosen the pirate side, Sengoku had no choice but to make sure your name resounded across the world. You're placing a bounty on him? Maynard asked. We'll start with a warning. Set the bounty at 2 billion berries. Sengoku declared. Yes, someone who can spar evenly with Mihawk, befriend Shanks, and match Whitebeard's destructive might as described by a vice admiral. A 2 billion bounty is just a warning. Honestly, 3 billion wouldn't be too much. Back on the island, it had been shattered into pieces by Gildart's power. Mihawk was bleeding from his forehead, gasping for breath. That's when Shanks and Beckman could no longer stay idle. Let's end this here. I've finished off the rats sneaking around. Now then, please, give me some face and stop fighting. With a single hand, Shanks blocked Gildart's from launching another attack. His eyes looked toward the horizon as a wave of terrifying conqueror's hockey swept across miles of ocean, knocking out all Marines aboard the surveillance ship, including Vice Admiral Maynard. Mihawk, calm down. Beckman said helplessly, looking at the battered swordsman. Everyone, just look around you. You nearly tore the whole island apart. Can we calm down now and talk for a bit? Shanks pulled Gildarts aside. Beckman did the same with Mihawk, and the four sat down. Sigh. All right, let me explain. I did meet some rather interesting kids. Here's what happened. Mihawk sighed and began recounting his adventures in the East Blue to Shanks and Gildarts. An hour later. That's the gist of it. Believe it or not, it's up to you. He finished and gave Gildarts a harsh glare. Huh, that's what happened. I'm really sorry. Gildarts scratched the back of his head awkwardly, sincerely apologizing. Mihawk didn't say a word. He had been humiliated by Eden's bratty group, and now even pummeled by their so-called guardian. He was really too damn wronged. Men have sorrows they can't put into words. Heh. Well, in that case, let me tell my story. Gildarts chuckled, then started to talk. Whether he wanted to use Shanks and Mihawk's influence to help him find his lost companions, or simply make friends with them, he decided to speak frankly. Truth is, I'm not from this world. He dropped a bombshell with his very first sentence. Huh. Everyone present froze. Even Shanks and Mihawk, who had already suspected something, were slightly shocked by the confirmation. Haha. Surprised, huh? Actually, I'm from the Fairy Tale Guild of Mages. I'm from another world. In that world, our guild is the strongest magical guild. But during our S-Class promotion test on the guild's holy ground, we ran into a monstrous black lizard. It destroyed my left arm, right leg, and part of my internal organs in just one hit. We were forced to escape, and somehow ended up in this world. Gildarts stood up, lifting his cloak to reveal his battered, patched-up body. Huh. So you, half-crippled, managed to beat me into this state? Mihawk's pupils shrank. He was genuinely shocked. Just how strong were you at your peak? Strong. See this island we're standing on? At my peak, I could reduce it to dust with a single blow. Gildarts said while rubbing his chin and glancing at the island below. TCH. Mihawk raised an eyebrow. This guy Gildarts, if he recovers, his destructive power might truly rival peak Whitebeard. He might even be stronger. The next day. 11 days remained until Gray's release. Gray, wait a minute, are my companions really planning to break me out of this prison? Calm belt. The Shark Supreme was slowly sailing forward. Ha ha ha. That kid Luffy really stirred up a huge commotion in Lowtown. He gave Smoker a lot of trouble. And, because the world's most notorious criminal, Monkey D. Dragon showed up in Lowtown, everyone's attention got drawn to him, and Luffy's chaos went mostly unnoticed. So was he lucky or unlucky? Eden lay on the deck, fighting dizziness, while silently reading the newspaper. In truth, for normal ships, sailing into the calm belt meant certain doom, because there's no wind, the most critical power source for sailing. But for Eden and the crew, the absence of wind was no issue at all. Both Eden and Juvia could manipulate water currents to power the ship forward. Eden, I don't row. I ride the waves. Juvia, what a coincidence, me too. Eden, snap out of it. We're sailing in the most dangerous part of the sea, the calm belt. The graveyard of all ships. And it's not just the lack of wind that's dangerous. This is also the nesting ground for the true rulers of the seas, the Sea Kings. Nami couldn't help but yell at the overly relaxed Eden. Even if you say that, I seriously can't move. The side effects of Dragon Slayer magic are stronger than I thought. Eden groaned and rolled on the deck, trying to get more comfortable. Then he looked at Natsu, lying next to him like a dead fish. Ask Natsu if you don't believe me, Nami. Natsu, crushed by the side effects of the Dragon Slayer magic, could do nothing but mimic Happy's voice weakly. He looked like melted jelly sprawled across the deck. Can you two even function? Nami sighed toward the sky, her frustration rising. Just let us not run into a Sea King, please. She put her hands together and prayed sincerely to the heavens. But just as she looked up, the sky suddenly darkened. It wasn't clouds. It was something enormous blocking the sun. That's strange. Today was supposed to be clear skies. Nami narrowed her eyes. Something wasn't right. Her weather instincts were never wrong. She focused harder. And finally saw it. It wasn't a cloud. It was a massive sea king, shaped like a gigantic ribbonfish, with dark skin and blazing orange-yellow eyes. Nami's jaw dropped in terror. Eden, Natsu, Juvia. We've got a sea king incoming. Huh. Instantly, Eden and Natsu shot up. Water magic, jet rise. Eden surged upward on a column of swirling water. Happy, help me. With Happy's help, Natsu flew into the air with his snow-white wings. Roar. The Sea King's head alone measured 500 meters above the sea, its full body likely over 1,000 meters long. Furious at being challenged by mere insects, it roared in rage. Sea Dragon Destruction Fist. Before it could retaliate, Eden reached the height of its chin and slammed down a thunderous punch. Boom! The Sea King was blown back by the force. Its 1,500-meter-long body was yanked entirely out of the sea, sliding across the ocean for 5 kilometers before crashing back down in a mountain of waves. Roar! Even so, the beast didn't lose consciousness. It let out another guttural roar, its eyes filled with vengeful fury. Fire Dragon's Roar. A burning wave of dragon flame slammed into its face. Boom! The Sea King collapsed with a groan, smacked directly into the sea. Time to eat. Natsu and Happy pounced on the creature, sinking their teeth in. So hard. Their teeth bounced off its iron-hard scales. It's too tough. We'll have to cut it open. Make sashimi out of it. I want grilled fish. Hot pot would be good too. I want fish balls. Good thing it's so big, we can make every fish dish imaginable and still have leftovers. While Natsu and Happy casually discussed cooking it, the Sea King trembled in horror. Sea Kings possess human-level intelligence and can communicate. Those with the voice of all things like Roger can understand them. Actually, I have a better idea. Just then, Eden landed casually atop the Sea King's head. He said leisurely, "You don't want to be eaten, right? Then prove your value." I think you understand me. Question mark. Sea Kings aren't usually tamed. But the moment Eden touched it, both their hearts skipped a beat. Are you our king? But you don't look like the mermaid princess. Did you perhaps change genders? Yes, the Sea King spoke. And Eden understood. Not by coincidence, but thanks to the Sea Dragon Slayer crystal within him. In the eyes of the Sea Dragon King, ruler of all sea life, all marine creatures in any world are his subjects. What kind of dumb crap are you spouting? Eden smacked it on the head. He muttered in his heart, maybe, until Shirahoshi awakens, I really am the Poseidon. I am not the mermaid princess. But I am undoubtedly your king. Eden addressed the Sea Kings with calm authority. But our grandmother told us that our king would be the soon-to-awaken mermaid princess. One of the Sea Kings responded in protest. Bang! Eden didn't bother with more words. He raised his massive, sandbag-sized fist and smacked the Sea King hard on the head. Ugh. The Sea King, now with a large bump on its head, looked both wronged and pitiful. It was still just a child, barely 1,500 meters long. It would take another 300 years before it could grow as large as its father, over 5,000 meters long and classed as a supergiant Sea King. For now, it was merely a large one. So in the end, I am your king, right? Eden pressed firmly. That's true. The Sea King nodded seriously. It felt a primal sense of submission to Eden and could speak directly with him. There was no mistaking it. Which means what I say is absolute, yeah. Eden kept pushing. Indeed. After a short thought, the Sea King nodded again. Good. From today forward, you are a member of the Fairy Tale Guild. No matter what your name was before, from now on, you're Little Black. With flair and grandeur, Eden officially drafted the Sea King. As you command, my king. Little Black, although confused about what it meant to join Fairy Tale, knew from ancient Sea King teachings that a king's word was law. And so, boom. Waves surged as Eden and Natsu rode atop Little Black, sailing freely across the ocean. Now that Little Black, of the top-tier Sea King species, was with them, the calm belt was no longer dangerous. Other Sea Kings would flee at the mere sight of him. Their traveling speed had skyrocketed. What once took 2 or 3 days now only took 1. In fact, Little Black deliberately slowed down to avoid dismantling the Shark Supreme, the ship by going too fast. Otherwise, they'd be moving even quicker. Nami, don't you want to feel what it's like to ride a sea king? Why not ditch the Shark Supreme and just travel on Little Black from now on? Eden, sitting on Little Black's head, felt completely rejuvenated. No nausea, no fatigue, his spirit was soaring. Natsu felt the same. He. Hearing Eden's words, Little Black even turned his head and flashed Nami a creepy, toothy grin full of anticipation. I'll pass. Nami rejected the offer without hesitation. Riding that monstrous thing across the sea? Too reckless for a normal human like her. Come to think of it, Eden and Natsu, don't you get motion sick on Little Black? Aren't you both prone to transportation sickness? Nami asked with genuine curiosity. What are you talking about, Nami? Little Black is our comrade, not a vehicle. We dragon slayers only get sick on vehicles, not comrades. Right, Happy? Before Eden could answer, Natsu jumped in, turning to Happy for confirmation. Exactly. Nami, you cruel woman. Calling a companion a vehicle, I see you in a new light. Happy nodded sternly and scolded Nami with righteous indignation. This was the perfect opportunity for Happy to scold someone, and he wasn't going to let it pass. Shut up, you rotten cat. Nami growled as she grabbed Happy and aggressively rubbed his cheeks. She no longer found the cat adorable. In fact, she now fully regretted ever thinking so. Full speed ahead. As the others played on deck, Eden sat on Little Black's head and shouted. Aye. Little Black roared and accelerated. Nami, still off balance on the Shark Supreme, was sent flying backward. Luckily, Juvia acted quickly and used a stream of water to cushion her fall. Thanks, Juvia. Nami nodded to her savior, then stomped toward the front of the ship and kicked Little Black's back. Stupid fish. Thud. A soft impact. Nami's foot instantly swelled. Ow! She clutched her toe in fury. Nami's just as dumb as Lucy. From above, Happy flapped his wings and teased Nami as he flew alongside the group. You'd better stay in the sky forever, Happy. Nami didn't know who Lucy was, but based on Happy's tone, she guessed that poor girl had suffered plenty, probably because of this smug cat. Later, after Little Black gave Nami a 1-meter pearl worth 300 million, she completely forgave him. They became best friends for life. Nami, pearls are amazing. A few hours later. So, how much longer until we reach Alabasta? Eden looked at the map, totally confused. We're not going to Alabasta. Nami, the navigator, corrected him. Huh? Eden looked baffled. Then where are we going next? If we were taking the usual route over the Red Line and Reverse Mountain into the Grand Line, we'd reach Alabasta first. But we're using a shortcut. We left Baratai and headed south, crossed the calm belt that no one else can, and entered the Grand Line. So our next destination is Mocktown. Alabasta is actually ahead of us. Nami studied the map and explained. What? Eden fell silent. So, the nearest destination for us now is probably the legendary Sky Island. Then comes the South Blue if we continue south through the calm belt. Alabasta comes last. Before Eden could speak again, Nami continued on her own. Right. Eden had no words. Meanwhile, in Mocktown, the so-called pirate paradise teeming with criminals. Did everyone get along today? A girl with snow-white hair, warm as the sun, radiating beauty from head to toe, looked at the brutish pirates before her with gentle eyes. What kind of dumb question is that? Of course, we all got along. Respected Big Sis Mira Jane. As soon as she spoke, the bloodthirsty pirates straightened up and, with arrogant voices, said the meekest words. What a bunch of good boys. Mira Jane's smile twisted ever so slightly, her expression darkly sweet. Any disobedient ones? Fed to the fish. The first half of the Grand Line paradise. Even the Navy and world government can't be bothered to manage this place, a notorious pirate gathering point known as Mocktown, nicknamed the Sewer of Paradise. After spending several hours traveling, Eden and his companions finally arrived at the town. Woo! As they neared the town, Little Black let out a soft cry. Since Little Black was still just a child and had never visited a human town like Mocktown, nor seen so many humans before, He felt a bit socially anxious. So instead of approaching the town, he stopped 100 meters away, revealing only his massive head, watching as Eden and the others rode the supreme shark to shore. Then he slowly submerged into the sea. "Little Black, go hide in the nearby waters for now," Eden said. "I'll call you when I need you." After waving goodbye to Little Black, Eden led Natsu, Nami, Juvia, and Happy into Mock Town. During the hours spent together, Eden had fully mastered how to summon Little Black. At the same time, Eden had further unlocked the power of the Sea King Dragon Slayer magic crystal. So this is Mock Town? Doesn't feel very special. Yeah, pretty underwhelming. As soon as Natsu and the others stepped onto the island, their faces filled with curiosity. The first thing they saw was a massive sign reading Mock Town. Behind it were 2 neat rows of stores, and clean streets stretched before them. The place looked humble and frugal, which felt off. This wasn't the chaotic pirate hub they imagined Mock Town would be. "Don't let the appearance fool you," Eden warned. "Mock Town is one of the pirate dens in the Grand Line. It's a lawless place where the strong prey on the weak. We must stay on guard and be ready to fight at any moment." "Got it," Nami and Happy responded immediately, striking alert stances. Their sharp eyes scanned the surroundings for threats. "Understood," Natsu nodded. "So basically, the whole island's full of bad guys? If we see bad guys, we beat them all up. Simple and brutal." Natsu was already itching for a fight. Juvia, who had remained silent, finally understood Eden's warning after hearing Natsu's explanation. She admired how quickly he grasped Eden's message. Eden sighed, "That's not exactly what I meant, but whatever, close enough." "Welcome to Mock Town's pirate resort." Just as Eden and the group stepped past the sign and onto the clean streets, a massive man over 2 meters tall, broad and scarred, strode toward them with an intimidating aura. They prepared for a confrontation, but the man suddenly grinned and said with a flattering tone, "I'm your tour guide. Just call me Rose." Yup, this bulky guy's name was Rose, the ultimate mismatch. Fire Dragon Iron Fist. Before the man could finish, Natsu's fist landed squarely on his face. Boom! With a deafening crash, the man shot into the sky like a rocket and splashed down into the sea. Rose is down. The newcomers are hostile. Grab your weapons. The whole of Mock Town erupted into chaos. Store owners and resting pirates alike drew weapons and rushed toward Eden's group from all directions. "Why did you attack one of our people?" one of the pirate leaders snarled at Eden and Natsu. "Nah, Eden told me to do it," Natsu answered without hesitation, immediately throwing Eden under the bus. "Huh?" Eden looked baffled. "Speak up. Why did you let your underling attack people?" the pirate leader shouted, glaring at Eden. "They're surrounding us now, so it's fair game, right?" Before Eden could respond, Natsu cracked his knuckles and ankles with a loud pop and smiled. "Time to work off that meal." Fire Dragon Iron Fist. Fire Dragon's Wing Attack. Roar of the Fire Dragon. Dragon Slayer's Secret Art. Crimson Lotus Exploding Flame Blade. Natsu rampaged like a dragon among sheep, engulfed in flames as he pounded the pirates. With a thunderous roar, nearly 100 pirates surrounding them were sent flying and scattered into the sea, just like Rose. "Seriously, do we need a reason to beat up evil pirates?" Natsu sighed as he looked at the unconscious enemies he'd taken down in under 5 minutes. Yeah, at this moment, Natsu was going full villain mode. Beating up pirates isn't wrong, Nami admitted, wincing at the destroyed street. "But wasn't this a little overkill? You bunch of weaklings. You got taken out this easily? Looks like I'll have to handle the intruders myself before the boss lady gets angry." As Nami grumbled about the wreckage, a man with a headband, blue vest, black pants, and long blonde hair walked over with disdainful eyes and reverence for someone called the boss lady. "Look, it's Executioner Ratio. His bounty is 42 million berries." These damn intruders are screwed now. Pirates who had been knocked out earlier but barely survived were now cheering at the newcomer, Ratio, a famous pirate enforcer under Mock Town's queen. He was known as the town's so-called disciplinarian. "You lot, listen up. Hand over your money and get out of my town, or I'll show you what true pain feels, Lee. Who the hell are you? Before Rashio could finish, Natsu's fist smashed into his face. Boom. The pirates watching were stunned by the sound, then watched in disbelief as Rashio turned into a shining star in the sky. Rashio's down too? A 42 million bounty pirate got flattened? What the hell is going on? Panic swept through the town. Then one of the pirates pulled out the newest bounty posters, which had just arrived that morning. He compared them to Eden and the others, then screamed. Crap. It's that guy who tore up the East Blue, fought Mihawk without losing, and got a bounty of 120 million before even entering the Grand Line. That's Supernova, see Emperor Eden. What did you say? Mocktown descended into chaos. 120 million berries? Upon hearing that, Eden casually walked over to the pirate who had exclaimed and snatched both the newspaper and bounty poster from his hand. That saves today's newspaper money. For that, Nami gave Eden a thumbs up. My head is actually worth 120 million berries now? Ha ha. All I did was spar a little with that Mihawk guy, and now the world government has labeled me a highly dangerous and promising super rookie? When Eden saw the article and his bounty poster in the paper, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Huh? Why am I on a bounty poster? I didn't even do anything. And my bounty is as high as Arlong's. Nami stared at her own wanted poster in disbelief. The 20 million berry bounty stunned her. She knew all too well the cost of being a wanted person. From now on, endless bounty hunters and elite marine officers would be after her head. Why am I only worth 60 million berries? That's way too low. Natsu was beyond dissatisfied with the bounty on his poster and shouted in anger. My bounty is only 18 berries. I can't even buy a lollipop with that. Happy looked utterly dejected. He felt the world government and Marines had gravely underestimated his power. At the very least, he should be worth 10 million berries, right? Honestly, when Happy uses wing magic with super acceleration, his speed can exceed Mach 3. In other words, any Marine below Vice Admiral wouldn't be able to catch him. Ha ha ha. So, what if you all have bounties over 100 million? Her Majesty, the Queen of Mocktown, will never let you off for breaking the rules here. You're all doomed. You'll be fish food in no time. As Eden and the others examined their bounties, a still-conscious pirate issued this ominous warning. Now I'm curious. Who is this Queen of Mocktown you speak of? Before coming here, I'd never even heard of a queen ruling this place. Eden squatted in front of the half-dead pirate and asked. Clack, clack, clack. Just as Eden's curiosity piqued and a certain image formed in his mind, a flurry of rapid footsteps echoed. Ha ha, you're all dead now. Her Majesty the Queen is here. Your execution is at hand. The pirate burst into maniacal laughter, already imagining Eden and company being beaten to a pulp and thrown into the sea. Just like when the Queen first arrived on the island, anyone who didn't submit to her rules met a harsh end. Big trouble, Eden. Pirates from all over the island are surrounding us. Juvia's face tensed as she protected Nami behind her, seeing all paths blocked by the incoming wave of pirates. This is bad, really bad, Nami said, sweat dripping from her forehead. Doesn't matter. No matter how many there are, I'll blow them all away. Flames blazed from Natsu's body as he looked completely unfazed by the pirate horde. Yet, these pirates didn't immediately attack, they merely surrounded them to prevent any escape. A tense standoff followed. Both Eden's group and the pirates were clearly waiting for someone. As the sound of rustling steps approached from the crowd, Eden suddenly sensed a magic aura very familiar to him. He silently confirmed his suspicion, so she really is the Queen of Mocktown. Sniff sniff. Natsu also reacted, picking up a familiar scent with his sharp nose. No way, could it be? Her Majesty has arrived. At the pirates' loud proclamation, those blocking Eden's group stepped aside, forming a clear path. In that instant, a stunning young girl with snow-white hair, pale skin, delicate features, and an hourglass figure walked toward them. She looked like a doll crafted by God's own hands, an image of angelic beauty. So pretty. When Nami saw her, it felt as though light had pierced her gloomy world, banishing all darkness. Wait, she's the queen of these pirates? Nami was baffled. When she first heard the term queen from this group of brutal pirates, she had pictured a towering, muscle-bound monster woman oozing menace, something like an older Big Mom. But reality was the exact opposite. It's over. You're all doomed. You have no idea how terrifying our queen truly is. The surrounding pirates snickered with wicked glee. Many had once been fooled by the queen's angelic appearance and paid the price. Because underneath her beauty was a true demon. Even the infamous supernovas would lose sleep after facing her. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the square, a heavily bandaged man watched the standoff between the Queen of Mocktown and the super-rookie Sea Emperor Eden. Fight. Tear each other apart. The man growled with bitter hatred toward the queen. Bellamy, are your injuries healing? His crewmates asked nervously behind him. I'm great, never better. When that woman and Eden weaken each other, we strike. Hyenas always wait for the right moment. Yes, this man was Bellamy, known as the Hyena, with a bounty of 55 million. He had once led his crew in a challenge against the queen and was instantly annihilated. But just as Bellamy hoped for mutual destruction. Eden, Natsu, happy Juvia, long time no see. The queen's excited voice called out as she wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. Her words were full of longing. Mira Jane, long time no see. Eden smiled warmly and replied, let's go find the rest of our scattered comrades together. Mira Jane nodded with determination. We're screwed. The Queen of Mocktown and the Sea Emperor Eden, our comrades. All the pirates around them froze. Their hearts nearly stopped at the revelation. Inside the tavern. Yo-ho-ho. Yo-ho-yo-ho. Yo-ho-ho. Yo-ho-yo-ho. A crowd of pirates sang Binks sake, while laughing, dancing, and carousing. As for Rashio, who had been knocked out by Natsu earlier, he was now completely wrapped in bandages. With a guilty face, he turned to Eden and the others and said, I'm really sorry. If I had known earlier that you were companions of our queen, I would never have dared to disturb you. Yes, Rashio was the one who got beaten up, yet he was the one apologizing. Such is the first law of the pirate world. The strong decide everything. So, Miss Mira Jane, how did you become the queen of these fearsome pirates? Nami asked curiously. That's simple. I just took out everyone on this island who dared to oppose me. Naturally, I became the queen of the island. Nami-chan, you can do it too eventually. Mira Jane finished with a bit of encouragement. No, I don't think I could ever do that. Nami said, twitching slightly at the corner of her mouth. But seriously, it's hard to imagine that such a sweet, gentle, and beautiful woman like Mira Jane, like a literal goddess, could defeat all these savage-looking pirates. Nami still couldn't picture Mira Jane, who looked so delicate, knocking out pirates like Natsu did. That's because you don't know her well enough, Nami, Happy chimed in. Don't be fooled by Mira Jane's looks. She's one of Fairy Tail's strongest candidates, one of the 5 active S-class mages. She's known as the Demon Mira Jane. Happy then took on the role of guide, explaining the guild's power structure. Excluding Master Makarov, Fairy Tail's S-class mages are ranked from strongest to weakest as Guildarts at the top, followed by the 4 strongest candidates, Laxus, Eden, Urza, and Mira Jane. Mystigan has been removed from the active S-class list since he stayed behind in Idolos. So Mira Jane is on the same level as monsters like Eden and Urza. That means she's even stronger than Natsu. Nami said, shocked. You really can't judge a book by its cover. She truly didn't expect Mira Jane to be that terrifying. Yep, Natsu challenged Mira Jane over 100 times and never won once. Happy nodded. That was when I was a kid. Natsu mumbled quietly. True, that was a long time ago. Mira Jane smiled humbly. Now, I'm no match for Laxus, Eden, or Urza. I may not even beat Natsu. Alright, enough with the pleasantries. Let's move on to more serious matters, Eden said, cutting off the idle chatter. We still have many comrades missing out there. We should be worried. That's true, Nami agreed. I wonder if Elfman and Lysana are safe. Lysana especially, she's the one I worry about the most. Mira Jane's eyes filled with concern as she spoke of her brother and sister. She had sworn never to be separated from Lisanna again. No. While it may sound inappropriate right now, I think the one we should be least worried about is Lisanna, Natsu said after thinking for a moment. Huh. That's a messed up joke, even by fairy tale standards. Eden was stunned. He didn't expect Natsu to be so blunt. Drip, drip, drip. As soon as Natsu finished speaking, Mira Jane was already in tears, recalling the mistakes she had made in the past. Natsu, how could you make Mira Jane cry? You're evil. Execution. Immediate execution. Too much, Natsu. Everyone turned on Natsu. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Natsu quickly apologized. It's fine. I don't mind. Those were my mistakes, Mira Jane replied with a forced smile. But her clenched fists told a different story. Natsu, good luck. You'll need it, Eden said, patting Natsu on the shoulder. He couldn't believe Natsu dared to provoke the one woman everyone in Fairy Tale agreed should never be messed with. Ugh. Natsu broke into a cold sweat. She's definitely mad at me. She totally is. Anyway, we have 3 options ahead of us. Go to the South Sea and rescue Gray. Go back to Alabasta, defeat Crocodile, take his place as a Shichibukai, and increase Fairy Tale's influence in this world to find our missing comrades. Head to the legendary Sky Island full of gold and gather the startup funds for Fairy Tale's expansion here. Besides the first, I think all 3 are necessary, Eden said. Gray, wait, so me being imprisoned means nothing to you, Eden? Eden, can't you escape on your own? Cough cough. Everyone, what do you think? Which path should we choose first? After laying out the 3 options, Eden asked the group. First of all, no one's proven that Sky Island actually exists. It's just a legend. We shouldn't waste time chasing myths, save it for later. Second, I believe we can rescue Gray and take out the Shichibukai at the same time. If Mira Jane's strength is really on par with Eden's, our combat power should be enough. Nami concluded her analysis. Huh. Eden and Natsu looked equally stunned. Nami, you're actually this smart. What kind of nonsense are you two saying? Am I really that dumb in your eyes? Nami shouted back in frustration. Since we've already decided to split into 2 groups, then now it's time to decide who will head to the South Sea to rescue Gray. And who will go to Alabasta to take down Desert Crocodile. Eden looked around at everyone in the tavern, though his words were clearly aimed at one person, Mira Jane. Let me and Juvia handle rescuing Gray in the South Sea. I think Juvia is far more eager to save Gray than to take down Crocodile. Mira Jane, with her ever-knowing smile, spoke for Juvia, clearly understanding her feelings. Yes, Juvia will go to the South Sea to save Gray-sama. Juvia nodded firmly, her voice filled with determination. But I want to go to the South Sea too. I don't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime chance to laugh at Gray as much as I want. But I also want to head to Alabasta and challenge that crocodile guy. I heard he's strong. Natsu found himself torn. He wanted both the comedy of mocking Gray and the thrill of fighting one of the warlords of the sea. Oh? Then how about you come with me? I'll take real good care of you along the way. Mira Jane's sweet smile turned ever more dazzling. As her pale, delicate fingers brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes narrowed dangerously, hinting at a hidden menace. Actually, never mind. I suddenly don't feel like going to the South Sea anymore. Stiff with fear, Natsu shook his head and muttered, I think I'll go with Eden to Alabasta instead and defeat Crocodile. That way, we can raise Fairy Tale's name and status across this world. Oh? Looks like we won't be traveling together, Natsu. What a shame. Mira Jane's gentle smile remained, though only she knew what it truly meant. Terrifying. Mira Jane is terrifying. I finally understand just how powerful she is. No wonder she's an S-class mage in Fairy Tale. Nami, shaken to her core, could barely stop trembling at Mira Jane's hidden black-bellied nature. By the way, Nami, they say Skypiea is full of gold. Aren't you even a little curious? Eden turned to her suddenly, eyes gleaming with mischief. Hee, if Skypiea really exists, of course I'm interested. In fact, Ever since we arrived in this town, I've been collecting information about it. Unfortunately, I've asked every known pirate with any reputation, and none of them know anything solid about Skypiea. Some even think it's just a legend. Which leaves us with two possibilities. She paused, took a sip of her orange drink, and then continued. 1. Skypiea doesn't exist. It's entirely fictional. 2. Skypiea is extremely dangerous. Either no one's ever made it there, or no one has returned alive. That's why it's spoken of as myth. Regardless of which is true, we'll need to rally our strength and prepare carefully. Nami's analytical tone left Eden, Natsu, and even Happy stunned, their eyes wide and jaws slack. Seriously? Don't give me that look like you're only now discovering how smart I am. She sighed, palming her forehead. You guys don't realize how hurtful that is, do you? Anyway, now comes the issue of navigation. Mira Jane, do you know how to reach the South Sea Kingdom of Taya? Eden turned away from Nami's protests, focusing on the task ahead. Don't change the subject just because it's inconvenient. Nami yelled in frustration. No need to worry about the navigator problem, Eden and I. That's right, leave it to us. There are hundreds of pirate crews in this town, and with them, hundreds of navigators. If we all work together, we'll reach the South Sea Kingdom of Taya for sure. Before Mira Jane could reply, the tavern's pirates, now loyal after witnessing her power, eagerly stepped forward to help. Now for the ship. I'll lend you the Shark Supreme, the one we've been traveling on. Eden smiled, offering a solution to their next concern. But then what will you and Natsu use? Mira Jane hesitated, though she could probably procure a vessel given her influence in Mock Town. No need to worry. The Shark Supreme is a vessel crafted by Fishman. It's sturdy and can travel through the calm belt. As for Natsu and me, we've got something better than a ship. We've found a powerful, reliable ally on the sea. He grinned. Wait, don't tell me. Nami rubbed her forehead, sighing. Yes, Eden meant none other than Little Black, the Sea King. Now that the navigator and ship issues are settled, let's move out. First, retrieve our idiot teammate Gray. Second, take down the warlord Crocodile. Before Eden could finish his rousing call. Fired up. Natsu shouted, cutting him off. Oh. Cheers erupted through the tavern and the entire mock town, though most pirates had no idea what they were so hyped about. I just know these two hot-blooded idiots, Eden and Natsu, are going to stir up something huge. Nami sighed again, her expression one of deep regret. What was I even thinking when I assumed Eden was a reliable partner back then? Was I hallucinating? Meanwhile, 10,000 meters above sea level, in the legendary Sky Island, a man with short golden hair and a cape strolled alone through the clouds, muttering, "What is this place? I haven't seen a single soul in days." Mock Town. All right then, Eden, Natsu, Happy, Nami, we'll part ways for now. Juvia and I will set sail first. After we head to the Taya Kingdom in the South Sea and rescue Gray, we'll immediately return to Mock Town. We'll rendezvous here, how about that? Mira Jane and Juvia, standing on the deck of the Shark Superb, waved goodbye to Eden, Natsu, Nami, and Happy, who were still in Mock Town. Okay, then let's have a race and see who's faster. Whoever is slower to return will be the low-rank mages team. Hearing this, Natsu lightly flexed his wrists, making a crack, crack sound, and declared enthusiastically to Mira Jane and Juvia. Natsu, do you think everyone is like you, a hot-headed idiot? Someone as composed, mature, and intelligent a beauty as Mira Jane isn't the type to be provoked by your silly and childish goading. After hearing Natsu's words, Nami couldn't help but roll her eyes at the sky. She couldn't believe that someone as composed as Mira Jane would actually make a bet with Natsu. Then let's see. I'd like to see just who will be the low-rank mages team. Who would have known? Before Nami could even finish speaking, Mira Jane accepted Natsu's bet. Her eyes held determination and persistence. It was clear she was serious, not joking. Mira Jane actually accepted the bet? So this is the kind of person you are, Mira Jane. Hearing this, Nami's expression became momentarily dazed. In her eyes, the image of Mira Jane as one of the few normal people in the Fairy Tale Mages Guild was now becoming blurry. Then again, are there really any normal people in this guild? Nami wondered once more. Anyway, you can leave the matter of Big Sis Mira Jane's voyage entirely to us. That'll be enough. Although our ship can't cross the calm belt. But we can still take Big Sis to the vicinity of the calm belt. That much we can do. As for the route to the South Sea, I've already notified my family in the South Sea. They will go to the border of the South Sea and the calm belt to wait for Big Sis Mira Jane. And they'll ensure she is escorted to the Taya Kingdom. The pirates sailing with Mira Jane assured Eden and the others. Anyway, goodbye everyone. With Mira Jane's final goodbye, the many ships finally set sail. They headed south, their destination the Taya Kingdom in the South Sea. Since Mira Jane and her group have left, let's rest for a bit and then set off too. We can't be too lazy. After watching Mira Jane disappear from sight, Eden said softly to Natsu, Nami, and the others beside him. All right. Nami nodded lightly and agreed. A more detailed map of the waters near Alabasta. I just managed to trade for one from a pirate in Mocktown. At Little Black speed, assuming we bypass unnecessary islands, we can probably get there in about half a day. In that case, no matter how you look at it, we'll be the ones to return first. As Natsu spoke, he jinxed himself. Yeah. Leaving tomorrow wouldn't be too late either .. I haven't slept in a real bed for so long. Happy chimed in at this moment. He wanted to sleep on land. He didn't want to sleep on the pitch-black sea anymore. You guys are impossible. Since that's the case, let's rest for a day then. But if, because of this, we lose to Mira Jane and become the low-rank mages team, you and Natsu will take full responsibility. Hearing this, Eden reached up and lightly scratched the tips of his hair on the left side and said to Natsu and Happy, Then never mind. Natsu, after a slight hesitation upon hearing this, shook his head. And the mage, no matter what, he was unwilling to be a member of the low-rank mages team. So, why on earth did you guys have to make that bet? I also want to take a hot bath and rest properly, hey? I'm just an ordinary person, not like you dragon slayers who are full of stamina from fighting dragons. Nami retorted speechlessly at this point. Hey, that Mira Jane woman, she's left, right? Just as Eden's group was discussing how to successfully defeat Mira Jane's team and avoid becoming the low-rank mages team. Accompanied by a flurry of dense footsteps, Bellamy, covered in bandages and with short blonde hair, leading his pirate crew members, surrounded Eden and the others. So what if she left? Eden looked up at the ferocious-looking Bellamy before him, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Hey, you don't actually think you can easily defeat us just because Mira Jane isn't here, do you? Who gave you that courage? Ha. A bounty of 120 million berries. The great pirate Sea Emperor Eden, who dominated the entire East Blue within a week of setting sail. A guy like you, labeled a supernova by the world government without ever having been to the Grand Line, I don't acknowledge you. Let me test you properly and see how much water is in that 100 million berry bounty of yours. At least, after defeating you. I'll have something to report to that person. As Bellamy spoke, his legs suddenly transformed into deadly springs. He launched himself at high speed, darting through Mocktown at near sonic speed, ready to attack Eden at any moment. It's Hyena Bellamy, the great pirate with a bounty of 5,500 berries. Didn't Master Mira Jane just one-shot him? How dare he still provoke Master Mira Jane's companions? Idiot. Isn't it because Master Mira Jane isn't in Mocktown right now? Those guys who were lying low purely out of fear of Master Mira Jane's power are finally starting to move again. But this time, that Bellamy guy picked the wrong opponent. His enemy is a supernova whose bounty is more than double his own, a monster among monsters, Sea Emperor Eden. However, that Sea Emperor fellow has always operated in the East Blue. He's never been to the Grand Line. I wonder if there's any water in his bounty. Doesn't matter, we'll find out in a moment. The crowd of pirates on both sides of Mocktown streets, watching Bellamy's group suddenly block Eden and the others and issue a challenge, began to discuss animatedly. MH, no matter the world, watching a spectacle is human nature. Natsu, he's all yours. Eden didn't even bother to glance at Bellamy, simply walking straight ahead. He directly entrusted the task of dealing with these small fry entirely to Natsu. As for Nami and Happy, they also followed closely behind Eden, seemingly not taking Bellamy seriously at all either. Damn it, don't look down on me. Seeing this, Bellamy burned with anger. He gathered all his strength, his body turning into an immensely powerful cannonball, and shot straight towards Eden, Nami, and the others. Fire dragons. Iron Fist. However, just as Bellamy was about to reach Nami, in that split second, a fist engulfed in infinite flames slammed hard into Bellamy's cheek, leaving a deep fist mark on his face and sending him flying. Ugh. When the smoke and roar completely dissipated, Eden, Nami, and the others continued to stride forward, completely unscathed. As for Bellamy, he was long gone. What happened? The onlooking pirates were bewildered. Among them were many great pirates with bounties in the tens of millions, yet they still couldn't understand what had just happened. Where did Bellamy go? Bellamy's crewmates, in particular, were even more confused. How did their boss suddenly disappear? Fire dragons roar. Just as everyone was pondering, Natsu continued his attack. He had no intention of giving them time to figure things out. He took a deep breath of magic power. A magic circle with a dragon's head insignia appeared in front of him, and then he spewed waves of dragon flames from his mouth, blasting them straight at Bellamy's crewmates. Boom! In an instant, with a deafening roar, Bellamy's crewmates, along with several streets, were engulfed by the dragon flames. In that moment, Bellamy's entire crew was wiped out. This time, the surrounding pirates finally saw clearly what happened. They looked at the town reduced to ruins and Bellamy's crew members, charred and unconscious, and exclaimed in shock, "Monsters!" Big Sis Mira Jane's companions are also a bunch of absolute monsters. Hey, Natsu, you idiot, don't waste resources. Bellamy's crew's bounties add up to 100 million, you know. How can you just defeat them like that? Quick, pack them up and send them to the Marine branch. Seeing this, Nami turned around, pointed at Natsu's nose, and lectured him. Why yes, ma'am. Natsu immediately nodded upon hearing her. After a short while, when Natsu had securely chained up Bellamy's crew, all of whom had bounties on their heads, Nami called out loudly, "Let's go." No time to explain, quickly head to the Marine base to exchange these guys for bounty rewards. Nami, didn't you say you're just a weak ordinary person who isn't a dragon slayer and can endure high-intensity activities like ours? Eden teased, observing Nami, who seemed eager and ready. That's totally different, Nami replied enthusiastically. There's money involved this time. Nothing excites me more than belly backslash, her eyes sparkled, literally turning into belly symbols. I'm feeling refreshed after taking down these guys, Natsu added energetically, flexing his wrists. As long as you prepare salted fish, I'm good too, Happy interjected, reaching his tiny paw out towards Eden. Quietly, unnoticed by others, Natsu and Happy simultaneously turned their heads, whispering, "We absolutely can't lose to Mira Jane and end up as a low-level wizard team." Happy wholeheartedly agreed. If everyone's set, let's move out, Eden said, leading Nami, Natsu, Happy, and the restrained Bellamy crew to the Mocktown docks. Didn't Eden lend his ship to Big Sister Mira Jane? How are they going to leave now? Curious pirates murmured at the docks, casting puzzled looks towards Eden. Little Black, come. As everyone wondered, Eden dipped his hand into the nearby sea, silently calling out. Whoosh! Suddenly, a massive shadow swiftly moved beneath Mocktown docks. What's that? Sharp-eyed pirates watched in horror as the enormous shadow approached rapidly, their pupils shrinking at the overwhelming size. Roar! With an enormous splash and earth-shaking roar, a colossal, pitch-black sea king emerged. Oh no! It's a super-large sea king, the pirates panicked. Why is it here instead of the calm belt? Experienced pirates gripped their weapons nervously, knowing such gigantic creatures could destroy entire islands. Yet, just as their fear peaked, Eden casually stroked the creature's head, conjured 100-meter-long island whale, Laboon's species, from the ocean as bait, and tossed it to the Sea King. Crunch, crunch, the Sea King happily devoured the whale, looking satisfied. Island whale, Please, someone speak for me. Pirates gaped, stunned beyond belief. Had Eden truly tamed an uncontrollable sea king, the true rulers of the ocean? Move out. Eden commanded, climbing atop Little Black with Nami, Natsu, Happy, and their bounty prisoners. Boom! A massive wave erupted as Little Black surged forward toward Alabasta at incredible speed. Run! A tsunami! Pirates screamed as massive waves obliterated Mocktown docks. Soon after Eden's departure, a burly man with short black curls and minimal facial hair arrived on a raft. See ha. Is this Mocktown? It looks like a hurricane and tsunami hit here. See ha. Is our target really here? Burgess asked the man known as Blackbeard, who nodded. Even if he's gone, fate will guide us. Your head is mine, Sea Emperor Eden, with your 120 million belly bounty. If I defeat you, my name will shake the world. See ha. Blackbeard grinned, holding Eden's wanted poster. At the same time, the Straw Hats bid farewell to Giants Dory and Broggy. Sanji, having spoken with Nami via Den Mushi, assured Vivi they'd reach Alabasta within 2 days, easing her worries. Vivi expressed lingering concern for her kingdom. If it's Alabasta, you don't need to worry. We've already arrived, Nami interrupted. The Straw Hats froze. What? Didn't Eden clarify before we separated? Our target is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, Nami explained. Hey, Eden! Crocodile is my target. Luffy yelled, snatching the Den Mushi. Who cares? I've already claimed Crocodile. The 7 warlords are plenty, go after Moria if you're itching for trouble. Anyway, you're too slow. Eden hung up decisively. Knew. Crocodile was mine. Luffy wailed, rolling around despairingly. Seems we missed our chance with Crocodile, Zoro sighed. Confused, Vivi finally learned the navigator they'd consulted all this time was Nami, and thus Eden was helping them. Crocodile's already done for, isn't he? Vivi realized, astonished. Exactly, Zoro confirmed. But that's a good thing. Vivi exclaimed. But I'm not the one who took him down. Luffy grumbled, frustratedly continuing his tantrum. Just as Eden set out toward Alabasta to confront Crocodile. Marine Headquarters. After parting ways with Eden, Urza headed to Marine Headquarters to report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku and request Vice Admiral Garp to teach her hockey. Garp took Urza, who was eager to learn hockey from him, to an area used by the headquarters for storing discarded warships. Listen up, Urza. No hero in this world is born naturally. And no powerful technique or ability can be mastered in just a day. Pointing to the warship in front of them, Garp instructed, for now, don't use any hockey or special abilities, just rely purely on your physical strength to punch this warship. Keep going until it's beaten into the shape of those warships over there, Garp added, gesturing toward 2 warships whose bows were entirely collapsed. Even if you hadn't said it, Urza replied, slightly amused, I currently don't know how to use hockey. That's exactly why I'm here, to learn it from you. She approached the massive warship, running her hand gently over its hull. Use pure physical strength to punch this warship into shape? Interesting. Bang, bang, bang. Without further ado, Urza started pounding away at the warship, relentlessly throwing powerful punches. Thought Garp, stretching out comfortably on a beach chair nearby, soaking up some sunshine. Under normal circumstances, it should take Urza at least 1 to 2 years to deform the ship like that. About an hour later. Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, can you hear me? Garp stirred awake, slightly annoyed by Urza's voice calling him. What is it, Urza? Did you already finish your assignment, or have you given up after less than an hour? If that's the case, perhaps I misjudged you. That's not it, Vice Admiral Garp. I've completed the assignment you gave me. The warship has already taken on my personal shape, Urza replied, casually pointing to the warship. Garp glanced in the direction Urza pointed and was astonished. The warship indeed looked as if it had endured years of relentless beating, not merely an hour. His eyes widened in shock. Did you use armament hockey? I explicitly told you not to, Garp accused. Have you forgotten again, Vice Admiral? I still can't use hockey, that's why I'm here, remember. Ah, indeed, Garp said, momentarily baffled. Then you must have used a devil fruit power, he guessed. Urza sighed deeply. Again, Vice Admiral, have you forgotten? I'm not a devil fruit user. Oh, right, Garp nodded slowly. Then, surely, you use some special ability I'm unaware of, he insisted. I can sense a peculiar energy around you, very distinct and powerful. Nope, Urza shrugged helplessly. She hadn't even used magic. Then how could you possibly have shaped the warship so quickly? Are your hands insensitive to pain? Garp questioned, thoroughly confused. Maybe because my hands have grown accustomed to something even tougher, Urza pondered. Accustomed to something tougher? Garp asked, puzzled. Let me demonstrate, Urza said, calling over Gajiel Red Fox. Vice Admiral, do you think this guy's body is tough enough? Garp gave Gajiel a solid pat on the shoulder, chuckling, indeed, this fellow's body is as tough as steel. Exactly. He's my usual punching bag, Urza clarified seriously. Ah, I see, Garp said, suddenly enlightened. In that case, the warship training was obviously too easy for you. Let's move on to real hockey training now. Garp, finally understanding Urza's strength, smiled approvingly. Brace yourself. The next phase of training will be even tougher. I'm ready, Urza nodded determinedly. Meanwhile, Gajiel, who had been introduced as a mere punching bag, lamented, Are you serious, Urza? Is this really polite? Just as Urza was essentially becoming Garp's disciple, learning hockey earnestly under his guidance. High above Mock Town, around 10,000 meters in the sky, a place known to locals as Angel Island in the White Sea. Finally, something resembling a building, a man with short golden hair and a large cloak murmured. After wandering through the clouds for an unknown amount of time, he had finally reached what could be considered a shoreline. He gazed at the building curiously. It looked quite strange. Despite his vast experiences in the Fiori Kingdom, he had never encountered such unusual architecture. This strong-built man with dazzling blonde hair was none other than one of Eden's companions, Laxus Strayer. Once expelled from the Fairy Tale Guild due to past mistakes, Laxus, an S-class wizard and grandson of Guild Master Makarov, was now reconciled with his guildmates following the Tenru Island battle against Acnologia. Yet, Laxus remained burdened by his past misdeeds, constantly seeking ways to redeem himself in the eyes of his guildmates. Now, after days of solitary wandering in the sky without seeing a single human soul, he instantly transformed into lightning, swiftly arriving at the building's doorstep. Knocking softly, he called out, Hello? Is anyone home? Hello, replied a delicate, pale-skinned girl with slender features and a nervous expression, cautiously peeking through the door 5 minutes later. She regarded him warily. May I help you with something? You're an angel? Laxus stared, eyes narrowing slightly upon noticing her wings. Is this place heaven? Have I been killed by Acnologia? Strange, though. Why haven't I seen any other Fairy Tale Guild members along the way? Did everyone else end up in hell? Natsu and Urza going to hell makes sense. And Gray, the exhibitionist, definitely belongs there too. But the old man and the Thunder God tribe shouldn't be in hell. I'm not an angel, she laughed softly, relaxing her guard. My name is Conies, and I'm just a regular girl. This isn't heaven, it's Angel Island or Sky Island, as you blue sea dwellers call it. Also, since we're talking, you're probably not dead. Huh? Completely bewildered, Laxus thought. What does she mean she's not an angel, but this is Angel Island? That doesn't make sense at all. Let me explain in detail, Conies offered, sensing his confusion. I don't know what you've been through to believe you're dead, but I can assure you we're currently 10,000 meters above the blue sea. This is the White Sea, specifically Angel Island, the Sky Island. 10,000 meters high? Sky Island? Blue Sea? The magical elements here are definitely different. I'm clearly in a different world, Laxus concluded after quick analysis, feeling frustrated. So, Eden's dimensional magic must have succeeded, Laxus realized, but instead of sending Acnologia away, it transported all Fairy Tale members elsewhere. I must find my comrades. Have you heard of Fairy Tale? He asked Conies. Never heard of it, she replied, puzzled. That's impossible, Laxus frowned. Fairy tale would always stir up major events, yet conies knew nothing about them. Clearly, his guild mates weren't here. Do you know how to reach this blue sea? 10,000 meters below us. Laxus asked decisively, concluding that his comrades were probably down there. Conies hesitated. Well, suddenly, loud noises erupted outside. "We've found him, the intruder," God Enel mentioned. For hostile figures encircled the house, eyes gleaming maliciously. "Seems some fools looking for trouble showed up," Laxus noted calmly, aware of their presence, ready to confront the threat. "This is bad." The moment Conies noticed the group of 4 outside the house, her face turned visibly ashen, and her voice trembled. "Do you know those people outside?" Noticing Conies' dreadful expression, Laxus thought for a moment before asking. "The people surrounding the house are Enel's 4 gods priests. Every single one of them possesses extraordinary strength. They're anything but ordinary. Please, you have to run. When the 4 priests act together, they're nearly invincible. You're no match for them," Conies explained to Laxus, her expression frantic. "So, in other words, they're the enemy?" Laxus got the answer he was looking for from Conies. "The woman in that house has clearly betrayed God. According to the rules, we can eliminate her along with the intruder." Outside, the 4 priests seemed to have realized that Conies was helping Laxus. They had made their decision, to execute her as a traitor. "Since the decision has been made, sentence them all to death. Then let me, with the ordeal of iron and its 0% survival rate, obliterate them all." The one who spoke was Om, the leader of Enel's 4 gods priests. He presided over the ordeal of iron, the trial with the lowest survival rate. He was also the most powerful of the 4. Heh. If you make a move right away, where's the fun in that? Leave small fries like these to me. However, before Om could act, a man standing beside him, wearing a beret and dressed like a pilot, made the first move. Swoosh! He let out a sharp whistle towards the sky. From the heavens above, a giant bird descended. Without hesitation, the man mounted the bird's back and raised a silver white knight's spear high. He stared at the house before them and said coldly, "Let me crush you all." The man's name was Shura, the second strongest of the 4 gods priests. The ordeal he commanded was the ordeal of string, with a mere 3% survival rate. Hey. What's the difference between you doing it and Om doing it? The enemy's going to die either way, right? Behind Shura and Om, Satori, the priest of the ordeal of balls with its 10% survival rate, and Gadatsu, the priest of the ordeal of swamp with its 50% survival rate, complained with deadpan expressions. "Cut the crap. Let me end this." As Shura spoke, he was already riding his mount, charging directly at the house. As he neared it, his spear and his steed erupted in scorching flames, instantly obliterating the house's wall. "It's over." When the remaining 3 priests saw this, they all turned away. They seemed to have already guessed the intruder's fate and couldn't even be bothered to watch the rest. It would be too cruel, a sight that even they would find hard to stomach. Crack zzz. However, just as the 3 priests were thinking this, they heard a crackling roar of thunder from behind. Before they could even turn their heads, they saw a charged Shura, along with his mount, the bird as large as a small elephant, get thrown through the air, landing right in front of them and blocking their path. Shura's condition was utterly wretched. His long spear had been snapped in 2, his beret was on fire, and his entire body reeked of the scorched, cooked smell of flesh. "What is this?" "Shura." Seeing this, the 3 priests were stunned. They stared at the unconscious Shura, whose life hung by a thread, and their pupils trembled violently. They immediately spun around to look behind them. There, standing completely unharmed amidst the ruins of the house, was Laxus, the intruder they subconsciously believed to be dead. He had one arm wrapped around Conies' waist. In stark contrast, Shura, the one they had such confidence in, was now like a candle in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Such tenacious life force. Almost like an S-rank magical beast. For an ordinary person, he's certainly a powerhouse. But against me, it's far from enough. Laxus praised Shura with a hint of surprise for having taken a direct punch from him and not dying instantly. He hadn't held back at all. It was a serious punch, a basic attack. Then, Laxus turned to the remaining 3 priests and said coldly, "I hope you 3 can offer me a bit more of a surprise. It seems we underestimated you. But don't you dare think that just because you beat Shura, you can beat us. Know this, I am the strongest of the priests." Ohm roared at Laxus, his face incredibly grim. However, his roar was mostly bluster, a way to hype himself up. It seemed even he lacked the confidence to face the being who had just instantly defeated Shura. After all, even he couldn't one-shot Shura like that. Come on. Laxus seemed too lazy to waste words with the priest before him, simply beckoning at his opponent with a contemptuous flick of his finger. Iron Whip. Ohm wasted no time, drawing his weapon and shouting, "Don't underestimate this blade made of cloud. Its hardness is no less than that of steel. Any enemy it touches will be shattered." Boom. Laxus watched Ohm brandish his large blade, putting on a show of false bravado. Without a word, he simply raised his hand and blasted him with a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye. Ohm, who 1 second ago was boasting about his iron whip, was now lying on the ground, steam rising from his body. Lightning, just like Lord Enel? At that moment, the remaining 2 priests, Gadatsu and Satori, finally got a clear look at the move Laxus had used. Their pupils quaked, their hearts filled with shock. We're doomed. This guy is not someone grunts like us can handle. Once Gadatsu and Satori confirmed that Laxus could freely wield lightning, they abandoned all thought of fighting back. In their minds, they silently elevated Laxus's threat level to be on par with the god they served, Enel. Vroom. Just as Gadatsu and Satori were at a loss, completely helpless against Laxus, the sky suddenly filled with dark clouds. Accompanied by a bzzzt sound of electrical currents, an immense bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking down towards Laxus. It's Lord Enel. This is great. Haha, watch this, intruder. So, what if you can use lightning? There are levels to lightning too. Seeing this, Gadatsu and Satori cheered loudly, overcome with excitement. They could already picture the scene of Laxus being turned to ash under Enel's divine punishment. Oh no, it's Enel. At the same time, Konis, who was nestled in Laxus's arm with a faint blush on her cheeks just a moment ago, was instantly thrown into a panic upon seeing the gathering lightning in the sky. She shouted, "Big brother Laxus, you have to run." Lightning. Laxus looked up, and upon seeing the coalescing thunder, a slight smirk played on his lips as he whispered, "Perfect. I was getting hungry." Boom. Just then, the bolt of lightning, carrying infinite power, finally fell upon Laxus and Konis. Its terrifying might seemed as if it would tear through the entire cloud sea, piercing all the way to the blue sea 10,000 meters below. However, just as the 2 priests, Gadatsu and Satori, along with Enel himself and even Konis, who was being protected by Laxus, all believed their end was near, a shocking scene unfolded. Laxus opened his mouth wide towards the sky. The bolt of lightning, as if obeying his command, was manipulated and swallowed right into his stomach. Gulp. After doing all this, Laxus made a swallowing motion and said with a look of pure satisfaction, "What was that line Natsu always says? Oh, right. Ate it all up. Now I'm brimming with power." In the distance, Gadatsu and Satori were completely stunned by Laxus's display, their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief. "I must be seeing things. He actually ate Lord Enel's lightning?" Satori said, his voice filled with incredulity. "No, you probably didn't. I saw it too." Gadatsu shook his head. He had witnessed the same horrifying scene. One person seeing things is normal. But if 2 people see the same thing at the same time, no matter how unbelievable it is, it's most likely the truth. Meanwhile, in the shrine, about 10 kilometers away from Angel Island, Enel, who had been closely monitoring the situation with his mantra, enhanced by the power of the Rumble Rumble fruit, was also gaping, his eyes wide in a state of utter disbelief. "No way. That damned blonde intruder. He just ate all of my lightning? How the hell am I supposed to fight that?" Enel said, his face a mask of pure confusion. He took out the two strongest of our four gods' priests in an instant, and he can even devour Lord Enel's lightning. Just who in the world is this guy? Gadatsa stared blankly at the man before him, the one with short golden hair and a large cloak. His mind was reeling in confusion. When did another being this powerful appear in the world? Just who are you? At this moment, Konis, who was still cradled in Laxus's arms, also looked at him with a shocked expression and asked, "Me? All right then, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Laxus Dreyer, an S-Class mage of the Fairy Tale Mage Guild, an S-Class mage." After reflexively introducing himself, Laxus scratched his head, adding with a hint of embarrassment, "Though, I suppose I'm technically in the process of being expelled right now." Mr. Laxus, could you let me go now?" Just as some unpleasant memory surfaced in Laxus's mind, Konis, who was still in his embrace, her face as red as a ripe apple, spoke softly. "Ahem. My sincerest apologies." Laxus finally snapped back to reality, realizing the atmosphere between him and Konis had become a bit ambiguous. "It's all right," Konis whispered. "If it's you, Mr. Laxus, I don't really mind. Is there drama to watch?" The two remaining priests, the more comical Gadatsu and Satori, suddenly perked up. Seeing the inappropriate atmosphere developing between Laxus and Konis, they got excited. Nothing was more entertaining than watching drama unfold. They seemed to have completely forgotten their own perilous situation. Boom. But Laxus wasn't the type to be softened by such things. He raised his hand, unleashed a bolt of lightning, and finished Satori off. Irk. The terrifying lightning radiating from Laxus finally snapped Gadatsa back to his senses. This was no time for watching drama. He stood there, trembling, and stammered, "My apologies. I didn't mean to offend you, my lord. We were only acting on Lord Enel's orders." "You're different from those other three who reeked of blood," Laxus said, staring at Gadatsu. "Your killing intent isn't strong. That's why I'm sparing you. Now, tell me everything you know." The tone was an order. Of course, there was another reason in Laxus's mind. For people to answer his questions was far too many. One was enough. "Yes, my lord. My name is Gadatsu, one of the four gods' priests under the great god Enel. As for the other three, as you just saw, they have all been taken care of by you. The only reason we came to provoke you was to fulfill Lord Enel's command. If we failed, he would have eliminated us. We had no choice. By the way, our daily duties, aside from maintaining stability on Skypiea and expelling all illegal intruders, also include killing anyone who resists Lord Enel's rule." Without a moment's hesitation, Gadatsu told Laxus everything he knew. "All right, I understand." After getting the information he wanted, Laxus first nodded slightly, then asked, "Since you're the priest in charge of expelling outsiders, have you ever heard the name Fairy Tale?" "That? I really haven't heard of it." Gadatsu shook his head, a look of confusion on his face. "Is that so? What a pity." A look of "just as I thought" crossed Laxus's face. If his guildmates from Fairy Tale had been transported to Skypiea like him, these four priests would have been wiped out long ago. After all, the Tenra group was the backbone of the Fairy Tale Guild. They were either S-Class mages or had the potential to become one. Even the weakest among them, Lucy, would be more than a match for these so-called priests if she got serious. Of course, Laxus wasn't putting his faith in Lucy's strength, but rather in the strength of Loke, the celestial spirit Leo, with whom he had worked for years in the guild. "Lucy, I wish someone would speak up for me. Doesn't anyone believe that I'm the most reliable and normal person in the entire Fairy Tale Guild?" Big Brother Laxus. Just as Laxus's questioning of Gadatsu about Fairy Tale came up empty, Konis, after a long moment of hesitation, finally made up her mind. She bowed deeply to Laxus and said earnestly, "I have an impudent request, and I hope you will grant it." "What is it?" Laxus was taken aback. He first helped Konis up, then said, "As long as it's within my power, I will help you. Inhale. I want you to help the people of Skypiea and defeat the tyrannical false god Enel." Konis took a deep breath, looked at Laxus, and said with determination, "Enel can freely manipulate lightning. In this entire world, perhaps only you, who is immune to lightning, can defeat him." Someone who can freely manipulate lightning? I see. So the lightning that fell from the sky earlier was from that guy named Enel, right? A smirk appeared on Laxus's lips. He had been curious about who was behind that earlier attack. Interesting. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have defeated him for you. I'm not the type to stand by and do nothing after being provoked. With that, Laxus turned, giving Konis a view of his cool back. He then addressed Gadatsu, who was kneeling on the ground. Hey, if you're a priest, you should know the way to your god's shrine, right? To Enel's place. Indeed. Gadatsu nodded. Lead the way. Laxus tilted his head, deciding to go meet this other world's god. As you command. Gadatsu, after a moment's stun, immediately lowered his head. Meanwhile, at the shrine. Don't you dare come here. No, Enel, you have to calm down. That guy definitely isn't invincible. I refuse to believe he can devour lightning without limit. Enel was in a full-blown panic. He simply couldn't think of any way to defeat Laxus.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.